This magician is simply not scientific. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251 Blood Shadow Witch Robe. The Fire Rock Area. Looking at the Dwarf Street, a large number of extraordinary people are constantly flowing. There are not only extraordinary people from Saint Land. There are also many extraordinary people from foreign countries who dress in exotic styles. Thanks to this period of time, there have been 2 consecutive legendary forgings in the Dwarf Street, plus an independent legendary forging. The business here in the Dwarf Street is particularly good during this period. Come and have a look, and repair forging, extraordinary enchantment, and extraordinary characteristic sharpening are all the specialties of the dwarf forgers. The price is not expensive, cheap and affordable. Many extraordinary people will consume dozens or hundreds of magic gold after coming here. Tucker also heard that those smugglers from the East Continent will order a large number of extraordinary weapons here on the Dwarf Street, transport them to the island, and then use the ocean steam airship to smuggle them to the East Continent. Courtyard number 112. Tucker in the corner rubbed his eyebrows. The information about Baggins that he collected when he came here emerged in his mind. It has been more than 2 months since then. Baggins did not live up to the legendary forging opportunity Tucker gave him. After absorbing and digesting the gains of legendary forging, Baggins successfully promoted to the 4th level and became the newly promoted forging master of the Lelong family, who has recently become famous. The 4th level, with extraordinary state. In Saint Lander, it can be called a forging master. After all, with the extraordinary state, you can more deeply penetrate the forging power into the interior of the extraordinary equipment. The 4th level forging master is fully capable of forging 5th level or even 6th level extraordinary equipment. As for the 4th level equipment, it is no problem for Baggins, who is already 4th level. But, after becoming a forging master, many people visited Baggins. At this time, the small courtyard where Tucker was sitting was almost full. There were about 17 or 18 people. Tucker shook his head and turned to leave the small courtyard. In the corner of the alley outside, Tucker quietly entered the shadow, leaving behind a soul curtain. Phase vision, precise vision, synchronous blooming. After seeing the landing point, Tucker took a step, and, phase walk, was activated instantly. The world around him instantly outlined strange lines. The strange scene of traveling was fleeting. When Tucker stepped down, he directly entered Baggins' alchemy hut. Baggins' alchemy hut was as narrow as ever. In the alchemy chamber, Baggins was forging. Baggins, you are already a forging master, but you are reluctant to expand your alchemy chamber. As Tucker's voice sounded, the forging sound stagnated. Brother Andre. An ecstatic exclamation sounded. Soon Baggins ran out with an excited face. Oh. My dear brother, long time no see, ha ha ha. Thanks to you, I finally promoted to the 4th level. While speaking, Baggins found a large bottle of wine. This is the promotion wine I have treasured for many years. I thought I would never have the chance to drink it, but now I finally have the chance to use it. I'm waiting for you, brother Andre, to come over. Ha ha ha. Tucker took a sip and it tasted good, strong and mellow. The dwarves' brewing technology is still very good. Tucker was not polite immediately. Like Baggins, he drank it in big gulps. Tucker had also been stationed in the tower for quite a while, and he was a little nostalgic for the taste of these wines. While drinking, Tucker told the purpose of this trip. Brother Andre, you have about 84,000 magic gold stored with me. I have calculated it clearly for you every time I divide the bill. I also know that Brother Andre, you may come over at any time. So I have been prepared for a long time. Baggins handed over an extraordinary storage bracelet. In addition, I promised to fully forge your 3rd level red flame dragon scale armor and promote it to the 4th level. Baggins said, patting his chest. I was able to advance to the 4th level, all thanks to you, brother Andre. I still want to charge you for this little forging fee, that's too inhumane. Tucker looked at the magic gold in the extraordinary storage bracelet handed over by Baggins. There are actually 84,000 magic gold. The sales of fine materials are much better than expected. This is enough, and there is still a little surplus. However, the underground Star Trek black market still needs to collect rent. After all, It's necessary to go deep underground. After 3 rounds of wine, Tucker spoke again. Baggins, can you forge a 4th level wizard robe now? That depends on what kind of robe it is. If it's a robe made of handcrafts, I'm not very good at it, but if it's a wizard robe forged with fire-consuming materials and constructed with rune blueprints, then there's no problem for me. Although he drank a lot, Baggins was still quite sober at this time. After all, this guy is already a 4th level extraordinary person, and has condensed an extraordinary existence. In Saint Land, there are already very few dwarves of this level. Tucker thought for a moment and said, I want to forge a Blood Shadow Wizard robe. Blood Shadow Wizard robe? Tun tun tun. After drinking another glass of wine, Baggins looked at Tucker. It seems that I have a little impression, but I can't remember it clearly. Baggins hammered his temple and tried to recall. Tucker rubbed his eyebrows, took a deep breath and exhaled slowly while saying, in fact, the forging blueprints and construction framework of this wizard robe equipment are in your hands. Well, it's in the blue box on the top of the storage shelf on the right. Tucker pointed. Soon, Baggins turned out the forging blueprint. Damn. This is the sacrificial forging method. After a glance, Baggins' tone instantly increased several times. And, Brother Andre, you actually secretly peeked into my collection. Tucker smiled to cover up the slight embarrassment. Then Tucker nodded. This is a ring-shaped equipment. Like the ring staff and dragon scale armor I forged before, they are both relatively rare and difficult to forge powerful equipment. You need to sacrifice a noble vampire, so that this Blood Shadow Wizard robe has the ability of Blood Shadow transformation. Of course, the more sacrifices, the better the effect. Mastering this powerful Blood Shadow Wizard robe, I can perfectly disguise myself as a vampire. Before, Tucker did not find the characteristics of his own wizard robe. Tucker did not take the initiative to forge his own wizard robe. Instead, he always wore the wizard robe he brought out from Lamor, or changed other wizard robes when he needed to disguise. Wear whatever you have. Nowadays, Tucker needs a more flexible body and steps, faster speed, and strong enough defense. He does not need deeper source energy quenching, and the blessing of meditation. So, the Blood Shadow Wizard robe is very suitable. The Blood Shadow Wizard robe has certain shadow characteristics, and also has the characteristics of the vampires. Wearing the Blood Shadow Wizard robe can greatly increase Tucker's speed and make his steps more flexible. This can improve Tucker's reaction and response methods to a certain extent. At the same time, the Blood Shadow Wizard robe also has a very strong defensive ability. Combined with Tucker's ring staff ability, Shadow Curtain robe, Tucker's defense means have an additional layer of protection. After browsing through this ring-shaped Blood Shadow Wizard robe step by step, Baggins' pair of thick eyebrows trembled roughly. Brother Andre, it is indeed as you said. There is a characteristic stacking effect here. If you can catch more vampires, even their corpses will do. Then forge the Blood Shadow Curtain robe with a Shadow Rune ring state, then the effect of this Blood Shadow Wizard robe will be very powerful. Tucker smiled and nodded. In fact, I thought so too. Next, I will go underground and catch a wave of vampires with titles. Then Tucker's eyes condensed slightly. At the same time, I must also try my demon ring staff and the eternal flame. Chapter 252. This wave is very rude. Deep in the underground city of Saint Land. In a quiet passage leading to the underground world. Tucker, who is in a semi-shadow state, twisted the lantern and walked slowly down the slope. This semi-shadow state not only allowed Tucker to be in a shadow state, but also allowed Tucker to move his body, keeping his body in a peak state of full activity for a long time. The orange-red light of the lantern pushed open the darkness below the slope, allowing Tucker to see the road clearly with his normal vision. As he moved forward, there were occasional squeaking sounds from the depths of the darkness. They were the sounds of Blood Clan bats. It's only been a few months, and these Blood Clans have bred so many low-level Blood Clan bats again. Tucker thought secretly as he listened to the denser sounds of Blood Clan bats. No wonder these vampires and werewolves desperately want to attack Saint Land. The cultivation capacity of a world-class ecology like Saint Land is really strong. If these vampires can continue to develop in the underground world of Saint Land, and continue to build their vampire castle ecology, or even let the Nether Blood Sea invade the underground world of Saint Land, then the vampires may really give birth to a powerful vampire Grand Duke. Fortunately, the second wave of ecological war is coming, and then this ecology will be destroyed again. This time, Tucker came to the underground world and went to the underground Star Trek black market first. He got a share of 36,000 magic gold from the Dark Walker Bishop Gustav. The sales of fine materials have been pretty good recently. After paying off the previous loan of 100,000 magic gold, Tucker can eat a good amount of magic gold next. Communicating with Bishop Gustav, Tucker learned a lot about the extraordinary ocean. At present, there are many foreign extraordinary people coming in from the extraordinary ocean. However, Saint Land was previously under attack by the Dark Sun Church, and the situation was quite tense. This made many foreign supernaturals not plan to participate in the war on the side of Saint Land. However, after the meditation star appeared in Saint Land this time, the situation was a little different. According to Gustav, many foreign supernaturals have plans to rush to Saint Land. They want to watch the magical scene of the great old stars. They even want to study in Saint Land. The emergence of the meditation star has a huge impact on Saint Land and is of far-reaching significance. Tucker remembered Gustav's profound tone of explanation very clearly. Even Bishop Gustav asked Tucker if he knew who built a meditation star. And Tucker's reply was naturally unknown to me. From Gustav's reaction, Tucker vaguely sensed the change in the attitude of many supernaturals towards Saint Land today. They thought that Saint Land could not be defended before, or even difficult to defend. But the steam changes in Saint Land before. In addition, the meditation star now appears in Saint Land. This obviously gave many supernaturals confidence in Saint Land. And this kind of confidence is exactly what Saint Lander needs most. While thinking, Tucker gradually gathered his mind. This time he went out and gained a lot of magic gold. After getting 2 steam cores steadily, he no longer needed additional steam cores before upgrading to level 50. It can be regarded as a small solution to the steam core demand syndrome. When Tucker entered a wide underground passage and was about to move forward, the fluctuations coming from the darkness in front of him made Tucker's steps stagnate slightly. Tucker, who was groping for the demon ring staff under the gray wizard robe, had a slight smile on his lips. The lower body was a gray wolf leg with bent joints but full of explosive power, and the upper body was an upright half-wolf form of a level 38 werewolf blocking Tucker's way. At the same time, behind Tucker, a level 36 werewolf blocked Tucker's retreat. The 2 werewolves were full of blood, and Tucker felt a lot of fear and hatred from humans from them. Obviously, there were not a few humans who died in their hands. The 2 arms swung slightly, and the wolf claws with bloody sharpness shone in the darkness. Wizard, if you dare to chant a spell or have a trace of source energy fluctuation, I will cut off your head immediately. The 38th level werewolf had a rough and hoarse voice. Tucker frowned and asked immediately, "What should you do if you encounter a wizard who silently chants spells in the soul veins, and the source energy fluctuations are restrained in the ecological magic network?" Huh? Tucker asked this question, and the 2 werewolves were stumped. Whether it is the ability of silently chanting spells in the soul veins or source energy fluctuations restrained in the ecological magic network mentioned by Tucker, they are all high-end operations among wizards, not something that ordinary 3rd-level wizards can master. They have never encountered such a high-end situation before. "Wizard, do you mean you are very strong?" The 38th level werewolf lowered his voice and crouched slightly. This was the preparation for the burst of power. The werewolf could rush up at any time. At this moment, the crackling fire arcs danced around Tucker. Tucker was lit up quickly like a candle. The next moment, the flames around Tucker erupted extremely quickly like a volcano. Boom! With Tucker as the center, the flames erupted one after another, instantly covering every inch of the entire passage, and even swept 100 meters away. The 2 werewolves who robbed Tucker enjoyed the feeling of the ultimate barbecue on the spot. The flames like a volcanic eruption dissipated. The remaining flames in the corners of the passage were still dancing. The characteristics of the immortal flames allow these flames to remain for a long time in areas with relatively abundant source energy. The 2 werewolves have become roasted whole wolves. For this ordinary sequence of 3rd-level extraordinary people, living 1 more second in front of Tucker is already a blood profit. Tucker did not leave, but quietly watched the 2 werewolves ignited by his flames in this flame passage. Tucker's precise vision, phase vision, and world vision examined the degree and depth of the 2 3rd-level werewolves being grilled. The flames quickly penetrated from the surface to the muscle tissue, bones, and then the internal organs. Then it entered the ecology of their werewolf sequence. Even Tucker's eyes narrowed slightly. Even the sequence tree in their werewolf sequence ecology, The small sequence of skills and abilities were ignited. Although many polluting forces and the extraordinary surgery of priests can penetrate into the sequence. But it is very rare for the means of fire to directly threaten the extraordinary sequence. The depth of burning of the magical power, the heart of immortal flame, is really amazing. While thinking, Tucker flicked his right hand, and a sharp whistling wind blade quickly cut open the werewolf's body. Just as Tucker saw, the flame inside the incision was also burning hot. That is to say, the threshold of 1000% is also a threshold of qualitative change for magical means. It seems that I need to find a good place to develop magical means in the future. After thinking about it, Tucker quietly disappeared into the depths of the dungeon along the passage. Half a day later, in the depths of the dungeon where the vampire ecology has been initially restored, the blood gas here is permeated and rising, and the top of the rock wall is covered with a large number of vampire bats. Although the rising blood mist is thick, it is still far from the time when the vampire castle was built. The impact of the first ecological war is still continuing. A 5th-level Earl vampire castle stands on a wide underground stone peak, and the castle and the stone peak are almost integrated. It is surrounded by layers of blood-colored steam rings. Boom, boom. At the source energy level, the sound of steam roaring can be vaguely heard from the depths of the castle. According to the information Tucker had learned before. Nowadays, the Dark Sun Church has gradually embarked on the track of the steam sequence, even actively accepting the extraordinary order power of this steam era. In the depths of the St. Lambert dungeon, members of the Dark Sun Church began to build werewolf steam nests, human Dark Sun steam towers, and blood ray steam castles. At the same time, they were also building Dark Sun steam towers in the city-states of the Ashland that they had occupied. The Dark Sun Evil God Church was not a grassroots evil god organization. Instead, it had a very strict structure. It gradually encroached and advanced on the territory of the Principality of Syrians. Therefore, this war with the Dark Sun Evil God Church was bound to be a tug-of-war, a protracted battle. Since it was a protracted tug-of-war, daily battles of elimination were essential. Perhaps Tucker did not often come to this deep underground. But as long as he came, he would definitely destroy something. Boom, boom. The violent explosion and dazzling light instantly tore through the deep darkness of the underground world. Then, the surging explosion sounded extremely in the depths of the Blood Ray Steam Castle deep underground. For a time, the entire underground space was shaking violently. The rumbling sound was like thunder. The Blood Clan castle on the top of the mountain collapsed rapidly in the violent explosion. Then the terrifying flames containing the power of light quickly ignited the entire Blood Clan castle. The entire mountain looked like an oversized candle from a distance. Damn it, wizard. The heart-wrenching roar exploded in the entire underground space. Visible blood-colored sound waves surged. Bang 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 bang. The low-level Blood Clan bats that were closer exploded directly in this sharp attack sound wave and turned into blood mist. For a time, the blood energy in the entire area was several times thicker. With a shrill roar of the 58th-level Blood Clan Earl, the steam-light feather blade condensed like flame glass and metal scales was bloomed by Tucker. At this time, Tucker was like a scorching angel. It quickly crossed the night and then flew away from here at a rapid speed. Even the surging blood-colored sound waves only caused a few ripples on Tucker's body, and could not hinder Tucker's flight. Watching the wizard with the angel feather blade form running away, the Blood Clan Earl Belcano was almost furious. He was practicing well in the Blood Clan castle. Suddenly, his castle was blown up. Moreover, before the castle was blown up, many blood clans in the castle had been turned into sheep and captured by the damn human wizard. If he had sensed the outside later, I'm afraid the entire castle would have been captured by the damn human. What made the Blood Clan Earl Belcano crazy was that his 3 viscountesses were also sealed and turned into sheep and captured by the human wizard. At this time, the Blood Clan Earl Belcano was completely in a state of madness. He swore that after catching the damn human wizard, he would make him experience the cruelest torture in the world. Belcano, who released his vampire supernatural state, was like a huge blood demon monster, flapping his wings frantically and chasing after the human wizard. Seeing that human quickly escape into the spiritual world, Belcano also used his supernatural power to quickly escape into the spiritual world. Although the spiritual world here was not stable, he could not care about so much in order to chase after the human wizard. The human wizard with angel feather blade wings was very fast, but as a vampire of the 5th level, Belcano's speed was not slow either. After flying in the spiritual world for a while, the human wizard escaped into another layer again. Bill Cano explored it a little and found that the human wizard actually escaped into the shadow layer. The supernatural layer and the spiritual world are relatively easy to escape into. As for the shadow layer, it is also relatively easy to escape into it if you have talent in this area. But Bill Cano did not have this talent. By the time he used special means to tear open the spiritual world and escape into the shadow layer, the human wizard had already flown to a very far place. Bill Cano, who could barely see some traces, continued to chase. But soon the wizard traveled through the layers again. After repeating it twice, Bill Cano found that he had lost the trace of the damn human wizard. No. Bill Cano, whose castle he had worked so hard to build, was blown up, and whose 3 vampire wives were captured by the human wizard, howled in despair. Huh? Seeing that he had gotten rid of the 5th level Earl vampire, Tucker breathed a sigh of relief. But Tucker did not dare to relax, but continued to escape. After all, this is deep underground, and it is the territory actually controlled by the Dark Sun Church. If there is a real fight, Tucker is not afraid of the 5th level vampire Earl. But in the enemy's territory, he captured the enemy's wife and forcibly demolished the human vampire castle. The rudeness of the Dark Sun Church in Lamar was fully returned today. If he still fights on someone else's territory, it would be too much. After all, this is not the ecological war period. The fluctuations of the battle can be easily perceived by other strong men. Strong blood clans, werewolf clans, and even masters of the Dark Sun Temple of Humans may come to kill at any time. Facing the 5th level blood clans, Tucker was calm. But facing the 6th level strong man, Tucker was in danger. After all, the gap between the 5th and 6th levels is still quite large. Tucker, who has taken advantage of the situation, naturally has to run first. Staying for one more second is a blasphemy to his own safety. When Tucker ran to the underground area, Tucker once again escaped from the spirit world to the shadow layer. After confirming that the enemy did not chase him, Tucker breathed a sigh of relief. Using the magical power of phase walking, Tucker will not produce fluctuations when walking in the layer, and will not leave traces of passing through. In this way, it is difficult for the enemy to chase Tucker. Moreover, if the enemy really came to chase them, they would not only take a long time to travel through various layers and domains, but also leave fluctuations when entering unfamiliar layers and domains. Once the fluctuations were left, they would inevitably be discovered by Tucker. For Tucker, the multi-layered Saint Lander was itself an excellent protection for Tucker himself. Tucker, who was moving forward in a semi-shadow state in the shadow layer, explored the gains of this invasion of the vampire castle. After going deep underground and finding the vampire castle, Tucker used the shadow power of the demon ring staff and its perfect fit with the steam world. He entered the steam vampire castle silently. This move by the Dark Sun Church to fully match the steam sequence was a tricky move for Saint Lander and the Principality of Celians. But for Tucker, the Dark Sun Church's doing this actually gave Tucker a certain home field characteristic in their home area. After entering the vampire castle, Tucker turned on the sheep stealing mode. He turned the vampires into sheep and then directly threw them into his magical hut. The whole process was silent. Even the 3 4th level vampire viscountesses who were dressed in coquettish and very difficult. Tucker also used the means of sealing the enchantment to seal their vampire titles, and then completed the sheep transformation under the effect of the powerful soul rune mystery and the legendary demon ring staff. But such an operation is inevitably volatile. So, Tucker was discovered by the 5th level vampire Earl. While escaping, Tucker detonated the shaping light spear, flame bomb hidden in the shadow corners of the vampire castle and pulled by puppet silk threads. Demolition. There is no doubt that Tucker is professional. And it was a blasting and burning dragon. The top level light flame can definitely burn the scrapped vampire castle. At the same time, that batch of areas is also the gathering place of blood source. The remaining magical flame will continue to burn the power of the blood source ecology of the vampires. It is a kind of destruction to the castle ecology of the vampires. The destructive nature of the divine flame to the ecology is very obvious at the key nodes. If the flame is allowed to continue to burn at the nodes where the source energy of the ecological cycle is rich, the entire ecology may be burned to ashes by the divine flame. This wave, we captured 40 or 53rd and 4th level vampires. Unlike before when I entered the vampire castle with Xyluor, we still need to fight hard against a 4th level vampire viscountess. Now I can use the power of the seal to turn them into sheep. Unconsciously, My strength has also improved a lot. Tucker sighed secretly. There is no problem with the vampire materials for the forging of the Blood Shadow Wizard robe. Then the next one is another important main material of the Blood Shadow Wizard robe, the Shadow Spider Crystal. While thinking, Tucker raised his head and looked at the world boundary of the shadow layer not far away. In the underground ecological layer of Saint Land, at the horizontal end where light and darkness intersect, large pieces of floating soil and stones were piled up, and with the shadow spider silk as the adhesive, a huge nest was constructed. At the same time, the entire nest was filled with the power of a strong sealing barrier. And this is the location of the nest of the 4th level Demon Spider Lord. At the same time, this is another key location that Tucker went out to explore today. Chapter 253-2. Soulfire Rock District, Lawmore Street. Treeheart Crypt Tavern. Woo woo woo. It was as if the agitated hissing from the shadow layer had penetrated into the reality layer, accompanied by a low humming sound. The outline of the shadow in the corner was expanded by the hissing sound, and quickly spread and squeezed into every corner of the entire tavern. The lights and fireplace flames in the tavern were quickly suppressed, and only a small flame area could be opened. Even the flames and light of the furnace core fireway outside the window were greatly suppressed. Many guests in the tavern, who were quickly submerged by the shadow, experienced a feeling of falling rapidly from dusk to night. The whole tavern fell into silence. The guests showed strange expressions and looked at the scene of the shadow invading reality. Not long after, as the agitated hissing of the shadow layer dissipated, the shadow quickly shrank back to the corner of the tavern. The light of the magic candles in the tavern and the fireplace flames reoccupied most of the space of the tavern. The tavern that was silent just now as the shadow expanded. As the lights regained their dominance, the tavern gradually became lively. What's going on? Is the Shadow Lord going crazy? Someone holding a wooden barrel wine glass said with dissatisfaction. The roar in the shadow realm has permeated into the realm. I don't know. When I came here just now, I heard someone say that it seemed that the Shadow Lord and the Demon Lord were fighting again. A guest who had just come in shook his head and said, "Is it the Demon Lord? Who else could it be if not the Demon Lord?" Hearing that it was a fight between lords, many extraordinary people showed envy and fear. A war between lords. A guest sighed. Let alone the war between lords, even the war between leaders is not something we can participate in casually. It is estimated that only a powerful steam sequence like Sliver can participate in the war of the leader level. As for the war of the lord level, tisk, I dare not imagine it. But I heard that the battle between the two lords is over. The hissing of the Shadow Spider Lord in the shadow layer has penetrated into the real layer domain, using the shadow of the real layer domain as tentacles, blooming in a large area, and has appeared in many places on a large scale. It seems, this Shadow Spider Lord is looking for something. Looking for something? Looking for that Demon Lord. Not sure. This powerful existence at the Lord level, we just need to stay here honestly, and we can't provoke the guy. Indeed. The tavern has resumed its lively life. The guests are discussing it in a flurry, but they can't discuss it to make any sense. At this time, at a wine table with a fireplace in the corner, Tucker, whose figure was shrouded in a wizard robe, looked at the condensed steam cyclone opposite for a moment, then slowly retracted his gaze. Picking up the oak stone fruit wine glass in front of him, Tucker took a sip, and then said secretly, "What else can the Shadow Spider Lord look for? Naturally. I'm looking for me." Not long ago, Tucker asked the fire demon Hedilla to ride the Shadow Wolf to challenge the Shadow Spider Lord. One demon and one demon wolf, two heroes fighting Lubu, fighting and retreating. The Shadow Spider was led to a farther position. Then, Tucker used the ability of phase travel to enter the barrier layer with a sealed barrier, but it was not dense. The sealing barrier ability of the spider nest is still very powerful. If Tucker's phase travel ability was not strong enough, he really couldn't enter the strange forbidden barrier layer. After some exploration, Tucker found 3 extremely rare and fist-sized shadow spider crystals containing powerful shadow rune power. Rune materials containing rune power. Tucker currently has only 2 types. One is dragon scale. It contains a small amount of earth and fire rune power. The second is this shadow spider crystal. It contains a large amount of shadow rune power. For a single round individual, this shadow spider crystal is much more powerful than the rune power contained in a single dragon scale. But whether it is dragon scale or the shadow spider crystal that Tucker got this time, This material with rune power and lord characteristics perfectly integrated is the top rune material in the extraordinary world. If someone else took the shadow spider crystal, then the veins that could not be seen would become the clue for the shadow demon spider lord to hunt him down. Tucker cut off all the veins of the shadow spider crystal, so that the shadow demon spider lord could not find the trace of the spider crystal. This is why the shadow spider lord went crazy and furious in the shadow realm. Tucker estimated that the high-level masters of St. Rand should have warned the shadow spider. They were not allowed to cross into the real realm. Otherwise, with the unique temper of the spider lord, he would definitely come to the real realm to vent. But this is St. Rand. Even a strong church like the Dark Sun Evil God Church only dared to advance slowly, and did not dare to kill directly. Not to mention this 4th-level shadow spider lord. Tucker quietly stationed here to prevent the Spider Lord from entering the real realm to cause trouble. Now it seems that although the Spider Lord is angry, he has not lost his mind. If he really breaks into St. Rand, then, it will not only be the spider crystal that is lost. Tucker, groping for the glass wineglass, carefully felt the movements of the Shadow Spider Lord in the Shadow Realm. Tucker planned to wait until the Shadow Spider settled down before going to Baggins to forge the wizard robe. After all, the blood race and spider crystals are already in hand. For the current forging master Baggins, forging is only a matter of 1 or 2 days. Accompanied by another violent roar of the shadow demon spider lord. The shadow outline in the tavern quickly expanded, but compared with the last time, the scale was much smaller, and it did not hinder the boasting of many guests. At this time, squeak! With a sound, the half-open door of the tavern was pushed open. Wearing a shadow wizard robe, a felt hat, half of his face was covered under the brim of the hat, and the shadow steam wizard Bevis Twain with a calm and deep breath walked in. With a glance, he saw Tucker alone. After asking for a glass of wine, Bevis Twain took it and sat down in front of Tucker. He lightly tapped the table, and the shadow curtain fell from all sides, covering the two of them. Immediately, Bevis put an extraordinary storage bracelet in front of Tucker. Tucker picked it up and looked at it for a moment, and then let out a long breath. Huh? I finally got it. The 2 steam cores in the extraordinary storage bracelet were both powerful, and obviously the steam cores were just born, not the steam cores that have been stored for a long time. After absorbing the 2nd steam core, you can upgrade your level again. This wave can be upgraded to level 36. Thinking about it, Tucker also pushed the prepared extraordinary storage bracelet in front of Bevis Twain. Tisk tisk. I really envy your identity as a refiner more and more. Bevis Twain, who had finished checking the magic gold, couldn't help but sigh softly, and the envy on his face was overflowing. You can collect nearly 100,000 in rent for 1 trip. Unlike me, I went out to fight hard, risk my life, and take extremely high risks, but I only got 20,000 to 30,000 magic gold. Immediately, Bevis Twain restrained his expression. In addition, how are the 3 rewards considered? After thinking for a while, Tucker responded, still considering. Yet, Bevis Twain nodded. After you have considered it, you don't need to tell me. Just go find Bishop Martha Clark. You have Bishop Martha Clark's magic fireplace, right? Tucker nodded silently. In addition, the 2nd ecological war will start in a few days. You should be careful during this period. The Dark Sun Church seems to have used a lot of powerful forbidden seals. Although you are not weak, the horror of forbidden seals is often beyond imagination. Understood. Tucker nodded silently in response, groping for the fate revolver under the wizard robe. For the 2nd ecological war that will be extremely tragic, Tucker has already started to make preparations in all aspects. After Bevis Twain got up and left, Tucker waited for a while and got up and left. After waiting for a long time, Tucker got the 2nd steam core, and it was time for him to settle the potential of his steam sequence. This 2nd steam sequence can greatly improve the carrying capacity of Tucker's steam wizard sequence ecology. At the 3rd level, Tucker may master the forbidden spell first. Chapter 254 Steam Dual Core, Level 36. Number 112, Dwarf Street, in the underground secret room in Baggins' backyard. Clang. Clang. In Baggins' magical alchemy hut. The rhythmic forging sound, like a bell in a drum, sounded dull. Along with the forging rhythm, Tucker could even feel the resonance between the materials and the forging hammer. And the sound of forging was in harmony with the ecological intersection of the entire Dwarf Street. Perhaps Baggins himself did not know what his foraging state was like. But Tucker could see it. Baggins in the foraging state had begun to merge with the surrounding dwarf foraging ecological environment. After being promoted to the master forger, Baggins' foraging skills have indeed improved a lot. Forging the 4th level dragon scale armor and blood shadow wizard robe seems to be no problem. Feeling Baggins' foraging rhythm, Tucker, who was sitting cross-legged in his magical hut, gradually felt relieved. This time, after Tucker came over, he handed the dragon scale armor, many prepared materials, and a 4th level shadow spider crystal to Baggins for forging. The second ecological war is approaching. In the short time before this, Tucker has to check for loopholes as much as possible. The direction of the wizard robe is determined, and the materials are also available. Forge it as soon as possible to avoid more trouble. Immediately, Tucker looked at the steam core in front of him, which was about the size of 2 fists, silver gray in color, and surrounded by source energy steam. The great sequence creation created by the spirit of steam enrails the steam core. It is not only a huge driving force for humans to master the ecology of the extraordinary world and transform the extraordinary world. At the same time, it is also the key to the promotion of human steam sequence extraordinary people. Primary extraordinary people need to fuse 2 steam cores. Intermediate extraordinary people need to fuse 3 steam cores. High-level extraordinary people need to fuse 5 steam cores. A total of 10 steam cores are needed for steam sequence extraordinary people to be promoted to higher realm on the basis of the steam sequence. Tucker wants to follow the trajectory of the steam sequence. It is best to absorb the second steam core between level 33 and level 35. Use touch perception to carefully penetrate and perceive the steam core in front of you. After confirming that there was no problem with the steam core, Tucker then gently activated the steam wizard sequence. Woo woo woo. The source energy of the steam sequence around Tucker roared slightly. At the same time, Tucker's extraordinary state old days, light flame state that combined his body, soul, source energy and sequence quickly bloomed with its most essential breath. The scorching high temperature, like a small sun, burst into bloom. In the low and vast roar of steam, a large amount of steam rushed out like a flood. Although Tucker's extraordinary state did not condense for a long time. But thanks to the fact that Tucker absorbed more Lord materials for promotion, practiced the powerful, old days, steam, star meditation, classics, and the powerful rune mysteries. This made Tucker's extraordinary state already have a certain extraordinary pressure. Ordinary sequences are difficult to produce this kind of pressure that can only be produced by leaders and Lord-level creatures. But as an upgraded sequence, the steam sequence that surpasses the basic extraordinary sequence in all aspects can produce extraordinary pressure. The thick steam vortex quickly gathered around the steam core in front of Tucker. The steam was like a tentacle, pulling the second steam core into Tucker's steam wizard sequence ecosystem. The steam core quickly turned into thick steam and poured into Tucker's steam ecosystem during the process of pulling the steam gray mist. At the same time, Tucker's steam wizard sequence tree with a silver gray metallic luster. Above the location of the first steam core, the second steam core began to gradually appear. One down and one up, one large and one small. 2 steam cores were presented in Tucker's sequence tree. Tucker carefully felt the effect of the second steam core's digestion. First of all, the steam source energy conversion efficiency is faster, and the steam source energy itself is more abundant and condensed. This will make my source energy conversion efficiency higher. It is not used for short-term bursts of battle. After all, there is a lot of steam source energy stored in my steam wizard ecosystem, which is enough for normal combat. But, when fighting for a long time and needing a large amount of steam source energy, the steam source energy conversion efficiency will be more important. Although I don't need to fight now, I will definitely need it for future extraordinary voyages. From the chaos in the extraordinary ocean, it can be seen that the extraordinary people in the outside world have never been martial arts. In addition, that is my ecological carrying capacity after absorbing this second steam core. Tucker carefully controlled the power of touch perception, infiltrating every corner of the sequence ecology, to experience the ecological carrying capacity brought to him by the digestion of the second steam core. About half a day later, the second steam core was initially absorbed and digested by Tucker. On Tucker's steam wizard sequence tree, the second steam core is about 1/3 the size of the first one. As Tucker continued to nurture, practice, and carry out ecological cycles, This second steam core will also reach the same size as the first steam core. With the support of 2 steam cores, Tucker clearly felt that his steam wizard ecological framework had become much more complete. At the same time, the entire steam sequence was much wider and thicker than before. Sitting cross-legged, Tucker gently pinched his palm under the wizard robe. Woo woo woo. The strong steam source energy surged. Then, boom boom boom. The roar of the steam sequence burst out passionately, like thunder in the sky, deafening. For a while, the entire magical hut was shaking violently in the roar of Tucker's steam sequence. At this time, Tucker's breath was like a ferocious steel beast that could push a mountain, roaring hard in this small world. The small world of the entire magical hut was completely crawling in the roar of Tucker's steam sequence. At the same time, 2 steam cores, that is, dual cores, also brought unprecedented feelings to the extraordinary body. Under the steam sequence explosion of the 2 steam cores, Tucker's physical strength, extraordinary soul, extraordinary state, and even steam source energy all started to operate at high speed in all directions. Tucker carefully felt the strange feeling brought by the dual core explosion. Although the steam dual core is no different from the single core in normal state. But when it enters the steam sequence explosion, the upper limit is reflected. For the blessing of soul, body, perception ability, extraordinary state strength, and source energy excitation state activity. The upper limit of the dual core is obviously much higher than that of the single core. But Tucker frowned slightly, thinking carefully about the steam sequence enemies he had encountered before. Those dual core and even triple core steam sequence extraordinary people I met before, even if they entered the steam explosion state, it seems, that's it. Is it that they open the steam sequence in the wrong way? Or, their extraordinary ecology is not strong enough to support them to exert the upper limit of the steam sequence multicore? While thinking, Tucker carefully felt the feeling of the all-round explosion of his dual-core steam sequence. Well, when the dual cores explode, the pressure on the extraordinary ecology is indeed quite large. It's quite stressful for me, and for others, it's enough to crush the sequence. For other extraordinary people, the materials used when they were promoted were not solid enough, or there was no relatively strong extraordinary sequence ecology. It's really difficult to promote the ultimate explosion of the steam sequence. In general, the upper limit of the steam sequence will continue to increase with the increase of cores. But, whether the power of the steam core sequence can be brought into play depends on talent and foundation. The comprehensive strength of the extraordinary sequence ecology of the extraordinary person himself, the depth of the rune mysteries, the height of the extraordinary talent, and the delicate control of the source energy. These aspects will affect the explosion of the steam sequence core. After carefully experiencing the feeling of the dual core explosion, Tucker slowly converged the power of the steam dual core. A large amount of steam source energy was also swallowed and absorbed by Tucker, and reintegrated into the steam wizard sequence ecology. Tucker once again returned to the calm and natural, ordinary third-level wizard state in the past. With the steam dual core in hand, Tucker gradually found a way to open the multicore of the steam sequence. In other words, it was a development route that suited his own steam core. In the past, there was 1 core, now there are 2 cores, and in the future, there will be 9 cores. When the time comes, if 1 core is in trouble, 8 cores will be watching, cough cough, 9 cores will work together. The more you practice, the upper limit of the steam sequence will be much higher than that of the ordinary sequence. Is this the powerful sequence that prized the era? Tucker sighed in his heart. As the power of the steam sequence gradually gathered, Tucker opened his attribute level page. The second steam core has been absorbed, and the sequence has become much more stable. It's time to upgrade. Open the attribute page. Tucker felt it for a moment, and then began a new round of point-adding upgrades. Level 34. Level 35. Level 36. After adding to level 36 and feeling it carefully, Tucker finished the upgrade. It is necessary to meditate and precipitate the ecological cycle in order to upgrade better. This wave of upgrades has reached level 36, so the next wave of upgrades can directly reach level 39. The 4th level promotion materials are far away. Should we use up the important help given by the 3 major forces to obtain 3 4th level Lord materials? After thinking carefully, Tucker shook his head. It is better to use the full assistance of the top forbidden spell level of the 3 major forces to obtain resources that are not available from the outside world. The Lord materials for the 4th level promotion can still be found if you look carefully. And, as a top refiner, I still have a lot of opportunities for other people to trade such resources. Superb Sequence, Steam, Wizard, level 36. Origin Dark Sea, level 36. Superb Divine Power, Phase Walking, 665 Fragments, level 39. Eternal, Heart of Flame, 1160 Fragments, level 39. Superb Talent, Accuracy, Correction, SSS level, 1500%. Steam, World, Origin Spiritual State, SSS exclusive level, 2020%. Supernormal Witchcraft Ability, Steam, Light Feather Blade, 3 stars, Form Ability, level 39. Sheep Transfiguration, 2 stars, Ability, level 39. Touch Perception, 2 stars, Ability, level 39. Rune, Soul Curtain, 4 stars, level 39. Rune, Hand of Spiritual Movement, 3 stars, level 39. Rune, Hurricane Hold, 3 stars, level 39. Spear of Shaping Light, 2 stars, level 39. Holy Light Healing, 2 stars, level 39. Arcane Shooting, level 39. Abyss, Bloodthirsty Demon Vine, level 39. Dragon Source Scale Shield, level 39. Nightmare Oil Bomb, level 39. Micro, Hurricane, level 39. Feeling his current level of 36, Tucker rubbed his eyebrows after gradually examining the many witchcrafts in his hands. According to the supernormal steam knowledge that Tucker learned in the tower, the second steam core will increase the ecological carrying capacity more. Tucker also had high expectations for this. But after Tucker absorbed and digested the second steam core, he found that the effect was not as good as he had imagined. Perhaps, the more described by other extraordinary people was less for Tucker's current size. Generally speaking, only 4th level extraordinary people are qualified to master rune level witchcraft. And I have already mastered 3 3-star witchcraft and 1 4-star witchcraft. The power of forbidden spells is prepared for the strong above the 7th level, and at least the 6th level extraordinary people can master and learn it. I am only at the 3rd level, and I have already carried so many witchcrafts. Forcing a 5-star forbidden spell in is really a bit too much? Don't worry, the 5-star forbidden spells can't escape anyway. Get it first, and it won't be too late to learn and strengthen it after you are promoted to the 4th level. On the contrary, now learn a 3-star or 4-star witchcraft like Flame Dragon Breath. It can also better play the mystery of my Light Flame rune. The actual combat effect will also be better. Tucker, who was sitting cross-legged in the corner of the living room of the magical hut, looked at the absorption improvement this time from all angles. The steam dual core has greatly increased Tucker's upper limit. At the same time, the absorption of the second steam core also paved the way for Tucker's next upgrade. Secondly, a part of the ecological carrying capacity has been opened up. Although it cannot carry the witchcraft of forbidden spell level, it is more than enough to carry the witchcraft of rune level, and it can even bear more than 1 or 2. However, Tucker will not fill up all the spare ecological carrying capacity at once. He needs to leave some for the forbidden spell witchcraft to learn after he is promoted to the 4th level in the future. Moreover, for his own forbidden spell witchcraft, Tucker has verified a lot of information about the forbidden spell power from his memory veins in the past few days, and after thinking about it, he has a certain outline. Since it is a forbidden spell, he must learn a destructive forbidden spell with strong destructive power. The kind that could make the enemy see their grandmother. Huh? Tucker breathed a sigh of relief after completing the steam core absorption and point upgrade. Before the second ecological war comes, a small upgrade wave, this feels pretty good. Immediately, Tucker got up and walked towards the blood pool room on the side of the living room of the magic house. As Tucker opened the door, a thick and sticky bloody smell came to his face. In the blood pool room, there is a blood pool with a diameter of about 2 meters in the center, surrounded by blood channels of the blood pool, which extend to the wall and even on the wall. In the center of the blood pool, a blood crystal tree as thick as an arm and more than 5 meters high has branches and leaves, covering the entire room. And on the blood crystal tree, a large number of sheep have climbed up the tree. Yes. At this time, a large number of vampires who were turned into sheep by Tucker crowded on the blood crystal tree in large numbers. This made this blood crystal tree bear the weight that it should not bear at its age. As for the sheep that were not crowded on the tree, they naturally became food for the blood pool. The blood pool can be used as a cemetery for handling the corpses of enemies. At the same time, It is also one of the sources of blood crystals. In addition, the blood pool ecology is integrated into the magic hut and becomes a part of the magic hut ecology. It can also promote the growth of the magic hut and become a precipitation and feeding area for the extraordinary characteristics of the ecological zone. Tucker's magic hut. Tucker takes world-class ecology as the goal and cultivates it. The bodies of these enemies will be the nutrients for the growth of Tucker's magical world hut. Now the growth rate of the magic hut is very fast. The blood pool plays a considerable role. It can be said that the current blood pool is already a small core of the magic hut. In the future, when the internal space of Tucker's magic deep hut is as huge and majestic as a mountain peak, Tucker plans to open up a small grassland at the foot of the mountain. After turning the enemies into sheep, they will be raised at the foot of the mountain and let them communicate in the 8th level sheep language. Sheep transformation, as the core witchcraft on the Steam sequence tree. As Tucker continues to improve, it is possible to slowly become rune witchcraft or even forbidden spell witchcraft in the future. In the Dark Age, these blood clans, but they really treat people as livestock and raise them in captivity. Now, Tucker turns these blood clans into sheep and raises them in captivity, which can be regarded as a courtesy. While thinking, Tucker's rune hand grabbed 3 4th level blood clan sheep. This immediately made the sheep, who had been panicking for a long time, cry "Baa! Whoever screams again will be caught." Tucker said indifferently as he swept his eyes over the flock of sheep on the blood crystal tree. Instantly, all the sheep on the tree fell silent. As Tucker's sheep transfiguration technique was upgraded to 2-star, Tucker could also transform those vampires with higher ranks and titles than him into sheep. These 3 4th level Viscount vampire sheep, plus the 3 4th level Viscount vampire wives, sheep. 6 vampire sheep are enough to forge a powerful 4th level blood shadow wizard robe. If it's not enough, just come and catch more. Anyway, there are still a lot. Tucker murmured to himself. And Tucker's words alone, in the ears of the vampire sheep, were completely the whispers of a terrifying demon, a voice that made their hearts panic. Chapter 255, God's Curse, Crown Sniper Kill. In the Fire Rock area, the spirit world. In the corner of the 7th floor of the fortress tower that Tucker built for Baggins. Tucker was sitting here and carefully feeling the latest masterpiece of the new forging master Baggins, the Blood Shadow Wizard Robe. Blood Shadow Wizard Robe is the 4th level. The level is about level 48, and the shadow rune is in a ring state. In fact, if there is an exclusive nether rune of nether blood sea integrated into it to form a 1+2 ring form, the effect will be better. But Tucker does not have a relatively rare special rune such as nether rune. If there are not enough runes, the blood clan will make up. Tucker can only tearfully increase the intensity of sacrificing blood clans. In conjunction with Baggins forging, Tucker started the blood sacrifice forging ceremony. All 6 powerful blood clans were poured into the Blood Shadow Wizard Robe. This also makes the 4th level of the Blood Shadow Wizard Robe reach the level of level 48. With a 4th level Shadow Spider Crystal and 3 Shadow Runes, a ring of Shadow Runes is constructed. The Rune Ring State, Blood Shadow Wizard Robe, was officially constructed. At this time, the Blood Shadow Wizard Robe has a very strong shadow characteristic. I don't know if it is because too many vampires were sacrificed, which led to the spirituality of the Blood Shadow Wizard Robe that absorbed the blood of the 6 Viscounts. At this time, the Blood Shadow Wizard Robe just floated in front of Tucker and swayed gently with a wonderful rhythm. Just highlight one word: elegance. When Baggins forged it, when he saw this Blood Shadow Wizard Robe floating and standing up by itself, his small eyes instantly widened. Obviously, he didn't expect that the equipment he forged was actually alive. The 4th level, highly spiritual Blood Shadow Wizard Robe is black on the outside and red on the inside, with a blood collar turned outward, and a blood black hood that is quite unique. Fortunately, there are different types of wizard robes. This kind of wizard robe, similar to the vampire robe, can be said to be normal in the field of wizard robes. During this period, there are many foreign wizards who came to Saint Land. There are all kinds of wizard robes. For example, feather wizard robe, all over the body is feather, like a walking bird man. Eyeball wizard robe, it is full of dense eyeballs, and the eyeballs can turn and look at passers-by. Once, when Tucker examined the weird eyeball wizard robe, he was glared at by the 2 eyeballs on the wizard robe. Tucker was silent on the spot. It's not worth rushing up to fight for the other person's clothes. There is also a dog-headed wizard robe, with a big dog head on the head. It is said that this kind of exclusive dog-headed wizard robe can enhance the efficiency of wizards summoning dog-headed people and improve the compatibility with dog-headed people, and there is a probability of summoning elite dog-headed people. This kind of specialized means is not very useful for Tucker. But for these specialized wizards, being able to summon powerful elite dog-headed people is a great help to them. Compared with those strange wizard robes, Blood Shadow Wizard robe is undoubtedly normal. In the supernatural world, there is also a saying that the weirder the wizard robe, the faster he will die. Tucker will still avoid those wizard robes that are too eye-catching. With a thud, the Blood Shadow Wizard robe flew over by itself, and with the robe flapping like a wave, it was perfectly worn on Tucker's body. There is no doubt that this is a mature wizard robe, and it will wear itself. Not bad. Feeling the spirituality of submission to Tucker from the Blood Shadow Wizard robe, Tucker smiled and nodded. With a gradual improvement of the level, many equipment will have spirituality. The supernatural world you come into contact with will become more and more bizarre. Tucker is looking forward to the higher level supernatural world more and more. The 4th level red flame dragon scale armor that has been forged and upgraded has been perfectly absorbed by Tucker's body. The middle layer is the normal supernatural chainmail. As a wizard, wearing chainmail is very reasonable. The outermost layer is the Blood Shadow Wizard robe in the Shadow Ring state. As the Blood Shadow Wizard robe puts itself on Tucker, Tucker already felt his body was much lighter and more agile. Go try it. Tucker took a step and went directly through the shadow of the window. A moment later, in the vast wasteland of the Furnace Tower, Tucker, wearing the Blood Shadow Wizard robe, turned into a blood-black light ball, and shuttled and moved rapidly. This is more convenient and faster than simply using my extraordinary power and physical strength. Moreover, between actions, it can make me better fit the trajectory veins. The attacking movements will also become more smooth and silky. Well, I will learn a wind-based footwork secret book when I have time in the future, which can fit my Blood Shadow Wizard robe and my phase movement, so that my flexibility and speed can be more perfectly exerted. After all, my wind rune secret is not weak. In terms of speed and flexibility, just pull it to the maximum. Just as Tucker was immersed in the adaptation and familiarity of the Blood Shadow Wizard robe, hoo-la-la, there was a strange sound of dense flames surging. Tucker immediately looked at the fire path in the sky. Under the golden meditation star, the flow of the originally calm fire paths became rapid and turbulent. At the same time, the fire spirits in the fire paths were also gathering towards the wide and large fire paths. They seemed to be fleeing. The firelight reflected on Tucker's face, constantly jumping, making Tucker's face a little uncertain. What's going on? Obviously, the fire path in the sky was jumping strangely. Obviously, those fire spirits fled in fear. However, Tucker felt that the world around him was very calm. Even when Tucker wanted to perceive more information about the world around him, he found that everything around him was very quiet. As if the world no longer gave Tucker feedback in many aspects such as perception, vision, fit, and touch. Tucker took a deep breath and his eyes condensed slightly, and his fingers quickly rubbed in the Blood Shadow Wizard robe. This incredible and strange feeling made Tucker realize that something was wrong. I am very abnormal now. Tucker examined himself. Am I under some terrible influence? Or is St. Lander going to happen? A trace of strange restlessness emerged in Tucker's heart. Breathe. Tucker took a deep breath and quickly calmed his mind. At least my self-awareness is still very clear at the moment. My cognition of the surroundings, well, it's hard to say whether it has been distorted. Just as Tucker was thinking about what happened to him, a strange fluctuation of a magic letter emerged in the magic ring hut. Tucker stretched out his hand to draw the entrance of the magic hut, the size of a disc. After a while, a magic letter was taken out by the rune hand. It was a letter from Bevis Twain. The handwriting was very sloppy, and it could be seen that things were very urgent and hurried. And from the strange slowness, paralysis and ignorance that Tucker perceived from the outside world, Tucker vaguely guessed some possibilities. As Tucker examined Bevis Twain's handwritten magic letter, Tucker's face suddenly became a little exciting. The suspected crown bishop of the Dark Sun Church sneaked in. The soul curtain was devastated. The curse from the god Dark Sun. And the serious pollution of the Book of the Old Stars. The dense content of the magic letter, like an erupting volcano, rumbled into the depths of Tucker's mind, violently impacting Tucker's soul. God's curse, the crown sniper's sneak attack. The soul curtain was annihilated, and the book of the old stars was polluted and destroyed. Tucker took a deep breath, raised his head and looked through the interwoven grid of the furnace core fire path, looking at the meditation stars above the sky fire path. Although there is still golden light, it is not so obvious now, and the luster is much dimmer. Even when Tucker examined the veins in the distance, it became more and more hazy. Tucker's eyes twitched. He turned on the system silently. Glancing at the attribute page, which showed that his sequence, level, talent, and magical power were all intact, Tucker breathed a sigh of relief. Some kind of external means of obscuring perception, ignorant souls, and paralyzing spirituality. Tucker carefully felt the soul screen that he had placed on the 4-ring tower of Xinghe Blue. He couldn't feel it, and couldn't feel it at all. The outside world didn't give Tucker any feedback at all. Even the power extending from himself was the same. Tucker was like a person trapped in a box at this moment. But according to the letter sent by Bevis Twain, he stayed in the tower and Tucker used his life veins to disguise his soul screen, and he was probably killed. Fumbling for the letter that Bevis Twain wrote to him, Tucker rubbed his hands and quickly burned the magic letter to ashes. The Dark Sun Church, if they don't take action, it's fine. But once they do, it's a thunderbolt of destruction. How much hatred and resentment, curse from the gods, top-rank sniper. This is too much of a compliment to me. Tucker's eyes twitched. And, the letter also mentioned that the Dark Sun Church would take the initiative to launch an ecological war. Can the Dark Sun Church really not hold back? Tucker raised his head and looked at the increasingly rapid surging furnace core fire again. He couldn't help but rub his brows. I clearly saw the vision. But I just can't feel the surge of ecological power and the fluctuations of deep confrontation. Now my perception of the outside world is as poor as that of an ordinary supernatural being. Since the ecological war has been prepared and is in the process of being launched, I still need to go to the tower to understand the specific situation and my own problems. Although my perception of the outside world is obscured. But, my own steam wizard ecology is strong enough and my talent is high enough. The internal ecology of myself has not been affected too much. The overall strength has declined slightly, but it is not without the power of resistance. Let's go. With this thought in mind, Tucker entered the shadow state, driving the blood shadow wizard robe, and quickly rushed to the tower area. Chapter 256 The Gaze of the Three-Eyed God. You're not dead. When Tucker appeared on the 70th floor of the Xinghe Blue 4-ring tower, Shadow Steam Wizard, Bevis Twain, looked at Tucker and said with a little loss of voice. Bevis Twain, who was in the shadow state, had a pair of shadow eyes, accompanied by shadow ripples, constantly jumping and opening, as if trying to distinguish whether Tucker was real. After all, just now Archbishop Reagan Joe speculated that the blasphemer Tucker might be seriously injured and lost, or even dead. He was feeling a little sad, and it was a pity that such a good person was gone. As a result, in a blink of an eye, Tucker actually appeared here. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether the Tucker in front of him was alive or dead. Or, it was some special spirit shadow state that came to deliver his last words. Tucker looked around and said in a neutral tone. From your tone, it seems that I should die, right? Tucker opened his mouth. This unique tone of indifference with a little cold humor and sarcasm made Bevis Twain instantly recognize that this guy was Tucker. Normal people don't need to use this tone. Blasphemer Tucker, not only did he not get lost, but he also ran back alive and well. Seeing Bevis Twain's reaction, at this time, several other 4th level and 5th level extraordinary people around, and the extraordinary people with strong auras looked at Tucker with confusion. Although they didn't know the extraordinary person in the semi-shadow state in front of them, they could roughly guess it. They are all top steam sequence masters in the Saint Land Tower and are the pillars of Saint Land in the future. Today, a major accident occurred on the top floor of the Xinghe Blue 4-ring tower, and they all came to support it. And the person in front of him is very likely to be the master on the Xinghe Blue 4-ring tower. Isn't it said that this master is likely to be dead? After all, it was a level 80 crown strongman who took action. The crown represents the potential to be promoted to a master of extraordinary. Tucker hadn't had time to communicate with Bevis Twain and learn more about the situation. Tucker only felt the world in front of him sway slightly. The light around him dimmed instantly, the light was withdrawn, and the sound was excluded. The figure of Bevis Twain, who was not far from Tucker, was also blocked. The huge space became crowded in an instant. Then, in Tucker's sensory world, 7 or 8 extremely powerful auras, like towering mountains, stood quietly around Tucker. Even if Tucker wanted to be raised, he could hardly move. Tucker didn't struggle. After all, Tucker came back this time to seek help. Not only was I affected, but I was affected very seriously. There were so many strong people upstairs, but I didn't feel it at all. Is this the power of the curse from the gods? Feeling the top strong people of various extraordinary sequences appearing around him, Tucker's eyes twitched. Archbishop Reagan Joe, wearing a white and thick red archbishop's sacred robe woven from silk, silently examined Tucker. After a moment, Reagan Joe slowly spoke, his voice full of divine forgiveness and majesty. Everyone, today's events are really unexpected. I didn't expect that the crown bishop of the Dark Sun Church would use the power of the Dark Sun God. At present, the Dark Sun Church is mobilizing the Dark Sun ecological power deep in Saint Land to fight back desperately. The ecological war has broken out in full force. This ecological war is crucial. You should first preside over the steam ecological tower in Saint Land to deal with the ecological attack of the Dark Sun Church on Saint Land. I can handle the things here. As Reagan Joe, the Archbishop's voice fell. The towering mountains that suppressed and protected Tucker were evacuated one by one. Tucker's self-conscious soul was relieved and released to a certain extent. When Tucker came to his senses, he found that only Archbishop Reagan Joe and Bishop Martha were left around him. Even Bevis Twain, the future bishop, was sent to a corner to guard here. "Follow me," Archbishop Reagan Joe said slowly as he turned around and walked upstairs. Tucker gathered his mind and followed 72nd floor of Xinghai Blue Tower. Through the window, the scene outside was clearly imprinted in Tucker's eyes. The sea of steam and clouds was violently rolling like a huge wave. The roaring sound of steam was even higher than the other. Tucker, who should have been able to feel the ecological power of the whole world, was not moved at all. "It's really numb. My extraordinary perception is completely numb." Tucker slowly retracted his gaze while thinking. Bishop Martha Clark stood quietly by the wall not far away. Archbishop Reagan Joe and Tucker sat on the ground quietly. Archbishop Reagan Joe, with long gray hair, majestic demeanor, and wrinkled face, looked at Tucker and asked slowly, "How did you survive?" "Me?" Tucker raised his eyebrows slightly and then told the truth. "Actually, I didn't feel any attack from the enemy. I was just at the Dwarf Street." Tucker explained about forging equipment there. After listening to Tucker's explanation, Archbishop Reagan Joe thought for a moment before speaking. "In other words, you didn't suffer a direct attack from the enemy. It's just that under the shining of the dark sun in the spiritual world, you adapted to the extraordinary equipment to a certain extent, and then unknowingly, your perception of the outside world seemed to disappear directly. Then I received a letter from Bevis Twain." "Yes." Tucker nodded. "That's right." Archbishop Reagan took a deep breath and said with some certainty, "I think the curse you endured should be on 2 levels. One is that you endured the curse of the illumination of the God of Dark Sun, which is a very ancient forbidden curse. There is no doubt that the Archbishop of the Dark Sun Crown borrowed the power of the gods to curse you personally. When I felt that the Archbishop of the Dark Sun Crown invaded this 76-story tower, he has been here for some time. He has enough time to curse you through your soul shadow. The illumination of the God of Dark Sun will allow the faith power of the God of Dark Sun to directly infuse into the depths of your soul, distort your faith, and make you a loyal believer of the God of Dark Sun. Well, but the Archbishop of the Dark Sun obviously knows you well and knows that this method of distorting faith will not work on you. This method of planting faith deep in your soul may cause him trouble. I think he should transform the illumination of the Dark Sun God into a distorted barrier. Since your faith cannot be distorted, then distort your perception of the world. And this is the reason why you feel that you cannot have a perceptual intersection with the outside world. When the resonance, response, and feedback of the outside world are all distorted, you can't touch this world at the level of extraordinary power, and thus behave like an ordinary person. Archbishop Reagan Joe's explanation perfectly fits Tucker's state at this time. Some kind of barrier that distorts my perception of the outside world. Tucker raised his palm and stared carefully. Within a range of about 5 or 6 meters around Tucker, Tucker could still feel the clear trajectory and veins of the world. Once he left this area, the outside world would not give Tucker any feedback. So, is that the case? Gradually understanding the situation he encountered, Tucker gradually felt relieved. After looking Tucker up and down, Archbishop Reagan Joe continued. The second is The second level of curse you are facing. You may not feel it, but we can feel it very clearly. You have a very strong power of a forbidden seal, and it is a death level forbidden seal. Death level forbidden seal? Tucker's palms under the blood shadow witch robe rubbed slightly, and he turned his head to look at Bishop Martha Clark not far away. The feedback he got was that Martha Clark nodded silently. I don't quite understand the power of this forbidden seal, and what the forbidden characteristics and rules are. But the current situation is obviously that the Dark Sun Church is using some powerful forbidden seal to set a killing trap for you. This time, the Dark Sun Church has made sufficient preparations, and it is obviously determined to kill you. The first step is that a powerful person at the level of the Crown Archbishop personally sniped you. I guess that before they took action, they also conducted a large number of large-scale divination rituals, prophecies and other means to determine that you are in this tower. There is no doubt that the first wave of their attack failed. Your soul curtain blocks certain disasters for you, but at the same time, it also became the medium for them to curse you. Archbishop Reagan Joe's explanation touched Tucker's heart slightly. Fortunately, Tucker used the characteristics of the 4-star soul curtain to disguise and construct his own soul veins and life veins. Otherwise, it would not be the soul curtain that was hit this time, but his own body. However, if Tucker's body was here, Tucker estimated that he could at least struggle for a while, but it was hard to say how long he could struggle. After all, this was a long-planned counterattack by the Dark Sun Church. The soul curtain blocked this wave of disasters and had made a great contribution. Then, you are now suffering from the curse from the Dark Sun God. Archbishop Reagan Joe continued to explain. Your perception of the outside world is distorted and blocked. Fortunately, your talent is high enough, and your ecology is strong enough to support a certain area, so that you will not lose even the most basic direction identification, ability use, and self-cognition. In addition, you have the world characteristics, right? Tucker nodded without denying. Yes, I absorbed some of Saint Rand's world origin characteristics. But this is all Saint Rand's own hand. It actively poured the world origin characteristics into me. I can't refuse, so I can only absorb it reluctantly. Tucker's words made Archbishop Reagan Joe and Bishop Martha Clark not far away pause slightly. Can the origin of the world be reversed? Archbishop Reagan Joe's eyes narrowed slightly, and a strange light flickered in the depths of his pupils. Even though he had traveled to many extraordinary worlds and was knowledgeable, he had never heard that the origin of the world could be reversed. As expected, one learns as long as one lives. But after combining the many incredible operations of Tucker in front of him, his heart was slowly relieved, and he said softly, "There are many origins of the world in Saint Land. Since you can absorb them, you can absorb more. This will be of great benefit to you." This time, you were able to open the cursed distortion barrier of the Dark Sun God, which has a lot to do with your world. Without these world characteristics, if you open a small world, you might really lose yourself. Then, Archbishop Reagan Joe continued. That's the third level of means. After blocking your perception, they use a powerful death level seal to anchor you and pull you into the curse of the taboo rules. If your perception is completely blocked and suppressed, you can't even find your way back. Your final fate is to sink to death in this death level taboo rule curse. You must know that even I can't resist the death power of the taboo rules. Although the curse of the gods is more difficult, the most difficult thing at present is not the curse of the gods, but the taboo curse of this death taboo seal. Find out the rule characteristics of the death taboo curse in front of you. This is the most critical thing at present. Otherwise, when they launch the curse power, you have no way to deal with it, which will make you very passive. It may even directly lead to your death. You have a taboo steam revolver. You should be clear about the severity of the taboo rule characteristics. As Archbishop Reagan Joe explained, he finally knew what happened to him. The personal sniping of the crown power above level 80. The terrifying curse from the god of Dark Sun. The death level forbidden seal anchored Tucker's death. The Dark Sun evil god church, they really think highly of me. If they don't attack, it's fine, but once they do, it's so strong. Tucker took a deep breath and rubbed his eyebrows, trying to soothe his heartstrings as much as possible. When Tucker participated in the war against the Dark Sun evil god church, Tucker was already mentally prepared for this. He blasphemed the Dark Sun faith, sniped the bishop, and even invaded the Dark Sun Holy Land faith ecology. The impact on the Dark Sun Church was not small. And this time, The Dark Sun Church also attacked completely to death, not giving Tucker a chance to breathe. What should we do now? Tucker looked at Archbishop Reagan Joe. Wait? Archbishop Reagan Joe said slowly. Wait for what? Tucker was stunned. Wait to die. I think it can be rescued again. Archbishop Reagan Joe smiled. If your perception and the feedback from the outside world are not distorted, you should be able to feel that when we came in, Bishop Martha Clark had been praying to the great gods over there, praying for the will of the gods and the advent of miracles. You, as a favored person of the three-eyed God Church, God will gaze upon you. The two were close to each other, and Tucker could feel the vast divine power in Archbishop Reagan Joe's words. Archbishop Reagan Joe's words made Tucker feel relieved. After all, he was a favored person of the three-eyed God Church. The three-eyed God Church would naturally not sit idly by. Although Tucker did not believe in the three-eyed God, Tucker believed very much in the strength of the great three-eyed God. In the extraordinary world, over the long years, he constantly fought, killed, practiced, ascended to the title of Master, created an immortal legend, and finally ignited the divine fire and became an eternal God. Such a strong man must have come step by step through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. How could such a great existence not be strong? The Dark Sun Church has the Dark Sun God. The Church of the Three-Eyed God also has a powerful Three-Eyed God. Just as Tucker was thinking about it, there was no sign. Boom. A gaze that spanned time and space, mixed with great power, descended on St. Rand like a torrent. When this unparalleled vast gaze penetrated the clouds of St. Rand and poured into the star-ocean blue four-ring tower, a huge wave visible to the naked eye rippled in all directions. The entire cloud layer above St. Rand was shattered. All the steam source energy in the St. Rand Tower area quickly turned into a vast nebula, rotating around the tower where the gods descended. Even the ecological war that had just begun was temporarily stopped. The great gods just descended and gazed, which had already affected the ecological environment of St. Rand. At the same time, along with the gaze of the power of the gods in the star-ocean blue four-ring tower, Tucker clearly felt that the distorted barrier against Henry himself was rapidly dissolving, melting, and fading. From the soul, the body, and the extraordinary state, the innate ability to perceive the world's veins and trajectories blooms. The wonderful feeling of perfect interaction with the surrounding world. Listening to the fluctuations of the roaring waves of St. Lander's steam. The ecological distance surges from the depths of the world and the sound of war horns. The world's feedback to Tucker, in an instant, all came back. The whole world cheered in Tucker's perception. At the same time, a sense of death crisis that made Tucker stop at the edge of the abyss arose spontaneously. Tucker turned his head and looked in the dimension filled with a strong sense of death. Taboo seal. This power is a grotesque power of an unreasonable new system rule. They have their own characteristic dimension, and follow the dimension of taboo characteristics. Tick, tick, tick. The ticking sound like the beating of time clearly bloomed in Tucker's perception. Is this the effect of the death level taboo seal? Tucker vaguely sniffed out a certain effect of this powerful death level seal. Deep in the curtain of taboo power, Tucker felt the peeping eyes secretly. Raising his palm, Tucker reached forward. Just a little bit away from touching the curtain of forbidden power. Tucker's palm stopped. Then, Tucker showed a bloody, cruel, and slightly hideous smile. I can already feel you want to use the rules of this death level seal to drag me to death. Very creative idea. So, later, you will experience what real cruelty is. Immediately, Tucker slowly withdrew his gaze from the forbidden dimension. At the same time, a vast curtain of stars descended around Tucker. Deep in the curtain of stars, the stars gathered to form a vertical, God's eye. When the great three-eyed God stares, the vision of the God's eye will descend. This is the extraordinary world, the great God. Even Tucker bowed and saluted, both to the great gods and to the Supreme Strong. See the truth and see through the illusion. Supreme Three-Eyed Lord. Your divine eyes are like a beacon. Guide your most devout believers to the other side of the kingdom of God. Your humble believer has seen the great three-eyed God. Tucker quickly searched for the prayer words about the great three-eyed God from his memory, and then chanted in a low voice. As the God favored one of the three-eyed God, it would be too much if he forgot the prayer words of the three-eyed God. What if the gods blamed him? If he didn't remove the curse on his body, Tucker would lose a lot. Great three-eyed Master, your most devout believer, the one who accepts the favor of God, has borne the curse from the God of Dark Sun. Pray for your gaze to purify the pollution of Dark Sun. The power of the death taboo seal is also stirring in the dark. Pray for your guidance to guide the one who is favored by God to cross the river of death and reach the other side. As Archbishop Reagan Joe explained, God is staring. Tucker waited for a long time, but there was no movement. God was still staring. Just when Tucker was confused, Tucker felt the so-called burning of the gaze on his body. The rich white light bloomed around him, and the light became hotter and hotter. Even Tucker, who possessed a heart of fire, felt like he was about to be melted. One look and I'll be melted. This is real. Feeling the gaze of the gods, Tucker was terrified. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257. When Tucker felt that his soul and consciousness were about to be melted, the fiery gaze power also dissipated. Tucker immediately sat cross-legged and entered the meditation state of the old days, steam, star meditation. The power of the divine gaze melted the boundaries between Tucker's body, soul, and extraordinary state. This allowed Tucker to enter a deeper level of extraordinary state construction. He absorbed more of the old days characteristics of the old days stars, as well as the world origin characteristics and steam wizard sequence characteristics to construct his own extraordinary state, instead of using the body and soul to construct the extraordinary state. When the power of the extraordinary state occupies the main life framework, Tucker's survivability will undoubtedly increase significantly, even if the soul is severely injured and the flesh and blood are beaten away. As long as the extraordinary state is not annihilated, then Tucker can still maintain a certain combat effectiveness and vitality. This is also one of the ways for the extraordinary to use the extraordinary state to fight against curses and forbidden powers. Tucker sat cross-legged quietly in meditation, and time passed quickly. Unconsciously, half a day passed by quickly. Tucker, who was sitting cross-legged and practicing, was completely immersed in the state of star meditation. Even in the state of meditation, the steam around Tucker still had a certain cycle and intersection with the world around Tucker, allowing Tucker to always understand the information of the outside world. It was completely different from the previous numb soul state where the outside world gave no feedback. In perception, the upper floor position. The flame of the old day steam star book ignited by the crown bishop of the Dark Sun Church with the Dark Sun God's fire has been extinguished by the gaze of the three-eyed God. The slightly damaged pages did not delay the old steam source energy, which was continuously spewed out from it. These spewed steam source energy, part of it was incorporated into the cycle ecology of the destroyed meditation star to repair the sequence ecology book. Part of it was absorbed by Tucker to supplement Tucker's own extraordinary state, old day light flame state. Obviously, the Archbishop of the Dark Sun wanted to destroy the Book of the Old Days, Steam and Stars. But the Book of the Old Days, the Stars, was a gift from the Old Days angels. The Archbishop of the Dark Sun, with his own power, could not destroy such a magical and extraordinary treasure. The flames containing the power of the God of the Dark Sun only burned a small part of the Book of the Old Days, Steam and Stars, and were extinguished by the gaze of the descending great three-eyed God. The Archbishop of the Dark Sun had a significant impact on the destruction of the Old Days Steam Sequence ecological tree. The virtual and real star meditation sequence tree was distorted and destroyed on a large scale. But Tucker has taken the initiative to build the ecological cycle fire here. In addition to the supplement of the Old Days Steam from the Old Days Star book, the ecology is now slowly recovering. Feeling that the extraordinary state is almost built, Tucker cut off the absorption of the Old Days Steam. The three basic characteristics of the Old Days world, and my own Steam wizard sequence ecology have built my light flame extraordinary state. At present, about 1/10 of my life frame is supported by the sequence power. And before, it was only about 3%. This is several times higher than before, and the survivability has increased a lot. The gaze of the gods is amazing. It's equivalent to several months of meditation practice for me. If possible, gaze for a little longer, let me melt for a while, I feel the effect will be better. Unfortunately, the gaze of the gods is not something you can get just by wanting it. Tucker opened his eyes with a light breath. At the same time, Bishop Ma Clark, who was supporting the prayer ceremony not far away, also slowly ended the prayer ceremony. The last remaining light of the god's prayer ceremony slowly dissipated from Tucker. At the same time, that weird feeling of distortion and interference came again. This scene made Tucker frown slightly. Did the gods give me purification to remove the interference of the curse of the dark sun god on me? Why is there still interference? Although the intensity of the interference is not as high as before, the power of interference is constantly increasing. Feeling the feeling of integration, intersection, and feedback with the world slowly withdrawing, when the numb feeling quietly swept back again, Tucker's face changed. Could it be that my faith is not pious enough? The great three-eyed god washed me, but it was not thorough enough. Just when Tucker was surprised. There are several good news and several bad news. Which side do you want to hear first? At this time, Archbishop Reagan Joe, who was sitting cross-legged opposite Tucker, slowly spoke. Tucker's eyes twitched and then he slowly said, "Come," in an interlaced manner. After thinking for a moment, Archbishop Reagan Joe slowly explained. The good news is that the three-eyed god has purified the light of the god of dark sun from you and freed you from the curse of the god of dark sun. Otherwise, the power of dark sun will continue to erode your resistance, and eventually make you completely lost, or even completely lose your self-awareness, and become a walking corpse of dark sun. The bad news is that you have been gazed upon by the god of dark sun, or in other words, the god of dark sun has marked you. The dark sun ecosystem will regard you as a powerful enemy, and the dark sun ecosystem will continuously respond to the curse of the god of dark sun on you, and then suppress your spiritual perception and distort the world's feedback to you. Just like what you feel now, the power of the dark sun ecosystem is responding to the curse of the god of dark sun, interfering with and distorting you. In the long run, the outcome will be the same as before, constantly penetrating deeper, until you once again become a walking corpse of dark sun. The solution is actually very simple. If you move more than 100 kilometers south and leave the area illuminated by the dark sun, the power of the curse will gradually disappear. Or, when your world characteristics are strong enough and the steam wizard sequence ecosystem can counter the suppression of the surrounding dark sun ecosystem, you will naturally not be afraid of this ecological war of dark sun against you. Listening to the explanation of Assistant Reagan Joe, Tucker couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows, and at the same time he breathed a sigh of relief. The most core part of the god's curse has been solved, which is already very good. After all, that is not a force I can contend with. The remaining hatred of the dark sun ecosystem towards me is just the influence of the scraps. Feeling the dark sun distortion barrier that was constantly infiltrating around, Tucker could obviously feel that it was much weaker than before. Tucker estimated that he could still dispel some of the distortion power when he entered the extreme steam explosion state. The power of the extraordinary ecology is like this, constantly coming, gathering, and infiltrating. It is not directly crushed to death right away. Avoid the dark sun ecological zone and avoid the shining of the dark sun's light. My own ecology is strong enough to continuously eliminate or tear apart the dark sun's curse on me. In the final analysis, I am not strong enough. In general, it will be more difficult, but the problem is not big. Perhaps God is doing this on purpose to sharpen and urge me. Putting the question of the curse aside for the time being, Tucker looked at Archbishop Reagan Joe. Then, what about the curse of the death taboo seal? At this time, Tucker's connection with the surrounding world is still there, and his feeling of the world is still there. He can feel the terrible death power from the death taboo seal, quietly peeping around him. Archbishop Reagan Joe took a deep breath and his face became much more solemn. What I am going to explain next is the focus of this conversation. If God directly destroys the forbidden rule power of the powerful death level forbidden seal on you, the price is that you will get the hatred from the forbidden ecology. The hatred of the forbidden ecology will make you unable to use the forbidden seal. At the same time, when the forbidden disaster breaks out, you will also be attacked first. Are you willing? Tucker raised his eyebrows. Taboo ecology? The hatred of the forbidden ecology? Unable to use the taboo seal? What the hell is this taboo disaster? This series of explanations of special terms made Tucker confused. But Tucker vaguely smelled some of the deeper secrets of the extraordinary world. Archbishop Reagan Joe looked at Tucker and slowly told this story. Generally speaking, the forbidden ecology, even the forbidden star curtain society, which is very famous in the world of the extraordinary star sea, and even the terrifying forbidden god, are all information that only high-level extraordinary people are qualified to access. But this time, your situation is quite special, and the Dark Sun Church has used extremely terrifying power to snipe you. Under the instruction of the gods, I intend to explain this matter to you in detail, so that you can understand the unknown, terrible and real side of the deep veil of our extraordinary world. The terrible and real side of the deep world of the extraordinary world. Archbishop Reagan Joe's profound and low-pitched exposition, every word of which was attacking Tucker's heart. Tucker sat quietly, waiting for Archbishop Reagan's exposition. Chapter 258. There are many mysterious and powerful organizations on the vast supernatural stars. The Forbidden Star Curtain Society is one of them. The Forbidden Star Curtain Society has a lot of forbidden powers. They can even use the large amount of forbidden ecology in their hands to cultivate the forbidden seals they need. Among the many forbidden seal species ecosystems built by the Forbidden Star Curtain Society, there is a kind of forbidden seal that is liked by many supernatural forces. This powerful death-level forbidden seal is Forbidden Curtain Ticket. At the same time, Archbishop Reagan Joe paused. It is also the forbidden rule power you are currently bearing. Death-level taboo item, Forbidden Curtain Ticket? Tucker's eyes condensed slightly, and he could see the dimension of the forbidden layer. The grotesque curtain like a stage really looked like the scene of a grand ceremony, waiting for Tucker to perform on stage. At the same time, the hidden eyes deep in the curtain were still peeping in the dark. However, the forbidden curtain was quite far away from Tucker. It was not a big threat to Tucker in the short term. Before that, the forbidden curtain was very close to Tucker, and Tucker could reach it with just a hand. Obviously, the gods gave Tucker enough strong protection in the forbidden rules of the Forbidden Seal. The rules of Taboo Curtain Ticket are as follows. Archbishop Reagan slowly explained. Depending on the target, the resources invested are different. The extraordinary people who enter will accept 3 to 7 curtain duels. Every time they win a curtain duel, the entrants will get certain taboo rule characteristics. Taboo rule characteristics can be used to strengthen the positive characteristics of their own taboo seals and weaken the negative effects on themselves. In general, taboo rule characteristics are very rare and rare resources. And the Taboo Star Curtain Society, above the stars, they are studying this mysterious rule characteristic power. Archbishop Reagan Joe's explanation surprised Tucker slightly. The door that had never been expected in the past suddenly opened. Taboo seals can be upgraded. Can you also obtain taboo rule characteristics through taboo curtain duels? There is such a good thing. Then the Dark Sun Crown Bishop pulled me into the taboo rules. Is this really a good thing? Is this really not helping the enemy? Tucker's heart was beating slightly. But seeing Archbishop Reagan Joe's slightly pensive expression, Tucker knew that things were obviously not as simple as he imagined. Do you feel that this sounds fair? Do you feel like trying it out, or even strengthening the forbidden steam revolver in your hand? Archbishop Reagan Joe asked slowly. I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Tucker clicked 3 times in his heart. But on the surface, Tucker nodded. At least, it sounds fair on the surface. If the real content is like this on the surface, it would be good. Archbishop Reagan Joe took a deep breath and said in a low voice. In fact, the taboo rule characteristics are very, very difficult to obtain. Even if you get a little bit, you have to pay a very huge price. And the taboo rule characteristics given to the winner by the taboo curtain ticket are quite abundant. These words moved Tucker slightly, and then Tucker said slowly. According to the principle of equality of the taboo rules, if the rewards for those who enter the curtain are quite abundant, then the enemies you encounter will also be terrifying and shocking. Yes. Archbishop Reagan Joe nodded slowly. And this is also the most frightening part of the taboo curtain admission ticket. The rewards you get are extremely generous, and the enemies inside your curtain will easily bring you death and indelible disasters. And this is the horror of the forbidden power. As the Dark Sun Church that uses the taboo curtain admission ticket to pull you in, they will definitely invest a lot of resources in it, so as to complete the layout of the taboo rules and kill you. This taboo curtain admission ticket has already pulled you in. You may be able to deal with the first enemy in the depths of the curtain, but the second and third times, the more you go on, the more terrifying the enemies will be. This time, the great three-eyed god's gaze can help you destroy the forbidden curtain ecology built around you. But the price is that you will be hated by the forbidden ecology. You cannot use the power of the forbidden seal. The hatred of this powerful forbidden ecology is very powerful. The hatred permeates the depths of all forbidden ecosystems in the entire extraordinary world. God can ignore the hatred of forbidden powers, but you can't. After all, you may enter a dangerous forbidden ecological environment in the future. So, the choice of the great three-eyed God is to help you postpone the time for the death level seal, forbidden curtain ticket, to pull your entry. Give you enough time to solve the death crisis of forbidden curtain ticket. Of course, if there is really no way. When the forbidden curtain ticket is about to pull you, I can pray to the gods again, praying that the gods will destroy this death level forbidden seal for you to build a death taboo ecosystem. In general, this is a test from God for you. God values you very much, and he hopes you can solve it yourself. After listening to the explanation of Assistant Reagan Joe, Tucker breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, it's good to lean on a big tree to enjoy the shade. Postponing the problem, let me find a way to solve it myself. If it really can't be solved, God will do it himself. Is this the treatment of God's favored one? When facing a strong enemy, the great three-eyed God will come to protect me, so that I won't lose everything. But, if I want to solve the problem, I need to find a way myself. It is indeed the down-to-earth and pragmatic style of the Church of the Three-Eyed God. Ability assessment plus moderate training. Is it a genius? Does it have strong potential? And is there the potential for subsequent training? Practice is the only criterion for testing genius. Tucker gradually gathered his mind while thinking. Feeling the taboo layer, the taboo curtain like a stage curtain, ecology. Tucker's mouth corners outlined a little unknown smile. Since you taboo powers also have your own taboo ecology. That is great. Let me solve it myself? I think I already have a solution. With this in mind, Tucker looked at Archbishop Reagan Joe and said, I want to meditate and practice alone for a while. The gift given by God is very generous. I want to digest it more. After examining Tucker for a moment, Archbishop Reagan Joe nodded silently. Blue C4 Ring Tower, 79th floor. In Tucker's magical hut. Woo-woo. Accompanied by the roar of the source energy of the dual-core steam sequence of the dungeon. The strong steam source energy spewed out around Tucker. At the same time, a round of old stars vaguely emerged in the steam behind Tucker. With the appearance of the old stars, the slight distortion caused by the dark sun ecology around Tucker was quickly washed away by the power of Tucker's old steam. As Tucker converged the power of the surging steam sequence, the distorted power of the dark sun ecology seemed to disappear and no longer gathered again. This is Tucker's magical hut, which is completely isolated from the dark sun ecological power of the outside world. There is no power of the dark sun here, so naturally there is no distortion of Tucker's perception power. I practice in the magic hut for a while every day, and use my powerful old steam power to clean up the pollution and distortion of the dark sun power. I can basically ignore the curse of the dark sun evil gout on me. Then it's. Tucker took a deep breath, and a smile gradually climbed up his face. Forbidden curtain ticket, this is a huge gift from the dark sun crown archbishop. Yes. At this moment, in Tucker's view, forbidden curtain ticket. It is a gift from the dark sun crown archbishop to himself. Carefully feel the curtain stage from the forbidden power dimension. Tucker slowly opened his system. Now, the area anchored by Tucker's system is Xinghe Blue 4 Ring Tower. Although the area cannot be changed now, it does not prevent Tucker from searching for the surrounding development area. Forbidden Star Curtain Club, this powerful mysterious organization on the stars. They have built a powerful forbidden ecology. Since it is an ecology, then, in theory, it can be anchored by Tucker's steady development system, and then steadily hang up to harvest resources. In fact, it is true. At this time, in the search area of Tucker's steady development system, among the many development intervals, a development interval called taboo curtain arena that can be anchored is listed among them. And its resource output is also quite explosive. Taboo curtain arena, taboo rule fragment. 3.8 day. Yes. This blooming temporary taboo ecology can also be anchored by the system for development. It is a taboo ecological area where Tucker can develop steadily. And the output is still a very rare taboo rule fragment high-end resource product. Originally, Tucker didn't know that this so-called taboo power actually has an ecology. He didn't know that there was a mysterious organization called Taboo Star Curtain Society that was cultivating a taboo ecology, this terrifying power. This level of information is only qualified to be known by high-level extraordinary people. Result: the Archbishop of the Dark Sun Crown. Originally wanted to kill Tucker, but ended up helping Tucker open the door to a new world. Taboo rule fragments are a resource that Tucker may only discover after a long time. As a result, now, they are stuffed into the mouth of the Dark Sun Crown Archbishop. Tucker can only eat this wave of powerful resource information with tears. Talent fragments. Created Tucker's SSS level talent. Magic power fragments allow Tucker to loot powerful demon tombs and even powerful magical areas to obtain magical powers that are more powerful than their own. And taboo rule fragments are higher level rare resources. The power is even more powerful. According to the system's explanation, taboo rule fragments can help Tucker erase the damage from the taboo rule level. Take the one in front of him that takes a long time to pull himself into the taboo curtain arena. Tucker can consume more taboo rule fragments. Let the death level rule power become dangerous level, and then become micro-spiritual level, continue to weaken, and even make it become harmless level with basically no harm. This harmless level is defined by Tucker himself according to the characteristics of the fragments. What damage can a harmless level taboo curtain arena bring to Tucker? It's just a lap up and down, and the damage is completely zero. At the same time, Tucker can also consume less taboo rule fragments to weaken the enemies at the single taboo rule level. For example, Tucker's next opponent may be a level 60 Master Heroic Spirit. Tucker can consume a small amount of taboo rule fragments to reduce its level to level 1. Level 60 Master Heroic Spirit is difficult to deal with. But level 1 Master Heroic Spirit, that's easier to deal with. Even if the enemy becomes stronger, it may be a level 80 Legendary Heroic Spirit. Tucker also uses taboo rule fragments to reduce its level and make it a level 1 Legendary Heroic Spirit. Level 1 Master Heroic Spirit. Level 1 Legendary Heroic Spirit. Don't say that I bully kindergarten students. You all come together, and I'll let you 3 moves. Punch the Master Nursing Home and step on the Legendary Kindergarten. Suppressing Masters and Legends is a piece of cake. What? You said they are only at level 1? Just tell me, isn't that right? The forbidden rule fragments produced by the system are so brutal and domineering. And this is why Tucker said that the Forbidden Curtain admission ticket is a gift from the Dark Sun Crown Archbishop. Because it really is. The rule power of the Forbidden Seal. The enemy can use it, and Tucker can also use it. Tucker didn't know it before, but now Tucker knows it. He will let the enemy know what cruelty is. Forbidden rule fragments, in addition to weakening the damage to one's own taboo rule power. The Forbidden Seal in one's hand can also be upgraded. For example, the taboo revolver that Tucker combined with the Fate Fangs. By investing forbidden rule fragments, its negative characteristics can be curbed. Increase its life absorption of the enemy. Now, micro spirit level, one shot can only absorb for 1 or 2 hours. Upgrade to dangerous level, one shot may be able to absorb 5 or 6, or even 7 or 8 hours. When it is upgraded to a death level, horrible seal, one shot may be able to absorb the essence of life for a day or 2. Enhance the positive effects of the Forbidden Seal in your hand and weaken the negative effects. This is the power of the advanced resource, Taboo Rule Fragment. Carefully examine the anchorable hang-up area, Taboo Curtain Arena, and the layers of taboo curtains at a distance. Tucker felt more comfortable than ever. With the system in hand, Tucker can completely return the enemy's means with Super Double. Thanks to the protection of the gods, it will take at least 4 months, or even half a year, for Forbidden Curtain to enter the stage, to launch the first wave of pulls on me. And my replacement of the AFK anchor point can be completed in more than 2 months. Before the Forbidden Curtain stage begins, I can accumulate a large wave of Forbidden Rule fragments. By then, I'm afraid I will really have to face a powerful enemy of level 1. Before, I was considering whether to exchange one of the 3 important resources given to me by the 3 major forces for a taboo seal. After all, the negative characteristics have such a huge impact that I may not be able to control it. Now that I have the upcoming top-level resource, Forbidden Rule Fragments, there is no need to consider it at all. I must get a powerful death-level seal. After weakening its negative characteristics, carrying it on your body will really make death follow you like a shadow. 3 top-level resources, a 5-star witchcraft spell, a death-level Forbidden Seal, and the other is the Rune World Tower secret book. While thinking, Tucker roughly decided on the direction. In addition, I remember that the Holy Land Church Temple seems to have an area with forbidden seals. I wonder if these areas where forbidden seals are placed have formed a gathering area for forbidden ecological forces. If the area where Saint Land places forbidden seals gathers a large amount of forbidden ecological forces, when I enter the area, the system will start a wave of rapid development. Then I can get forbidden rule fragments in advance. I don't even need to wait for another 2 months. With this in mind, Tucker couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Well, it's a bit too rash to ask directly. Just say that I want to choose a death level forbidden seal that suits me and go to the forbidden seal area to explore it. After I go there, I will naturally find out after searching and exploring it myself. Huh? Tucker, who exhaled a long breath, calmed down a little. Following the magical window of the magical hut, he looked at the glass window outside. Buzz, buzz, accompanied by the sound of waves like the waves of a sea of blood. Blood-colored waves gathered from deep underground to form an ecological force with extremely strong impact ability, constantly impacting the steam tower ecology of St. Rand, gradually dyeing the steam gray fog of St. Rand blood red. In this wave, while the Archbishop of the Dark Sun Crown attacked Tucker, the Dark Sun Church took the lead in launching an ecological war on the Blood Clan steam castle. When Tucker went underground to catch Blood Clans before, he found that the Blood Clan ecology in the underground world had recovered apart. Unexpectedly, the strong men of the 3 holy halls of the Dark Sun Church were so cruel. They would rather risk the destruction of the Blood Clan ecology and the drying up of the Nether Blood Sea. They also had to counterattack the steam ecology of St. Rand. This made Tucker smell a hint of the Scorched Earth War. The Dark Sun Church, which occupied a part of the ecological niche of St. Rand, was likely to adopt a cruel fighting method of fighting to the death. Anyway, the battle in the ecology of St. Rand destroyed the foundation of the ecology of St. Rand. If St. Rand cannot be taken, it is better to give St. Rand the most cruel ecological scorched earth damage. Wait until this wave of vampire ecological war is over. Tomorrow, Bevis Twain and I will go to see Bishop Martha Clark and take a look at the sealed area of the Forbidden Seal. Maybe there will be a good harvest. As long as there is something to gain. Then, the Forbidden Curtain stage that the Crown Archbishop of the Dark Sun built for me with great effort. It will become the cemetery for all members of the Dark Sun Church. The Forbidden Box was opened for me by their own hands. It's the end of the month, and I'm asking for a wave of monthly tickets. Chapter 259 St. Lander. A thin blood mist lingered around Tucker, who was sitting on a bench in the corridor. A slight smell of blood was slightly diffused in the air. At this time, the steam gray mist that settled in the entire St. Land Tower area was all showing a faint blood red color. Even though the war of the Blood Clan ecology had been over for more than a day. But the traces of the scorched earth war of the Blood Clan ecology of the Dark Sun Church still remained in the steam ecology of St. Land. The power from the nether sea of blood permeated the steam gray mist of St. Land. Yesterday, at the end of the Blood Clan ecological war, the steam gray mist of the entire St. Land was like a sticky sea of blood. Fortunately, St. Land, who had been preparing to launch an attack, blocked this wave of Blood Clan ecological attack from the Dark Sun Church without any danger. The damage was not serious. It was just that the blood mist looked a little scary. It would take a period of steam ecological circulation for the blood mist to be digested and dissipated. But this time, the damage caused by the Blood Clan ecology was far more than that. Sitting on this high tower, Tucker, even with some interference from the Dark Sun ecology, can still feel the decay, withering, and decaying breath of death in the depths of the St. Land ecology world. And this is all caused by the attack of the Blood Clan ecology that is attached to the depths of the St. Land ecology. Tucker, sitting in the corridor, is looking at today's St. Land Steam Daily. The great miracle is coming, the Dark Sun Evil God Church's deathly counterattack. On the 2 pages of the Steam Daily newspaper, 2 huge headlines each occupy half of the page. The great miracle is coming. It is naturally the gaze of the great three-eyed God on Tucker. The gaze from the great gods not only helped Tucker. At the same time, it also gave a shot of strength to many defenders of St. Land. After all, that was the advent of the power of the gods. And with the advent of the miracle of the three-eyed God, the three-eyed God gave Tucker the status of a God-favored person, which was also officially published in the newspaper yesterday. It is also a unique honor for the gods to be published in the newspaper together with the gods. These few days, the gods showed great miracles. The birth of Tucker, the God-favored one. The ecological war of the Dark Sun Church. Many things converged together. It made St. Land particularly turbulent and lively. The second page of today's newspaper. It explains the full-scale deduction of the ecological counterattack of the blood race of the Dark Sun Evil God Church this time. Just as Tucker felt. The Dark Sun Church may give up the ecological invasion form of confronting Saint Land head-on. Judging from the current practice of the Dark Sun Church, this is indeed possible. After all, Saint Land now has both the special world power of steam, world and the meditation wonders such as Old Day, Star. But whether the Dark Sun Church retreats or not, it will not delay Tucker's next counterattack and hunting. After browsing the newspaper, Tucker slowly gathered his mind. Today, Tucker took Bevis Twain to meet Bishop Martha Clark. Tucker explained his needs. He wanted to go to the Forbidden Seal place of the Three-Eyed God Church to choose the Forbidden Seal that suits him. If it is suitable, Tucker will need to stay there for a while. The place where Forbidden Seals are stored is no joke. If you are not careful, it may cause a taboo riot. It is impossible for others to get such treatment. But as a divine favor worthy of the God's miracles, Tucker can undoubtedly do it. But it requires the special approval of the Archbishop and several temple bishops. Bishop Martha went to go through the process. Tucker and Bevis Twain were waiting outside. Not long after. "Follow me." Bishop Martha Clark's voice sounded. Bevis Twain and Tucker immediately got up and followed. After passing through several magic portals, the light around dimmed. Tucker glanced left and right. This is a wide underground corridor. Let alone walking, there is no problem with running horses. From the walls on both sides, Tucker can feel the breath of the rocky land of Saint Land. There are magic wall lamps hanging on the walls of the corridor. Under the supply of the source energy veins, the small ball of magic flames is shining brightly. The fire tunnel stretched forward, and there was no end in sight. Tucker took a quick glance and found that it was a magic passage. According to the theory of supernatural magic, it would never end. Tucker was not sure if he could walk through it. The entrance path alone is covered by the powerful supernatural magic ritual power. The protection of the place where the Forbidden Seals are stored is very strict. This kind of channel magic ritual is the same as my Great Barrier ritual, and both borrow some powerful power. Use more powerful power to build defense, and a magic ritual is the key. Even if the enemy invades here, they will only be trapped. Examining the layout of the magic means here, Tucker learned another trick. Bishop Martha Clark began to chant the corresponding channel ritual witchcraft. Bevis Twain, who was standing by, fumbled out a piece of black parchment from somewhere, which was covered with red words. "Here, take a good look at it." Tucker took it and looked at it, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Good man, 100 ways to die in the Forbidden Sealed Land, right? Taboos in the Saint Land Sealed Land. Rule 1, don't answer any sound or question you hear. Rule 2, there may be some ropes hanging down from above, avoid them and don't look up. Rule 3, the ground is uniformly white marble and rock ground. If red bricks appear, don't step on them, and don't ask why you can't step on red bricks. Rule 4, when you can't find a way out, you can try to find a wall and wait quietly for a few minutes. Rule 5, strictly prohibited. Looking at these somewhat unreasonable rules, Tucker can probably guess. Every taboo here is probably a bloody death lesson. Even if Tucker has a system that can hang up these taboo ecosystems. But Tucker obviously needs to abide by the rules in these taboo sealed areas. Soon, as Bishop Martha Clark's ceremony ended, the passage in front of them opened quickly like a scroll, and a new passage appeared in front of everyone. In the dark underground stone hall, several extraordinary people of the extraordinary sequence. Some were sitting on the sofa reading newspapers. Some were watching the fish and water plants in the bathtub by the fish tank. Some were meditating in the corner. Tucker turned his head slightly to look at a silver metallic, mechanical magic sealed alchemy door, on the side. It was probably 5 or 6 meters high. And it was filled with a breath of taboo characteristics. Before entering the underground sealed treasure of the dwarf family with Bevis, Tucker felt a similar breath. However, the taboo breath permeated on this, mechanical magic sealed alchemy door, at this time was several times stronger than the taboo breath of the dwarf family's underground treasure. This is just the gate. If you go in, the strong taboo breath is afraid that it will suffocate people. When seeing Tucker and the other three open the entrance, everyone stationed here looked at it at the same time. Bishop Martha Clark stepped forward and handed the brown certificate letter to the middle-aged man who was above level 60. A handwritten letter from Archbishop Reagan Joe, plus special approval from 5 bishops of the Holy Temple. The Great Three-Eyed God's Blessed One, blasphemer Tucker, will enter the forbidden sealed land and spend some time there. Blessed One Tucker? When they heard that it was the Blessed One, not only the middle-aged man in the lead, but also the others in the living room looked over. Bevis Twain and the others obviously knew him. So many eyes fell on Tucker. Blessed One. It is said that this time the great three-eyed God personally descended and confirmed the top genius. Moreover, before this, the Blessed One was also the blasphemer who blasphemed the God of Dark Sun. He was also the owner of the S-level extraordinary talent. In the past 6 months, the Blessed One and blasphemer Tucker Lamore has left too many legends in Saintland. If it weren't for this more serious occasion, looking at the curious eyes of the garrison, I'm afraid they would lie directly on Tucker to look at him. No problem. The middle-aged man finished examining Archbishop Reagan Joe's letter and nodded slightly. He then led the garrison team to start the door-opening magic ceremony. At this time, Tucker, who was standing in the corner, smiled slightly. Tucker had used the world to feel the breath of the forbidden ecology. This time, the Forbidden Seal storage place was the right place. Chapter 260. When the Forbidden Guard team stationed here opened the door, Tucker, Bishop Martha Clark's peaceful voice came. "My Lord Bishop, what do you want?" Tucker looked over and asked. "This time when you go in, don't touch any forbidden seals. The forbidden seals of the death level will easily bring us the disaster of death. After you go there, check the information on the forbidden signs and choose your own forbidden seals. There will be professional personnel to reseal and load them later, and I will deliver them to you personally at that time. Don't try to open the seal easily when you go there yourself. That will only make you pay a painful price. Understood?" Tucker nodded carefully. Although Tucker came here to choose this time, Tucker himself cannot touch those death level seals. If Tucker hadn't suffered the curse of the death level forbidden seals, he would have to solve this big trouble himself. The Three-Eyed God Church would not easily allow Tucker to obtain such a powerful death level forbidden seal. While Tucker and Bishop Martha Clark were discussing all these details, clang! The mechanical magic sealed alchemy door had been unsealed. "Sir, when you want to come out, just knock hard on the sealed iron door. This alchemy door with sealing properties can transmit knocking sounds very clearly." The middle-aged wizard captain of the Forbidden Seal Guard team looked at Tucker and said, "Understood." Tucker nodded. As the mechanical magic sealed alchemy door was slowly opened, there were whispers, low murmurs, and strange roars, and waves of various sounds came roaring. Tucker's mind was slightly shocked, but when he looked carefully, he found nothing. Taking a deep breath, Tucker walked into the Forbidden Seal area. As soon as Tucker entered, the team outside seemed to be afraid that something would run out. They closed the door with a clang as fast as possible, and then there was the sound of mechanical gears and chains twisting and pulling quickly. This scene made Tucker's eyes twitch. Entering the Forbidden Seal land is naturally dangerous. In addition, Tucker needs to stay in here for a while. Naturally, only Tucker can come in alone. And this is exactly what Tucker is most happy to see. Tucker doesn't want someone to watch him while he is developing rapidly in the forbidden ecological area. Tucker did not rashly open his vision of precision, phase, and world. The prohibition that Bevis Twain gave Tucker just now was not to use various extraordinary visions to explore easily. If you see something you shouldn't see, you may suffer a heavy loss. The Forbidden Seal land that came into view was similar to a huge courtyard ring hall. Looking up, the layers of circular stairs extended all the way to a very high position. The forbidden seals of the micro-spirit level are rarely active, and even if they are active, their damage ability is not too great. For example, Tucker's Fate Revolver, at most, will lose a little more life when it is in his hand. There is no immediate effect like direct death. There are many dangerous forbidden seals sealed here. According to the information Tucker got from Bevis Twain, there are at least more than 100 dangerous forbidden seals sealed here. Most of them are those with relatively large hazards and relatively small effects. After all, the forbidden seals with relatively small hazards and relatively large effects have long been used. There are not many death forbidden seals, even in a big place like Saintland. There are about a dozen, less than 20. In addition, Tucker heard from Bevis that there are 2 powerful horror seals here. It is said that they are sealed deep in the sealed land. And they are sealed with death seals, which are welded directly once locked and can never be opened. Horror forbidden seals are all walking death sowers. Even the master-level strongmen dare not say that they can control them. Naturally, it is best to lock them directly and not let them run out. Tucker did not rashly go upstairs to look for the death-level seal. When he talked about this with Bevis Twain before, Tucker had already roughly drafted the forbidden seal he wanted to choose. This time, the main goal is still the forbidden ecology here. Tucker closed his eyes. He used his most essential ability of the extraordinary state, hearing, to capture the situation in the forbidden ecology. Woo woo woo. A subtle wind whirl sounded in the corner in the distance. Tucker opened his eyes and looked around. He flipped his hand, took out an ordinary lantern, and put a solidified nightmare fireball in it. The invisible rune hand held the lantern, and the light quickly stretched the surrounding darkness. Tucker followed the many rules and regulations of the Forbidden Seal land and began to move towards the location where the ecological wind whirlpool existed. The ecological wind whirlpool is often the place where the forbidden ecological characteristics are most concentrated. And Tucker himself has never developed in the forbidden ecology. So, even if it was a small ecological cyclone, Tucker would get the supplement of rapid development. 10 minutes later, at the end of a dead end of a passage, Tucker not only heard the slight whirring sound of the cyclone, but also saw the cyclone with intertwined forbidden wind lines. Even the light was distorted by the cyclones with forbidden characteristics. Among the forbidden items Tucker got, there was a provision to bypass the forbidden ecological cyclone. Tucker came here for this purpose, so it was naturally impossible to bypass it. After looking around and confirming that this place was far away from the forbidden seal, Tucker took a deep breath, took a step, and stepped directly into the small cyclone where the forbidden power gathered. As soon as Tucker entered the forbidden cyclone, something strange happened. It was very calm and small scale to observe the forbidden cyclone from the outside. As soon as Tucker came in, he found that there were turbulent winds and waves inside. Tucker felt that his body was about to be torn to pieces by the forbidden power. The forbidden ecological power that blew into the steam wizard sequence ecology along the body, soul, and extraordinary state. It gathered in Tucker's ecology and became an increasingly fierce hurricane, about to wreak havoc. It's not that Tucker can't resist this kind of power. Instead, Tucker needs to accept these powers. Rapid development is to compare Tucker's own basic characteristics with a concentration of external characteristics. Sure enough, after Tucker held on for a few seconds, the heavenly sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ling. The current environment has detected that the forbidden rule characteristics are abundant, and it is about to enter the rapid development state. As the system's voice sounded, in Tucker's ecology, the forbidden wave power that had already gathered was instantly suppressed and then completely eliminated. The surrounding forbidden wind whirlpools that wanted to twist and tear Tucker apart also calmed down. They began to be quickly absorbed by the system. Rapid development began. Huh? Feeling the forbidden wind whirlpool that had lost its threat to him, Tucker breathed a sigh of relief. Opening the development log, rows of development effects began to emerge. Ling. Obtained 0.08 taboo rule fragments. Ling. Obtained 0.08 taboo rule fragments. Ling. Obtained 0.08 taboo rule fragments. Ling. Feeling the development effect, Tucker quickly summarized the effect of taboo development. First, as a higher-end resource, the amount of taboo rule fragments obtained is very small. Of course, it is also possible. Tucker looked at the small taboo wind whirl around him. It has something to do with the small wind whirl ecosystem around me. Secondly, the efficiency of obtaining is also relatively slow. It takes about 10 seconds to obtain a fragment. If you can only get 0.08 at a time, you can get 0.48 in a minute, and 28.8 in an hour. According to the size of this wind whirl, let alone persist for an hour, you may not be able to persist for 10 minutes. Fortunately, Tucker looked outside the passage. When I listened just now, there was more than one sound of the wind whirl. Accumulate a few more wind whirls, and you can still get some. After all, this is a rare high-level resource, forbidden rule fragment. It is completely understandable that the quantity is small. Tucker was quietly waiting for the system's rapid development. Woo woo woo. The sound of the relatively strong wind whirl outside suddenly surged. Huh? What's the situation? His eyes slightly focused on Tucker's precise vision, and he looked outside the channel. However, he saw that a large number of forbidden wind whirlpools were roaring towards him like a tide. The wind whirlpool that was absorbed by the system and was about to shrink became huge in an instant after being replenished. Then the entire channel, even outside the channel, was filled with the ecological wave of forbidden wind whirlpools. The forbidden ecology has a certain ecological awareness. Tucker couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The forbidden ecology feels that I am fighting against its ecological power, even eliminating its ecological power. So this powerful forbidden ecology wants to gather its own power to contain or even eliminate me. The taboo object itself has life activity, and its ecology has self-ecological awareness, which is not surprising. That's it. Tucker's eyes narrowed slightly and he laughed softly. This kind of resistance will only speed up my development and will not threaten me at all. It came here by itself, so I don't have to risk my life to explore everywhere. After examining for a moment, Tucker, who was sitting in the corner, began to study the Forbidden Rule fragments. According to the description of the characteristics of the Forbidden Rule fragments, described by the system, below 30 fragments, it is a safe and harmless forbidden seal. Between 30 and 100 fragments, it belongs to the microspirit level, forbidden seal. Dangerous level, 100 to 300 fragments. Death level, 300-1000 fragments. Horror level, 1000 to 3000 fragments. Destruction level, 3000-10000 fragments. Disaster level, 1000 fragments upwards. According to the principle of reciprocity, taboo seals will have positive rules and negative rules, two sides of the same coin. For a seal, positive rules and negative rules are not much different. Positive rules are used externally by the user to deal with other people. Negative rules are used internally and will be fully fed back to the user based on the length of time the user uses the positive rules, the number of times, the depth of the use of power, etc. And taboo rule fragments are resources that come from system development. They can both strengthen positive rules and weaken negative rules. Tucker's Fate Fang, in his hand at this time, positive rules. 56 negative rules. 39 overall. The effect is quite good. But with the taboo rule fragments produced by the system, Tucker can completely increase its positive rules to more than 100 points of danger level, or even more than 300 points of death level. As for its negative characteristics, Tucker can weaken it to less than 30 points, so that its negative characteristics remain harmless. Negative rules are an indispensable balancing force for taboo seals and are part of taboo seals. If they are completely reduced to 0 points, the taboo seals will lose control, run away, and even destroy their taboo rule framework. Maintaining a certain negative rules is conducive to the better use of the rule characteristics of taboo seals. Basically, after reducing it to less than 30 points, normal people can withstand the negative impact, not to mention extraordinary people. After a careful experience, Tucker glanced at his rapid development gains. Taboo rule fragments. 2.6 units. This taboo rule fragment, as a high-level resource, is naturally very powerful. But it is also difficult to obtain, which is also in line with the characteristics of high-level resources. After all, not every place can have a forbidden ecology. At least. Tucker looked around the huge forbidden seal built by St. Rand. After the next wave of replaceable anchoring locations, we must sweep this forbidden seal land, which is much more powerful than the ecology of the forbidden curtain stage. This is what he thought. While Tucker was concentrating his mind, he looked at the forbidden curtain stage that had been cast on him but was postponed by the gods. Positive rules. 616 negative rules. 181. As a death-level forbidden seal, its positive rules for Tucker reached 616, which was a bit outrageous. And its negative characteristics for the user, that is, the Dark Sun Crown Archbishop, are quite few. The negative hazards of 181 are not considered high in the danger level, between 100 and 300. That, Forbidden Star Curtain Society, there's something. It can actually cultivate such a good thing. Tucker said secretly. As Tucker opened the details of the taboo rule fragment page, many ways to use the taboo rule fragment also emerged one by one. For the taboo curtain stage that Tucker is about to enter, Tucker can directly invest in the fragments to weaken its taboo rule characteristics on Tucker, which is the value of 616. Tucker estimated that if it is weakened to less than 300 points, so that it crosses the critical point of 300 between danger level and death level, it should be easier to deal with. This method is once and for all which is consumption ratio more than 300 points of Forbidden Rule fragments. It is enough for Tucker to build his Fate revolver into a powerful, death level, Forbidden Seal. A death level, Fate revolver with more than 300 points is still very powerful. Then the second way is to invest fragments to directly weaken the taboo enemy that Tucker is about to face. At present, the first enemy that Tucker will deal with is the 48th level, Death Scythe Lord. A skeleton undead lord with a huge bone sickle blade. It seems that Tucker can still deal with it. But this is just the curtain of the first wave. The second wave is probably the legendary lords of level 50 or even 60. The third wave is the master heroic spirits of level 60 or 70. The fourth wave is the legendary heroic spirits of level 70 or 80. Based on the hatred of Archbishop Dark Sun towards him, Tucker could already guess the ruthlessness of the opponent. For this single rule attack, the effect of Forbidden Rule fragments is extremely powerful. 1. Forbidden Rule fragment can weaken the enemy by 10 levels. In other words, this level 48, Death Scythe Lord, Tucker invested 4 fragments. In the next battle, Tucker can get a level 8, Death Scythe Lord. If 5 fragments are invested, the enemy's level can be directly reduced to level 1. Level 1 is already the lowest level, and it is impossible to reduce the enemy's level to a negative level. Feeling his gradually accumulated Forbidden Rule fragments, which became 3 points, 4 points, and 5 points, Tucker exhaled lightly and a smile gradually crept onto his face. In the extraordinary world, the Forbidden Seal is itself one of the most powerful means. I got the Forbidden Rule fragments, so I have the capital to fight against all kinds of magical forbidden means. First, develop stably and harvest a wave of Forbidden Rule fragments. After having the means to deal with the Forbidden Curtain stage of the Dark Sun Church, Tucker completely calmed down. During Tucker's rapid development, the forbidden ecological power of the Holy Land Sealed Land was originally intended to destroy Tucker. As a result, with a surge of these forbidden ecological powers, Tucker's rapid development was particularly effective. Unknowingly, 4 or 5 hours had passed. When the forbidden whirlwind outside began to weaken, and even could not actively gather into a whirlwind to attack Tucker. The development log on the quick development page of the system finally stopped the beating of development information. Tucker, who was in a plate, felt the outside carefully. He found that the dangerous forbidden aura that the entire Forbidden Seal Land should have had was completely eliminated at this time. It was as if the forbidden power that was sealed here and permeated the outside was completely eliminated. Tucker, who was quite knowledgeable about the extraordinary ecology, naturally understood the reason. Even if the forbidden seals here are in a sealed state, they will still radiate the power of the seal characteristics to permeate this area, thus forming a forbidden ecology. When I absorb the forbidden ecological characteristics here, it is equivalent to cleaning this place up. They will be quiet for a long time until the next gathering of forbidden ecological power. There are horrible forbidden seals here, and recovery will still be very fast. Immediately, Tucker looked at his quick harvest of 4 or 5 hours. Forbidden Rule fragments. 132 taboo fragments, not a large number, but not a small number. Enough to deal with the attack of the taboo curtain stage on Tucker at the level of taboo rules this time. Even Tucker might use this Forbidden Curtain stage, built by Archbishop Dark Sun to hit the members of the Dark Sun Church. I've been in here long enough, it's time to get out. By the way, let's take a look at the death level seals I selected before to see which one is more suitable for me. With this in mind, Tucker walked towards the death level seal area upstairs. Chapter 261 Crow Forbidden Rune Tower. Bang! Tucker knocked heavily on the huge metal door, and then waited for the person outside to open the door for him. His eyes swept across this huge circular forbidden seal land, and Tucker gradually gathered his mind. After using the system to absorb almost all of the forbidden ecological vortex here, at this time, the entire forbidden seal land became calm and safe. It was as if this was just an ordinary huge underground circular cave. After absorbing the forbidden ecology here, Tucker roughly looked at the 17, death level, forbidden seals. Normally, Tucker could only look at the signs outside and feel the breath of these seals a little bit, and then basically stop there. But this time, Tucker used the system to absorb a lot of forbidden ecological characteristics here, making it safer. Naturally, Tucker can understand the deep characteristics of these forbidden seals more deeply. especially the seals that Tucker had selected before. Tucker carefully checked them and understood their positive rule characteristics in detail. Without considering the negative impact of the forbidden seal, Tucker finally chose a powerful forbidden seal that he liked. Searle's Blood Raven, which can easily bring death to the user. Searle's Blood Raven. This is a very unique forbidden seal with magical forbidden abilities, and it is also a forbidden creature. Theoretically, it does not have the essence of a creature, but its taboo rules give it unique, forbidden creature characteristics. When Tucker and Bevis Twain were chatting, Bevis Twain told Tucker that this ferocious, forbidden creature ate as many extraordinary people as a small extraordinary city-state. And this is what the Church of St. Lander knows. There may be more unknown deaths. If Tucker did not have the forbidden rule fragment that could change the forbidden seal, Tucker might not choose this highly dangerous death-level forbidden seal. After all, this is a terrifying item that really brings death. With the forbidden rule fragments, Tucker can completely choose those forbidden seals with magical means. The fragments I got this time are not many, but they are not few either. It's more than enough to deal with the curtain stage. Maybe it can also upgrade my Fate revolver. Currently, the positive rule characteristics of the Fate Fangs have 56 points, which is pretty good. Adding points doesn't consume many resources. It's better if the positive rules of the Fate Fangs reach the danger level. You can't just add points to the taboos here. If something abnormal happens, it will be bad. It's not too late to add points after returning. The death level, Fate revolver, combined with my precision correction. It's enough to let those enemies of the Dark Sun Church experience what times have changed. Just as Tucker was thinking, the door of the Forbidden Seal was quickly pushed open. As Tucker walked out, the guard team of the Forbidden Seal land, as well as Bishop Martha Clark and Bevis Twain on the side. Everyone looked at Tucker curiously. Tucker had been inside for more than 5 hours. After he came out, nothing happened. The members of the Sealed Guardian team quickly closed the door again, fearing that the sealed object inside would run out. While closing the door, the captain of the Sealed Guardian team looked at the sealed land inside. It's so quiet inside. A bizarre thought came to the captain of the Sealed Guardian team. Is it blasphemy? No. Is it caused by the God's favored one? There are rumors that this God's favored one Tucker is cursed by the death taboo seal and will not live long. I wonder if it's true. This time, the God's favored one Tucker ventured into the forbidden sealed land and stayed there for such a long time. It is indeed very likely. While thinking, the captain of the Sealed Guardian team began to make up his mind frantically. Originally, after entering the forbidden sealed land, it was necessary to observe for a few days. But Tucker himself was cursed by the death-level forbidden power, and was also cursed by the distortion of the Dark Sun ecology. Curses and the like are already stacked up. This time, the influence of those potential taboo characteristics that cannot be put on the table is no longer a big deal. Let's go, Bishop Martha Clark said directly, leaving the forbidden seal place. In the corridor in front of the magic door, Bishop Martha Clark stopped. She turned around and looked at Tucker, and asked in a soothing tone, "How is it? Have you found some solutions?" Bishop Martha Clark has always been very concerned about Tucker. Tucker naturally saw it all. After thinking about it, Tucker nodded. "I have gained something, and there are some general clues, but it takes some time to explore and try." Tucker said this, and immediately Martha Clark's kind and warm face showed a gratified smile. "Good, good. It's great that you can find a solution." It can be seen that Tucker found a way to counter the death-level taboo curse, and she was really happy. "I need the forbidden item, Seal's Blood Raven. This sealed item will be of great help to me." Seal's Blood Raven? Martha Clark thought for a moment and nodded. Currently, St. Land has just been impacted by the Dark Sun ecology, and is also preparing for the next round of ecological war. Part of the rotating team stationed in the forbidden area has been withdrawn. Wait until this wave of ecological war is over, and then I will let another rotating team deliver the sealed item, okay? Tucker thought about it and nodded. There is no rush in time. It is completely fine to deliver it to me after this round of ecological war is over. Then, are the other two resources the same as you explained before? Bishop Martha Clark confirmed again. Yes. Tucker nodded. The multi-domain forbidden spell witchcraft that can cause large-scale casualties. The top-level rune world tower witch code built by listening to the sound of the origin of the world. These are the other two top resources Tucker needs. Each of these resources cannot be obtained from the outside world. Especially, the Rune World Tower Wizard Code. Ordinary Rune Wizard books are already very, very rare. And the Rune World Tower constructed by using the mysteries of runes is a resource exclusively for geniuses. It is not sold in the outside world. While thinking, Bishop Martha Clark said again, "Tucker, originally you didn't need to participate in this ecological war. After all, you still have a lot of time to deeply experience the origin of the ecology of Saint Rand. But this time, you have been cursed, and you will need to listen to the voice of the origin of the world soon. So, you need to participate in this ecological war, and you need to carefully experience the power of the origin of the ecology of Saint Rand. This will be very helpful for you to build the Rune World Tower. The power of Saint Rand has been prepared in the past few days, and a large-scale ecological war will be carried out. At that time, you will preside over part of the ecological power of the Star Sea Blue Tower. You must remember that this is a very critical battle, which is very likely to determine whether Saint Rand can be defended in the future. Although there are rumors outside that the Dark Sun Church may evacuate Saint Rand, these news may not be credible. We must be prepared for their large-scale counterattack on Saint Rand. The more we think it is impossible for them, the more likely they will do so." Bishop Martha Clark's words made Tucker's heart beat slightly. "I understand." Tucker nodded carefully. "I'm afraid that I have the ability to be compatible with the ecology, and I am qualified to master part of the ecological power of the Zinghalen Four Rings Tower to fight back. Bishop Martha Clark asked me to participate, obviously, to let me absorb more of the origin characteristics of Saint Land's world. In that case, I won't be polite. And the next one may not." Tucker carefully felt the whole world, and the faint roar of war sounded faintly. It is an inevitable war. The haze of war has been surging around Saint Land like a storm. While thinking, Tucker glanced at the Forbidden Curtain stage, far away from him. Go back and study it carefully. Maybe, in the next big war, the powerful taboo rules of the Forbidden Curtain stage can play a huge role. After all, this curtain stage, at the rule level, directly pulls the enemy into the forbidden layer to fight. Chapter 262 Taboo, Execution Platform. Star Ocean Blue 4-Ring Tower, 79th floor. Inside the magic hut. Tucker, sitting cross-legged in the living room, was writing a magic letter. "Dear Dr. Stanley, I am very happy to write to you again. According to the very secret information I got in the tower, the Principality of Celians will disclose information to the outside world on a large scale in the future, and the great role of steam core will also be known to everyone. By then, the price of steam core will skyrocket a lot. If you can collect some to use as a means of wealth growth." It has not been long since Bevis Twain told Tucker about these news. And there is no similar information reported here in Saint Land. Obviously, the price of steam core has not risen yet. If you stock up a batch now, you will definitely not lose money. If Tucker did not have magic gold, Tucker would definitely find Bevis Twain and purchase at least 10 or more. Write to the wealthy members of the Sky Pirates. They will most likely seize the opportunity and stock up a wave of steam cores. In the future, when Tucker has money, he can directly purchase them from them. Tucker continued to write while thinking. "I have offended many people in Saint Lander. The people who want to kill me are enough to fill 3 streets. I think it's time for me to become a qualified pirate ship crew. Although our Blood Peak Sky Pirates mainly engage in sky piracy business. But the times are developing, and our Sky Pirates cannot fall behind. At present, the Principality of Syrian has opened the World Channel, and will open it to the outside world to a greater extent in the future. By then, a large number of foreign extraordinary people will ride the wind and waves to enter the extraordinary world of the Augu Twin Stars. There is no doubt that the wave of the Augu Twin Stars' great navigation has arrived. We must follow the trajectory of the tide of the times in order to become bigger, become stronger and create greater glory. So, I think it is necessary to form a new pirate group. You can even discuss with Captain Abraham to see if he has any plans to go to sea. If not, do you know some pirate groups? You can introduce me to some ways. Although I still want to talk to you for a while, but the enemies have come to the door and they are banging on the door. Damn. These enemies are too rude. I won't say anything, I'm going to go out and kill them all. A qualified member of the Bloodfront Sky Pirates, Andre." After writing the magic letter, Tucker blew the ink and checked it again. Well, not bad. Tucker nodded and began the ritual of summoning his terrifying and bizarre messenger. Whether it is to avoid the dark sun curse of the Ashland, or to go to the depths of the ocean to listen to the sound of the origin of the world, or to use the extraordinary ocean as a springboard to contact the vast extraordinary world, the journey to the extraordinary ocean that is now setting off a steam wave is inevitable. Compared with the identity of the God's favor of the Three-Eyed God Church, Tucker prefers the unfettered identity of pirate member. With the completion of the ritual of summoning the messenger, not long after, the thin golden light outside the magic window of the magic house quickly dimmed. Boom, boom, the dull and soul-shaking footsteps came from far away. The damp, oppressive, and sticky feeling filled Tucker's heart and also filled the magic house. A layer of thick water droplets appeared on the ground. Tucker's palm slid across the dense layer of water droplets on the floor. Then it opened in front of his eyes, and the water flowed across his palm. Its existence itself is real, and it also affects the surrounding world. And it can affect reality all the time just by relying on its own power. The more you understand the dimension of extraordinary mysticism, the more incredible it feels. No wonder Dr. Stanley was scared of this guy and ran away for a few days. If it were me, I would run too. But with the experience of the last time, I won't do it this time. Soon, the footsteps stopped. A huge tentacle stretched out from the magic stove closet. Give it to Dr. Stanley. Having delivered a letter once, this second time, there is no need for the corresponding magic closet coordinate token. After saying that, Tucker threw the sealed magic letter over, and at the same time, he also handed over the bronze 3-lamp candlestick beside him. This 3-lamp candlestick is the labor fee, which is naturally impossible to be exempted. The black textured tentacle with the magic letter and the 3-lamp candlestick was quickly pulled out. As the boom footsteps gradually faded away, the strange phenomenon in the magic house gradually recovered. The thin golden light of the old stars outside also permeated into the house again. Extending his palm, feeling the golden light curtain jumping in his palm, Tucker looked at the increasingly solid taboo curse around him, the taboo curtain stage. The next enemy Tucker had to deal with was the level 48, Skull-Side Lord, who was waiting for him on the curtain stage. Looking at the 132 taboo rule fragments he obtained in the Forbidden Land of Saint Land, Tucker could have reduced the level of this level 48, Skeleton-Side Lord, to level 8. But it would be a bit too wasteful to consume 4 taboo rule fragments. After all, there are not many taboo rule fragments, and there is no channel to obtain them by hanging up. The principle of saving as much as possible. Tucker used the system to add points and reduce the level of this Skeleton-Side Lord from the taboo rule by 1 rule fragment. With the investment of a fragment, the level of the original 48 level Skeleton-Side Lord rapidly decreased. Level 47, level 46, level 45. Soon, the Skeleton-Side Lord, who was originally murderous and even peeked at Tucker from time to time, has become level 38. The level dropped by 10 levels, and its deterrence instantly dropped a level. Tucker didn't need to do anything, as the level 36 Flame Demon Hedilla was already able to deal with the level 38, Skull-Side Lord. After thinking for a moment, Tucker mobilized the power of the world, and began to actively match this powerful forbidden curse. The powerful pulling force quickly swept through Tucker's body. Bang! Like the sound of bubbles breaking, Tucker disappeared directly into his magical hut. As the twisted, hazy, and weird lines around him quickly gathered, the scene gradually solidified and then gathered into a forbidden stage with a huge curtain hanging down. Tucker, who entered the forbidden curtain stage, looked around. The forbidden curtain stage was very large. Just a piece of marble-like material floor was almost hundreds of square meters. And looking around, this huge marble floor was endless. And the crimson curtain silk in the distance was as majestic and vast as a mountain. At this time, Tucker seemed to have come to the land of giants. I used the system to search here before. This forbidden curtain stage has ecological characteristics and can be anchored for development. I was a little confused about why a stage has ecology. It turns out that this place is so huge. Tucker was amazed. It seems that when the magical, forbidden star curtain uses forbidden ecology to cultivate this kind of seal, it also makes this forbidden seal have certain ecological characteristics. Just as Tucker was looking at this huge forbidden curtain stage. Kaka. Kaka. The crisp sound of bone soles hitting the ground sounded. The 38th level, Skeleton-Side Lord, felt Tucker accepting the challenge of the curtain, and it followed the trail. The fingers under the Blood Shadow Wizard robe flicked lightly. Buzz! The demon ring staff and steam source energy responded. A fire circle quickly rose on the side of Tucker's right hand, and the pungent smell of lava and sulfur quickly filled the air. Then, a pair of heart flame demon arms with flame-rune textures suddenly grabbed the edge of the flame and exerted force suddenly. Rip! The fire circle was suddenly stretched open. Then the level 36 flame demon Hedilla walked out of the flames. The unique lava, evil, bloody, and tyrannical breath of the flame demon lord, like a sticky wave, surged in all directions. After such a long period of continuous killing, and absorbing the lava essence and flame essence of St. Land's lava hearth tree stump, the flame demon Hedilla has recovered his peak state and even upgraded a level. He was level 35 before, and now he is level 36. At this time, the flame demon lord Hedilla's body is 5 meters high and close to 6 meters. Of course, the more than 1 meter long, upward growing demon horns have played a strong role in increasing his height. Behind him is a pair of burning flame demon wings, and the blazing flames illuminate a large area around. The demon body is covered with lava scales, and the thorns on the back are protruding like cold blades, extending all the way to the long demon tail whip like a steel chain. When the flame demon Lord Hedilla appeared, obviously, the Skull-Side Lord hesitated. Even if it was a forbidden life, it could feel the powerful breath of the terrifying demon. Shaking its head, snorting, and stretching its wings, the powerful flame demon Hedilla relaxed its body a little, and immediately crawled down, with its huge demon head humbly lowered at Tucker's feet. "My great master, what do you want?" "Kill him." Tucker glanced at the Skull-Side Lord, and ordered lightly. "I will follow your orders, my master." The flame demon Hedilla turned around and looked at the Skull-Side Lord, who was obviously shorter than him. He took a deep breath. Roar, mixed with the angry roar from the abyss, as the demon lava breath poured into the damned skeleton body, the flame demon Hedilla flashed his wings and fought fiercely. Demon. Skeleton. Although both are lords. But there is a gap between lords and lords. As a demon creature born from lava, it will undoubtedly be more powerful in the extraordinary ecological niche. And the situation is indeed so. When the two fought, the fire demon Hedilla took the upper hand without any surprise. Demon breath, soul shock, tail whip whip, demon claws, demon flame burning. Various means are constantly used to greet the Skeleton-Side Lord, who is also a lord. The Skeleton-Side Lord also waved his sickle to fight back, but most of the time, he was passively defending and taking a beating. For a while, this huge curtained arena, the dull fighting sound of two powerful demons echoed. As the demon body of the herded fire demon Hedilla, even if he died in battle outside, or even his body was annihilated, Tucker, who holds the demon ring staff and the demon soul, can resurrect it again. To a certain extent, this is also a disguised immortality. As the two lords fought, Tucker, who had entered the shadow state, raised his destiny revolver with one hand. Bang! Accompanied by a dull gunshot. The plastic light bullet hit the skull of the Skull-Sickle Lord. A ripple of light bloomed. Huh? No. Tucker felt the destiny revolver. This shot did not bring Tucker the source of life. Unconvinced, Tucker fired again. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots exploded on the skull of the Skull-Sickle Lord. Although this level of attack did not cause much damage to the Skull-Sickle Lord, it also hindered its counterattack and defense rhythm. The fire demon Hedilla took the opportunity to attack fiercely, and for a time, the Skull-Sickle Lord was defeated. I can't absorb the source of life at all. Fumbling with a destiny revolver in his hand, Tucker shook his head. It seems that if you want to use the fate revolver to absorb the life essence, the target must first have the life essence. This Skull-Side Lord is a life form under the taboo rules, and does not have the life essence I need. Without the life essence, it is impossible to obtain the life essence out of nothing by attacking the target. Tucker shook his head and immediately put away the fate revolver. He began to use his nightmare fire oil bombs containing the power of light to assist the flame demon Hedilla in attacking the Skeleton-Side Lord. Tucker's flame damage is extremely strong, and combined with the power of light. With one fire oil bomb after another, the body of the Skeleton-Side Lord was soaked. This made the flame demon completely present an all-round crushing situation. It's still comfortable to fight 2 against 1. Looking at the flame demon who had already pressed the Skeleton-Side Lord to the ground and rubbed it, Tucker, who was completely standing still in the distance, nodded with satisfaction. One person and one demon joined forces. 10 minutes later, in the burning of the intense flames, the skeleton Scythe Lord, which was originally level 48 and now level 38, collapsed. After the skeleton Scythe Lord died, his body was quickly absorbed by the huge forbidden stage. Then, this huge forbidden curtain stage entered a peaceful state. Using the world as a medium, Tucker used his wizard ability touch perception to absorb the current status information of the surrounding world. After about a few minutes, Tucker slowly ended the touch perception, and a little sharp light in the depths of his eyes bloomed slightly. It is just as I guessed. This forbidden curtain stage was constructed by the powerful curse power of the forbidden seal. Under the delay of the gods, it will arrive in 4 months to release the curse. But I used my own world to fit the veins here, entered in advance, and killed the guardian of this forbidden curtain stage. So the forbidden curtain stage was left vacant. I can take the initiative to move into the ownerless stage, which is equivalent to me being the owner of half of the curtain stage. If it were just that, it would be fine. I can't do anything to this forbidden curtain stage. But the problem is, Tucker's eyes condensed slightly, and a slightly bloody and cruel smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. I have in my hand fragments of taboo rules. The world context fits the characteristics of the taboo rules here. Using the fragments of taboo rules, I can pull the enemy in. Then let the enemy and I complete the taboo rule process of this taboo curtain stage. That is, a mandatory 1v1 real man battle, the kind that determines victory or defeat, as well as life and death. And the means of pulling is also quite simple. After all, this is a death level taboo seal. Anyone I touch, anyone within my sight, and anyone within my perception can be pulled in. The means of pulling people in is still very domineering. This is also in line with the characteristics of a death level taboo seal, which can easily bring death to the enemy. In that case, Tucker silently thought about several feasible plans. The ecological war is about to break out. By harnessing the power of the steam ecology, we can completely use the forbidden fragments to capture people. Catch one and kill one, catch two and kill a pair. Those powerful 5th order transcendents are not easy to kill, and the 6th order ones, there is a high probability that they cannot be defeated. But those 4th order geniuses are relatively easy to kill. I currently have 131 fragments in my hand. It takes 4 fragments to pull a 4th order transcendent. If all are consumed, 32 4th order transcendents can be pulled. Although the overall number is not large, but if all are used to kill the top geniuses of the 3 major halls of the Dark Sun Church, it is enough. As the steam wave in Saintland becomes more and more fierce, the Dark Sun Church has secretly moved many transcendent geniuses to Saintland. Quite a few people have made a great reputation. Tucker's mind emerged from the geniuses of the Dark Sun Church who appeared in Saintland during this period of time. It is said that when the 4th level super vampire genius Armand first entered the 4th level, he had already condensed the powerful vampire Marcus title. He is destined to be a 7th level high-level vampire in the future, and even has great hope of becoming an 8th level crown or a 9th level crown. He is now the absolute focus of the vampire temple to cultivate talents. There are even rumors that this Armand has an S-level extraordinary talent. It is hard to say whether it is true or not, but this kind of momentum, as well as the powerful talent of Armand, allowed him to build a legendary weapon early. Tucker vaguely remembered that the vampires had pushed this Armand to become the son of the Dark Sun. Later, the genius named Armand was the most popular to overthrow Wendell's position as the son of God. The top earl of the 4th level vampire, Lewis, is a genius of the Nether Rune and the darling of the Nether Blood Sea. His talent in controlling the Nether Blood Sea is unmatched. In terms of the werewolf tribe of the Totem Temple, the 4th level Silver Frost bloodline werewolf Claudia, possessing the talent of extreme cold, the breath of zero ice, it is even praised as the blood talent magical power that no one can compete with. And Magnus, who was born on the altar of the ancestral heroic spirit, is known as the son of the heroic spirit. Naturally possessing a powerful heroic spirit state, he has the characteristics of an immortal heroic spirit. These 2 genius werewolves are also the werewolf geniuses recommended by the Totem Holy Hall to replace the position of Wendell Francis, the son of the Dark Sun. In addition to these top geniuses, there are also many other geniuses with extremely high talents. And now, these geniuses are all in Saintland. They all hope to achieve something in the tide of Saintland's era. But now, they are all in danger. Once the ecological war breaks out, these people will be dragged to the execution platform and executed one by one. Tucker's thoughts gradually became clear as he carefully felt this huge forbidden curtain stage. At present, I am alone and a demon, which is a little insufficient. After all, it is a round-robin battle and there are many enemies. If we add a magic spider lord, it will be almost the same. At the same time, we also need to get specific information about these geniuses. At least we need to know what they look like. Well, it seems that we have to trouble Bishop Martha or Bevis again. Chapter 263, Capturing the Demon Spider Lord and Assassinating Him with a Strong Man. The 76th floor of the Xinghe Blue Tower. The damage done to the ecological environment of the meditation star sequence by the Dark Sun Crown Archbishop is being repaired. Thanks to the fact that the old star meditation book is firmly anchored here and maintains the ecological cycle of the meditation star, it is only a matter of time before it is restored. Nowadays, the old meditation star is steadily hanging over Saint Land. A large number of students from the Extraordinary Academy in the High Tower District, as well as the High Tower apprentices, have also joined the star meditation system. This has invisibly strengthened the ecological cycle of the old steam meditation star. It is said that many extraordinary people living in the Tree Heart City have come to the High Tower District to rent houses in order to meditate better. During this period, the rent prices in the Saint Land High Tower District have been rising. At this time, Bevis Twain is guarding the 76th floor. After listening to Tucker's explanation, Bevis Twain looked up and down at the Tucker in front of him and said slowly, "What do you want the specific list of these geniuses of the Dark Sun Evil God Church for? And you have to have the specific magic projections of these guys for detailed identification. Are you not going to make another plan?" Tucker spread his hands and said calmly, "Aren't we going to have an ecological war next? I have mastered some special powers, and I want to use this power to retaliate and strike against these geniuses of the Dark Sun Church. But to retaliate, we must first find them, and I don't know them very well. So, I can only take the information from the church." After thinking for a while, Tucker added, "This is official business, not my personal need." Tucker's words made Bevis Twain raise his eyebrows slightly. "Retaliate in the ecology. You have such a powerful method, do you want my help?" Tucker nodded after thinking for a while. "Actually, I do need some manpower. I need you to help me find people." "Find people?" "Yes. When the ecological war breaks out, I need you to help me find the specific locations of the geniuses of the Dark Sun Church. Only after I find them can I use my methods to attack them. If I can't find them, then there's nothing I can do." Tucker thought for a while and continued, "If you can definitely recruit more people, preferably spellcasters, and gather at the top of the 4th ring tower during the ecological war. The ecological power here is very strong. I can only control a part of it. You can definitely help me find people when the time comes." After thinking for a while, Bevis Twain nodded. "In that case, I will lead a group of spellcasters here, and when the ecological war breaks out, we will gather the ecological power they control and go find these geniuses together. In addition, I will also quickly get the intelligence information you need. The events that Tucker created in Saint Land that completely changed the course of Saint Land's history have made Bevis unconditionally believe in Tucker's actions. Help Tucker to better complete his plan, which is also one of his main duties here." Bevis Twain turned into a shadow and left quickly. Tucker turned around and looked at the world outside through the power reinforced by the Great Barrier. It should have been quiet, natural, and even quite sunny weather. Tucker saw heavy leaden clouds pressing down, and even could faintly hear the wailing of the waves. The two scenes were completely intertwined in Tucker's field of vision, even affected by the symbol of nothingness that cannot be described in words. In the corners of Tucker's vision, the power of shadows was constantly infiltrating and distorting, constantly extracting the color lines of Tucker's normal vision. Some small shadow creatures that did not seem to be powerful were also affected by this bizarre vision of nothingness, becoming brave and showing their fangs to Tucker. But if they dared to show their fangs, they would be eaten by the shadow wolf immediately. Although Tucker's real vision was severely affected by the shadow dimension. Fortunately, Tucker has many visual dimensions. Accurate vision, phase vision, and world vision are all top-level magical visual abilities. It is no big deal that the color of the real vision is extracted by the shadow. But the impact behind this strange and illusory vision is very intriguing. Is it the haze of heavy war damage brought to Saint Land by the next battle? Or, are there other dangers that are secretly coveting Saint Land? Or is there a more terrible force waiting for Tucker to appear in secret? There is a potential danger. And it is a danger that Tucker himself feels or even sees. In line with the principle of whoever wants to resist this danger can resist it, anyway, I won't resist it. At this moment, Tucker's own body has not even come out. The Tucker who came out this time is just Tucker's soul curtain shadow. At this time, the power of the powerful 4-star witchcraft soul curtain shadow is reflected. It can be completely regarded as a part of Tucker's walking outside. At this time, it was the soul curtain shadow that supported Tucker's capital and confidence to walk outside before the turmoil in St. Land swept in. Slowly withdrawing his gaze from the bizarre and strange nothingness outside, Tucker looked at the corner. In a shadow in the corner, the shadow flame wolf leader quickly emerged. Soul curtain shadow. Tucker rode directly on it. The shadow flame wolf leader with Tucker plunged into the hidden corner, creating layers of shadow ripples. The barrier that was difficult for others to pass through was naturally no obstacle for Tucker. Shadow layer domain. On the wasteland, the shadow wolf took soul curtain shadow Tucker and quickly approached the direction of the shadow spider leader's nest. At this time, Tucker was silently feeling something. Even if Tucker observed the outside world in the form of soul curtain shadow, Tucker's perception was still slightly distorted by the power of the Dark Sun ecological curse. If the soul curtain shadow is not used, in the magic house or in the forbidden curtain stage where Tucker is now, it will not be distorted by the Dark Sun ecological power of the outside world. If there is an enemy secretly following me, then the enemy will definitely observe me in the dimension of the Dark Sun ecology. After all, Saint Rand is now in the spiritual world, and the Dark Sun outline supported by the Dark Sun ecology is still hanging high in the sky. The spiritual world can shine into reality. At the same time, the natural Dark Sun ecological curse will also be an excellent window for the enemy to observe me, which is completely in my blind spot of perception. After the last wave of sneak attacks, they didn't kill me, and now, are they going to attack me again? What a pity. Tucker's eyes narrowed slightly. My ability to hide is beyond your imagination. The first layer, which is also the outermost layer, is the tower itself. The second layer is the great barrier I built. The third layer is my magical hut with a ceiling barrier. The fourth layer is the forbidden curtain stage built by Archbishop Dark Sun himself. As long as I hide deep enough, you won't be able to find it. While thinking, Tucker looked at the light and shadow boundary outside the Saint Lander layer in the distance. There is the nest of the Shadow Spider Lord. It is also the main target of Tucker's trip. As Tucker approached, Tucker didn't even need to take the initiative to attack. The Shadow Flame Wolf's own breath was discovered by the Shadow Spider Lord. Hiss hiss hiss. The rapid and piercing shadow hissing stirred up shadow ripples more than 10 meters high in the shadow dimension. The entire shadow nest was fluctuating violently, driving the surrounding world to shake. Last time, it was this Shadow Flame Wolf that came to attract it away, causing the spider crystal in the nest to be stolen by shameless thieves. It dared to come this time. The Shadow Spider Lord, who had nothing to lose, immediately rushed towards Tucker and the Shadow Flame Wolf leader. The Shadow Layer and the Shadowland were all rumbling under the attack of the Spider Lord. Looking at the Shadow Spider Lord who was charging angrily like an armored tank, the Shadow Flame Wolf was trembling with fear, but he still mustered up his fierce courage and roared at the Spider Lord who was several times his size. The Soul Curtain examined the Shadow Spider Lord who was rushing over. Tucker, who was in the Forbidden Curtain stage, quickly threw 4 fragments into the curtain stage. The outline of the Shadow Spider Lord quickly enveloped, wrapped, and intersected in Tucker's pupils. At the moment when the Shadow Spider Lord was about to install Tucker, there was a bang. The huge Shadow Spider Lord shattered like a bubble and disappeared completely. Wherever you look, you can use the Taboo Curtain stage to invest and pull out Taboo Rule fragments. At the same time. Huh? A sound of surprise, though not loud, like thunder, suddenly sounded beside the Soul Curtain Shadow's ears. The next moment, intense pain and tearing sensations burst out from all corners of the Soul Curtain Shadow at the same time. The 4th level Soul Curtain Shadow was meticulously disintegrated at an extremely subtle level. Even the Shadow Flame Demon Wolf that had followed Tucker for a long time could not escape the bad luck. Under this terrifying method, it was also torn and decomposed into tiny shadow fragments, or even powder. The Soul Curtain Shadow and the Demon Wolf were both instantly destroyed. The burly, powerful and beautiful man with fair skin stretched out his slender hands and fumbled in the shadow powder transformed by the Soul Curtain Shadow and the Demon Wolf for a while, but did not find anything useful. It's just as Michelle said, this guy, is quite resourceful and powerful. Not only did he capture the demon spider lord, but he also ran away very cleanly, leaving nothing behind. He's only level 3, not even level 4. The burly man's bright bloodshot eyes examined his white hands. It seems that he guessed that someone was secretly spying on him, and even, he made preparations for it. He's really a tricky guy. So, he must be eliminated. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264 Demon Spider Lord, Surrender. In the magical hut, Tucker sat cross-legged quietly. At this moment, Tucker was holding the broken soul curtain shadow vein and shadow wolf vein. With the fall of Tucker's soul curtain shadow and the death of Shadow Wolf, the other end of the vein had been completely annihilated. The part that Tucker held was also the part that Tucker cut off on his own initiative. He was preventing the mysterious vampire 8th level champion from attacking Tucker and then further capturing the remnants of Tucker's soul. Last time, Tucker had the soul curtain shadow stationed there and suffered a great loss. This time, he would not fall into the same trap twice. Logically speaking, the strong men of the Dark Sun Church have already launched a sneak attack on me. They would not be so shameless as to launch a second sneak attack on me. The result? These guys just don't play by the rules. One wave has not settled before another wave arises. It looks like they will not stop until they crush me to death. Fortunately, Tucker looked at the low leaden cloud outside. I am alert. If my real body goes out today, I might be seriously injured or even die. This is what he thought. Tucker loosened the veins and let them disappear along the original trajectory. Sitting cross-legged on the wool meditation seat in the living room, Tucker carefully deduced the whole process of this sneak attack. First of all, the other party can indeed use the power of the Dark Sun curse to search for and attack me. Fortunately, I have already guessed this and taken precautions. Secondly, even if they are 8th level crown masters, if they do not have corresponding talents, they cannot compete with me in deeper dimensions, such as the world's vein level. After all, it is a 1500% SSS level extraordinary talent, and there is also the blessing of the SSS exclusive Steam, World, Origin spiritual state. I have a complete advantage in the deeper level of mastery, and this is exactly the key to not letting the other party catch the handle when being attacked this time. Then it is. Tucker's eyes condensed slightly, and the murderous intent was brewing in the depths of his pupils like a storm. I caught you. Tucker was on guard, so it was naturally impossible to suffer a blow in vain. The death curse of the taboo curtain stage was on his body, and Tucker was holding a large number of taboo rule fragments in his hands. While the other party attacked Tucker, who accurately locked the other party, also anchored a taboo rule fragment to the 8th level crown blood clan who attacked him. In other words, this 8th rank vampire crown powerhouse has been cursed by Tucker's curtain stage. In the subsequent process, as long as Tucker continues to invest 7 taboo rule fragments, then Tucker can pull this 8th rank vampire bishop into the taboo curtain stage and put him in solitary confinement. This powerful death level taboo curtain curse that requires gods to break is naturally not something that this 8th rank vampire crown bishop can open. Having already anchored the other party and the other party can't run away, Tucker didn't rush to invest in the subsequent taboo rule fragments. Now is not the time to capture this 8th rank crown powerhouse. After this round of ecological war is over, Tucker will pull this guy in and slowly settle accounts with the other party. Tucker slowly gathered his mind and moved his attention away from the sneak attack of the 8th rank crown powerhouse. His eyes looked at the demon spider lord who began to climb and scream on all sides in the taboo curtain stage, and even climbed up along the stage curtain that was like a mountain barrier. Tucker opened the page for adding points. After examining it for a moment, Tucker shook his head. I can only weaken or strengthen the taboo objects and life forms born under the taboo rules when they curse or harm me, or interact with me. But it doesn't work for the life forms I pulled in with the taboo rule fragments. After all, the two are not on the same system of rules at all. It's a pity that the leader of the Shadow Flame Wolf was killed. Tucker sighed secretly, shaking his head. I originally wanted to train him to be a lord. Tucker immediately matched the dimensional veins of the taboo curtain stage. Bang! Tucker's figure shattered like a bubble. As soon as Tucker appeared in the taboo curtain stage. Hiss. Hiss, hiss. The angry and hateful hissing of the Shadow Spider Lord swept over from a distance of hundreds of meters. Tucker clenched his fists lightly. Woo, woo, woo. The dual-core steam core roared in a low voice. A large amount of steam energy was sprayed from the bottom, sleeves and collar of Tucker's Blood Shadow Wizard robe. At the same time, steam, flames and light converged behind Tucker, and the steam and light feather blades quickly condensed. This time, Tucker planned to defeat the Shadow Spider Lord himself. Only in this way can there be hope of making the other party surrender. A group of people beat the Spider Lord half to death. With the fierce temper of this wild lord, he would never surrender. One-on-one, a real man 1v1 battle, completely defeating the opponent, there is a certain hope. Hiss hiss hiss. The distance between the two sides was about 50 meters, and the two shadow limbs in front of the Spider Lord suddenly stabbed into the ground. Chi. Dense and large shadow ground spikes bloomed sharply in a range of about 10 meters with Tucker as the center. The heavy armor of ordinary 4th-level extraordinary people would be easily penetrated. When the Demon Spider Lord raised the two front limbs, Tucker had already seen through the Shadow Demon Spider Lord's attack intention. Tucker moved his steps lightly. A shadow moved more than 10 meters away, avoiding the attack of the Shadow Ground Spike. The Shadow Ground Spike attack failed, and the pair of sharp claws in front of the Shadow Demon Spider Lord continued to pierce the ground. Shadow Ground Spikes began to emerge around Tucker in groups, chasing Tucker all the way. Tucker perfectly grasped the Shadow Demon Spider Lord's intention. Whether it was through the grasp of the timing through precision, correction, or through the insight of the source energy fluctuations of the surrounding world through steam, world, origin spiritual state, or through the phase vision ability to spy on its attack range. Tucker has many ways to avoid a sneak attack of the Shadow Demon Spider Lord's Shadow Ground Spike. For other extraordinary people, Shadow Ground Spike is very fast and quick. This move may be difficult to defend, and it will be seriously injured if you are not careful. But for Tucker, who controls the surrounding world, this is not a problem at all. Sizzle. Sizzle. Seeing that the attack method that had always been effective did not work this time, the Shadow Demon Spider's mouth parts and appendages kept rubbing. Then the Shadow Demon Spider Lord suddenly spit at Tucker. A large ball of shadow power fell rapidly towards Tucker. As Tucker retreated, the ball of shadow power fell to the ground and exploded with a bang. The dense spider silk bloomed quickly like fireworks. Then the dense shadow spider silk covered the surrounding area of 40 to 50 meters. The location where Tucker's shadow passed through and fell was more than 50 meters away, just avoiding the coverage of this spider silk bomb. The dense spider silk bloomed by the spider silk bomb fell on the ground and quickly disappeared. Tucker couldn't help but take a few more glances. This spider silk bomb is interesting. After the explosion, it can cover a large area of enemies. When the shadow spider web falls to the ground, the power of the shadow part quickly penetrates into the ground and serves as an anchor, while the spider web part with strong stickiness is spread on the surface. Once you step on this area, the more you struggle, the tighter it will entangle you. Hiss. Seeing that his attack did not work, the Shadow Demon Spider Lord began to become more and more angry. He accumulated strength and kept spitting at Tucker. Puff. 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 Bang. 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 One after another, spider silk bombs kept spitting at Tucker. Even if they could not capture Tucker when they exploded, they could also be spread on the ground as spider web traps. How could Tucker not guess the little calculation of this demon spider lord? After more than a dozen spider silk bombs, spider web traps were laid in a large area around the Shadow Demon Spider Lord. Others may not be able to see it, but Tucker's world vision can not only see the invisible spider webs on the surface clearly, but also the shadow veins that penetrated into the ground. Hiss. As if it had set up a position, the Shadow Demon Spider Lord made a low hissing sound at Tucker. It stayed in the area where it was and did not come out. Seeing this, Tucker was slightly surprised. After entering this unfamiliar environment, it has become more stable. Is this guy going to fight a positional war with me? Whether it was the confrontation with my magical powers before, or the fact that he did not dare to enter the Saint Land reality domain after I stole the spider crystal, it can be seen that this guy is very smart. But wisdom alone cannot guarantee your safety. Tucker, who did not attack rashly, thought quickly. Shadow spikes, spider silk bombs, spider web traps, shadow jumps, and the magical power, spider web world, are probably the main means of this 4th level lord. There may be some other hidden means, But, overall, they are not too threatening to me. It's almost time to fight back. Taking a deep breath, in an instant, a bloody, tyrannical, and indifferent killing aura reappeared from Tucker. Tucker rubbed his hands together and took a deep breath. Tucker's whole body swelled rapidly like a balloon. Even the blood shadow wizard robe was quickly bulged. Immediately, Tucker suddenly spit. A large amount of kerosene turned into a rain curtain like a flood, falling towards the shadow demon spider lord and its spider web. With Tucker's snap of his fingers, the hot and violent flames instantly ignited the area of hundreds of meters in radius. For a moment, the entire gray stage was illuminated by the flames. Tucker's flame is the fire of the inextinguishable magical power. The position that the Shadow Spider Lord had painstakingly arranged was trapped and was instantly set on fire by Tucker. Even the Shadow Spider Lord had to flee from the flame area spewed by Tucker while screaming. The 4th Order 48th level Shadow Spider Lord did not dare to resist Tucker's current magical flame. Tucker traveled through a phase and came directly to the vicinity of the Shadow Spider Lord. At the same time, the Fate Revolver in Tucker's hand also aimed at the Shadow Spider Lord. "You attacked just now, now it's my turn." Bang! A shot fell, and a little light bloomed on the Shadow Spider Lord, exploding a little shadow ripple. Although the overall damage was not high, the bullets that Tucker integrated into it had the characteristics of light, and still made the Shadow Spider Lord scream in pain. The attack of the Fate Revolver was not about damage, but about Tucker harvesting the source of life. This shot allowed Tucker to harvest the source of life for almost 2 hours. Not bad. Tucker smiled softly as he felt the life essence flowing into his body. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire continued. Tucker quickly harvested the life essence of the Shadow Spider Lord. At the same time, the shadow on the body of the Shadow Spider Lord quickly squirmed, gathering a large piece of flame together, and then shook his body, accompanied by the fall of some shadow fragments. The Shadow Spider Lord also successfully got rid of the burning flame of Tucker's magical power. Looking over the falling group of shadow fragments, Tucker raised his eyebrows slightly. It's a good method to get rid of the burning of the magical flame by controlling the burning material, but it can only be used by shadow creatures that are not limited to the combination of body materials. Other types of creatures, such as werewolves, their dog heads are set on fire by me. They can't just twist them off and kick them away like a ball. For those life forms whose extraordinary state is not perfectly condensed, or whose extraordinary state is easily ignited, my flame magical power can easily restrain them. Even this Shadow Demon Spider Lord, this powerful lord who is not afraid of fire, can hardly confront my flame head-on, not to mention other extraordinary life forms and extraordinary creatures. While thinking, Tucker had fired more than 10 shots in a row, earning a day's life with blood. Hiss. The Shadow Demon Spider Lord who got rid of the flame suddenly made a shadow jump and pressed towards Tucker. Tucker moved sideways slightly. The Blood Shadow Wizard robe gave Tucker high strength and flexibility, which matched the powerful phase step. Tucker stepped on the precise veins and completed the staggered position with the Shadow Spider Lord. The Shadow Spider Lord landed at Tucker's position, and Tucker landed at the Shadow Spider Lord's position. Then Tucker continued to shoot. Although the damage of the Fate Revolver was a bit scratching for the Shadow Spider Lord, who was still in a relatively intact state, Tucker wanted to scrape for a while to get enough life. There are not many opportunities to draw the source of life from a powerful lord. Accurately control the situation on the battlefield. Tucker continued to use fire witchcraft with the Fate Revolver to frantically harvest the source of life from the Shadow Spider Lord. But it was only a dozen minutes. Tucker harvested more than a month's worth of life from the Shadow Spider Lord. The Shadow Spider Lord, who was shot by Tucker for 10 minutes, began to show a wounded state in his powerful lord's shadow state. Shadow matter continued to flow out of his body and drip onto the ground. In the fight with Tucker, the Shadow Spider Lord was completely at a disadvantage. Its various shadow abilities were very powerful. But the problem was that Tucker's various methods were more powerful than its methods. Not to mention that its attacks were difficult to hit Tucker. Even if it hid a little, Tucker could easily counterattack. In the fight, Tucker almost used many practical means to counterattack the various means and abilities of the Shadow Spider Lord in all directions. He was fighting against the opponent's arrogance. When the Shadow Spider Lord jumped in the shadow, Tucker would phase through it, perfectly pulling the distance and constantly counterattacking. When the Shadow Spider Lord spit out spider silk bombs, Tucker would spit out magical flames. He would burn as much as he spit, leaving no room for you. As for the shadow spikes and the quick move and pull in pursuit, it was obviously too much to want to use such simple little means to deal with Tucker. Not to mention the Lord, a creature with a large body and sufficient movement. Even a genius of assassination could hardly get close to Tucker. Under Tucker's constant bombardment with the Fate revolver and various witchcrafts, the Shadow Spider Lord was still aggressive and hot-tempered at the beginning. But soon, the arrogance was suppressed by Tucker's all-round suppression. After more than 10 rounds of attacks, he could only barely touch a few corners of Tucker's clothes, and Tucker had already caused serious damage to him. The Shadow Spider Lord no longer had the arrogant and domineering attitude before. At this time, the Shadow Spider Lord still relied on the powerful 4th-level leader's spirit, holding on hard, looking for a chance to turn the tables. But Tucker's offensive became more and more fierce. Rune, Spiritual Hand, Spear of Shaping Light, Rune, Hurricane Hold, Divine Healing. Various means of attacking. And among these injuries, there were also gunshots from Tucker's Fate revolver. Tucker completely regarded this 4th-level Shadow Spider Lord as a living target and poured out his firepower. The Shadow Spider Lord, who was carrying Tucker's attack and conducting a small-scale counterattack, finally gathered his own Lord's magical power, Spider Web Catching World. Buzz buzz buzz. As the power of the magical power gathered, the surrounding space was quickly absorbed by the Shadow Spider Lord, and at the same time, a huge spider web emerged behind the Shadow Spider Lord. In the back, Tucker, with a cold look, raised his right hand silently. The legendary Demon Ring Staff, which was blooming with the fluctuations of the legendary ring staff, condensed a dark golden glass light spear on Tucker's wrist. The layers of powerful runes on it bloomed with heart-pounding fluctuations. Steam Light Feather Blade, Shaping Light Spear, Phase Magic Power, the 3 major magical powers, abilities, and witchcraft are now in a perfect state of linkage and intersection. In the perception of world, the trajectory and veins intersect in the magical power node mentioned by the Shadow Spider Lord. The thread of near death was anchored in the soul of the Shadow Spider Lord. The scene of deterrence in the past emerged in its mind. Last time, it was afraid and did not attack. But this time, it had no room to retreat. Swish, a sharp hiss, the magical power, Spider Web Catching Realm, instantly erupted. At the moment of its magical power erupting, steam, Shaping Light Feather Blade, across the phase distance, accurately poured into the node of the eruption. Boom. The magical power of Spider Web Catching Realm erupted to the extreme in the mouth of the Shadow Spider Lord. Not only the spider web that captured the world was blown apart, but also the upper body of the Shadow Spider Lord. A large amount of the Shadow Spider Lord's extraordinary state matter fell like a drizzle. Only the back half of the Shadow Spider Lord's body was left, and the Shadow Spider Lord completely collapsed on the ground. But as a Shadow Spider Lord with a powerful extraordinary state, it is not dead yet. It is still trying its best to recover its body. Tucker took a phase step and came to the side of the Shadow Spider Lord. He stretched out his right hand slightly. Wow! The blazing black and red magical flames burst out violently. The Shadow Spider Lord, whose upper body was blown off, would surely die if he was ignited. Now, you have 2 choices. The first choice is to turn into ashes in this flame. The second choice is to surrender to me. Every word Tucker said trampled on the weak soul consciousness of the Shadow Spider Lord. Tucker's all-round crushing attack seemed to have a good effect. After a moment, the Shadow Spider Lord sent out a clearer voice of thought. I am willing to surrender. Seeing the Shadow Spider Lord lower his head to surrender to him, Tucker pinched his hand. The released Nightmare Fireball was suddenly eliminated. When the Shadow Spider Lord began to restore the outline of his body, Tucker built a shadow summoning contract ritual on the side. Using this shadow contract summoning ritual, Tucker can complete the contract terms in many ways. This is much more advanced than simply establishing a pet beast contract. His eyes swept over the Shadow Spider Lord, who was at level 48, recovering his body and waiting for him to establish a contract. He also looked at his ritual shadow contract that was gradually blooming. For a moment, Tucker felt a little sad. If I had been stronger, Lamar would not have been defeated so tragically. Fortunately, I am strong enough now. Tucker gathered his mind and put many contract terms on the Shadow Spider Lord. The Shadow Spider Lord did not have the qualifications to be picky and accepted them all at once. Obviously, the Shadow Spider Lord understood the current situation very thoroughly. There are still a few days, Shadow Spider Lord. Tucker looked at the Shadow Spider Lord's upper body that was blown off. Based on his own recovery speed, it is highly unlikely that he will be able to recover to his peak. Well, the attack just now was a bit heavy. It seems that it is very necessary to find him a Shadow Priest. I wonder if Bevis Twain knows shadow healing. Just ask Bevis Twain after he comes back. Even if Bevis himself doesn't have it, the spellcaster friends he found should have it. 2 of the 5 soul shadows have been eliminated by the Dark Sun Church. We need to replenish them when we have time. While thinking, Tucker began to prepare and arrange many aspects in this forbidden curtain lair. The Shadow Demon Spider Lord just used this place as a positional battle mode, which instantly gave Tucker inspiration. Tucker can completely complete many arrangements here and build this place into his own half-home world. In this way, after the geniuses of the Dark Sun Church are pulled in, Tucker can easily kill them, and even, after the 5th level Genius Masters are pulled in, they can also be quickly killed by Tucker. For this Forbidden Curtain stage, Tucker seems to have found a better way to open it. Chapter 265 One person is the world, and one thought controls the ecology. Star Ocean Blue 4-Ring Tower, 72nd floor. As the sticky shadow fog dissipated, the solid and sturdy body of the Shadow Spider Lord emerged like a tank. The Shadow Spider Lord at this time was no longer the weak appearance of half of his body blown off by Tucker a few days ago. At this time, he had completely recovered to his peak state of level 48. The powerful pressure of the Spider Lord, which was emanating from him, was like a substance, causing the calf of the 54-level Shadow Priest Miles Harper, who was treating him, to tremble slightly. As a priest, he was not good at fighting against the enemy. Most of the time, he was in the rear to manage logistics and treat people. At most, when there were not enough people, he would go to the low-level area to clean up the ecological environment polluted by the shadow power or the dark power. He had never been in such close contact with a powerful Shadow Lord, and a level 48 Shadow Spider Lord. Although Tucker had told him that the Shadow Spider Lord had completed the contract and would not hurt anyone. But the pressure of the Shadow Spider Lord, a fierce lord who had survived the bloodbath and survived the slaughter, still frightened him so much that he dared not even breathe. Seeing that the Shadow Spider Lord had completely recovered from his injuries, Tucker on the side nodded with satisfaction. The ecological war is about to break out. If this level 48 Spider Lord recovers, he can better complete the slaughter. At this time, Tucker was naturally controlled by the soul projection of Tucker's soul curtain. Thank you, Senior Miles Harper, your shadow healing method is really amazing. Tucker turned his head and looked at the priest on the side, thanking him sincerely. The 5th level Shadow Priest named Miles Harper waved his hand with a slightly pale face. It's nothing, I'm just lucky. At the beginning, my companions and I made a slight discovery in the ruins of the island on the east side of the extraordinary ocean, and absorbed the special seeds of the shadow healing sequence in the ruins. This allowed my shadow healing method to undergo a certain sequence transformation, so that I could perform powerful treatment and recovery. Is there such a good place on the extraordinary ocean? Tucker's heart moved slightly. Sir, you can establish a contract with such a powerful 4th level lord at the level of the 3rd level, which is simply incredible. You know, many 3rd level extraordinary people are just food in front of such a powerful 4th level lord. Looking at the Shadow Demon Spider Lord who is crawling on the side without any movement, Miles Harper was amazed. After the two of them boasted about business, Miles Harper left. The Shadow Demon Spider Lord quickly stood up, and then drilled into the body outline of Tucker's soul curtain, and then disappeared. At this time, Bevis Twain, who was in the shadow corner, came out. In the past few days, Bevis Twain not only brought Tucker a lot of information about the many geniuses of the 3 holy halls of the Dark Sun Evil God Church and the projection of magic scrolls. At the same time, he also found a considerable number of spellcasters. There are about 15 or 16 people. There are 3rd level, 4th level, and 5th level, and even 2 dwarf mages. Although there are not many people, each of them is a good spellcaster, and they are all elite members of the 3 Eyes God Church. These people are scattered in various buildings from the 70th to the 75th floor. Their task is to enter the ecology of the St. Lander Steam Tower. When the ecological wave of the ecology of the St. Lander Steam Tower surges, project their consciousness into the steam ecology layer by layer, and look for the geniuses of the Dark Sun Church. Then report the found targets to Tucker. At this time, standing on this star sea blue 4-ring tower, looking out, The steam of the entire Saintlander covers the sky and the sun. The sky curtain is completely intertwined with the source energy steam power of the steam tower. At this time, the steam ecological power of Saintland gradually rose to its peak. Even in the vast amount of steam source energy in the sky, the outline of a golden meditation star was faintly visible. At the same time, the active steam power with steam world rolled in the steam waves like a giant whale, presenting an incredible vision. Meditation star, steam world. The two powers that Tucker brought to Saintland. Now, they can play a certain role in Saintland's ecological war. Saintland's second ecological war. It is today and is about to break out. Although Tucker has used the steam world origin spiritual state to fit the surrounding ecology in the past. But it is the first time that Tucker has truly formed an ecological projection to control the power of ecology to fight. Boom. The source energy of the tower roared, low and exciting, sweeping across the entire Saintland. The tower was shaking slightly. The ecological war will start soon. Try to condense ecological projection first. Bevis Twain, who had withdrawn his gaze from the surging steam waves outside, looked at Tucker first. Yes. Soul Curtain Tucker nodded. Ecological projection is a projection form that is condensed by the extraordinary through his own extraordinary state to master the extraordinary sequence ecology and resonate with the external ecological environment. It is different from will projection and soul projection. Ecological projection can master the powerful ecological power of the resonant ecology. At this time, Tucker, who was sitting cross-legged in the magical hut, did not use his old days, blazing state, and steam wizard sequence ecology power to resonate with the power of the tower steam ecology. Instead, he directly used steam world original spiritual state to communicate and master the surrounding ecological power. Woo! With the subtle sound of the steam whistle, a large amount of source energy steam quickly gathered from all directions. Soon, an ecological projection that was about 4 meters high and looked like a giant human face appeared in this wide room on the 72nd floor. The outline of the giant face is exactly the same as Tucker's. As the ecological projection is condensed, Tucker can feel that a large amount of the ecological power of the steam tower around can be carried and controlled by himself. At the same time, Tucker also felt the ecological projections condensed by many other extraordinary people. Most of them exist in the form of facial outlines. Sir, the solidity of your ecological projection is so high. At this moment, a voice came suddenly. Tucker's ecological projection looked up, but saw that the thick floor that originally blocked the upper and lower layers had become transparent. The ecological projections above fell into Tucker's ecological vision one by one. The ecological projections of these 4th level and 5th level masters have larger outlines than Tucker. After all, their levels are higher. But the solidity of their ecological projections is completely different from that of Tucker. Their ecological projections are quite thin, and only an outline can be seen clearly. When you look closely, your sight can easily penetrate their projection outlines and see what's behind them. Tucker's ecological projection can completely block most of the sight, and is in a very solid state. Your Excellency, the God's favored one, is only at the 3rd level, but you can have such a solid projection ecology. The name of the God's favored one is indeed well deserved. Although the outline of this ecological projection is not large, in terms of solidity, I am afraid that many 6th level strongmen cannot compare to it. It's really amazing. Tucker's ecological projection attracted many extraordinary people around who were doing ecological projection to watch. The voices of envy and praise were endless. Tucker quietly gathered his mind, and the strange light in the depths of his pupils was slightly beating. Steam world original spiritual state, is it really so powerful? At this time, Tucker used his SSS level extraordinary talent to condense this ecological projection. Only a small part of the power was used. In Tucker's opinion, his ecological projection was actually very weak. But even so, compared with the ecological projection of other people around him, it was still in an absolutely crushing situation. If Tucker bloomed all his SSS exclusive talent power, I'm afraid that he will be able to condense a huge ecological projection of hundreds of meters. By then, it will be no problem to control the ecological power of this 4-ring tower. And this is when Tucker did not use the power of the world origin characteristic. After using the power of the world origin characteristic, Tucker estimated that his power to control the ecology would increase by more than double. and the power of the world origin characteristic can be continuously accumulated. One person is the world, and one thought controls the ecology. When my strength is strong enough, can I start a huge and extraordinary ecological war by myself? Tucker rubbed his palms, thinking. At this moment, woo woo woo. On the top of the 5-ring tower, an ecological wave bloomed. The ecological war has officially begun. Chapter 266 Exclusive Level. On the top of the 5-ring tower, an ecological wave that was not strong but not weak quickly bloomed. When the power of the ecological wave swept into the ecology of the Xinghe Blue Steam Tower, Tucker's ecological projection carried a large amount of the tower's own steam ecological power and quickly fit into this wave of ecological wave. Not only Tucker, but also many extraordinary people called by Bevis Twain on this tower floor. They also manipulated their own ecological projections and entered the ecological wave with a large amount of tower steam ecological power. As the ecological wave swept from the top to the bottom, the 4th level, 5th level, and 6th level extraordinary people in each layer of the Xinghe Blue 4-ring tower were also prepared, using their own ecological projections to continuously pour into this wave of ecological waves. Ecological war. It was not originally a war of one person, but a collective war force gathered by a large number of extraordinary people. Ecology has never been an individual. The group is the essence of ecology. And the ecological war is a powerful war launched by relying on the power of the group. All the extraordinary people who can condense the extraordinary state or possess the pseudo-extraordinary state in the entire Xinghe Blue 4-ring tower have joined the ecological wave in this wave. Many extraordinary people have become part of this wave of ecological wave, and are also the promoters of the wave power. Everyone is like a wave chaser chasing the wave. The power of the ecological wave that bloomed from the 5-ring tower itself is not very strong. But after being added layer by many extraordinary people, it has been continuously pushed. Soon, the power of the ecological wave has become vast and majestic. Everyone uses ecological projection to push the power of the steam tower ecology, and continues to move deep into the underground of Saint Land. With the surge of the ecological wave, Tucker uses the world to constantly feel around. Riding the ecological wave, the ecological projections of many extraordinary people, like the tide makers of the times, swept towards the dark sun power of the underground world. Steam ecology, extraordinary ecology, and ecological wave surge. The subtleties of many aspects bloomed in Tucker's perception and were quickly absorbed and mastered by Tucker. Perfectly fit into the operation of the steam ecological war, and deeply feel every detail. In this way, you can better build your own steam wizard sequence ecology. In the high tower area, under the joint promotion of a large number of high tower extraordinary people, the surging ecological wave made the whole Saint Land rumble, like a dull thunder rolling. Even the whole Saint Land world was shaking slightly. For a while, whether it was young and fashionable young men and women shopping on the road, or office workers sitting in the office, or the sheriff on duty, or those guests who were killing time in the hotel, everyone couldn't help looking outside, looking at the furnace fire, looking at the surging source energy steam. They all knew. Saint Land's second ecological war is coming. Tucker, Bevis Twain and others who were driving the ecological wave quickly dispersed. Since they were looking for people, they had to spread out in more directions. Everyone attacked different dark sun tower strongholds, so that they could cast a wide net and find people better. As the ecological wave swept through the underground black market area, Tucker felt the deep-rooted power of the dark sun deep underground. The dark sun ecology also built its own ecological defense line to resist the attack of St. Rand's steam ecology. Originally, the dark sun ecology used the ecology of the Blood Clan Castle and the Nether Blood Sea to fight against the dark sun ecology. But during the first ecological war, the Blood Clan Castle ecology, which absorbed the power of the Nether Blood Sea, was in a situation of being beaten in all directions. The underworld was broken by the ecological power of St. Rand. Even the ecological power of the Nether Blood Sea that was guided over was destroyed by St. Rand. It is estimated that it was because they saw that the Blood Clan Castle ecology consumed a lot of resources but had no power to fight. This made the Dark Sun Evil God Church change its strategic direction and directly regarded the ecological power of the Dark Sun Blood Clan Castle and a large number of Blood Clan bats as abandoned children. This is why the Blood Clan Castle ecology launched by the Dark Sun Evil God Church a few days ago killed 100 enemies and lost 1,000 of its own suicide ecological attack. Since we are all going to die anyway, We might as well die quickly. The self-destruction of the ecology of the Blood Clan Castle has made the Dark Sun ecology of Dark Sun itself the front line. The outline of Dark Sun is clearly visible on the sky. At the same time, the hub of the Dark Sun ecology, the Dark Sun Tower. The tower is a candle, the altar is a fire, and it complements the Dark Sun in the sky, forming a Dark Sun ecological cycle. The ecology of Saint Land is not weak either. Although the golden light shining down from the meditation stars is far less powerful than the outline of Dark Sun, at least there is some support from the sky, which is better than nothing. On the other hand, Saint Land's steam tower ecology is much stronger than the Dark Sun ecological defense line. One side relies on the Dark Sun Tower to garrison. The other side relies on its own solid foundation. The two huge ecological forces collided with each other. Boom boom, deep underground, there was a violent explosion like an earthquake. Even Tucker, who was sitting cross-legged on the four-ring tower at the highest point of Saint Land, felt the tower shaking slightly. In this wave of fierce impact, the destructive power of the terrifying ecological collision raged in all directions. The ecological projections of many extraordinary people around Tucker were in the collision of the ecological forces of both sides. After a few seconds, they were torn apart. Originally, Tucker forcibly used the world to condense his own ecological projection, which could stabilize his own ecological projection. But everyone was broken, and Tucker was the only one who was not broken, which was too conspicuous. Moreover, the many strong men of the Dark Sun Church who were in ecological confrontation were directly opposite. If it was not broken, it would definitely be discovered. Tucker took the opportunity to disperse his ecological projection. Boom. The aftermath of the ecological collision continued to shake, like an earthquake. In order to carry out a high-intensity ecological war and resist the attack of the Dark Sun ecology on the ecology of the Lamore Tower, the Principality of Celians gathered the power of the Principality and built a steam lighthouse defense layer in the spiritual world. At this time, the steam lighthouse defense layer played a huge buffering and defensive role in the confrontation of this ecological war and the resistance of the aftermath. When the aftermath of the confrontation reached the Saint Land Tower, there was not much left. This wave of confrontation did not cause any harm to Saint Land's ecology. However, it was not necessarily the case for the Dark Sun Towers of the Dark Sun Church and the extraordinary people who were defending the Dark Sun Tower ecology. After all, they were facing the attack of the Saint Land steam ecology and needed to withstand the aftermath of the impact head-on. Before, there were a large number of Blood Clan bats and Blood Clan steam castle ecology to resist in front. Now there are none, and they have to bear it all by themselves. Tucker quickly digested the experience and insights of this wave of ecological waves. Not long after, buzz! The ecological wave on the Five Rings Tower swept over again. Tucker immediately manipulated the ecological projection that had been condensed long ago to carry a large amount of ecological power of the steam tower again, joined the ecological wave, and pushed it to start the second wave of attack in the direction of the Dark Sun ecology. The Dark Sun ecology attacked the Principality of Celians in a cannibalistic way. The Dark Sun Church built the Dark Sun Tower. The Dark Sun ceremony was held to pray for the Dark Sun to descend on the tower, and then the Dark Sun's light was used to erode, distort, and pollute the original extraordinary ecology, turning the humans around the tower into indifferent tools that contribute to their faith. The Dark Sun ecology, an extraordinary ecological environment that is obviously not suitable for humans, will gradually distort the extraordinary people who believe in the Dark Sun and become Dark Sun evil fallen who adapt to the Dark Sun ecology. And the core point of all these distortions is the Dark Sun Tower. The cycle of the Dark Sun Tower also requires source energy. The previous Lamore and the Black River Valley are both core hubs of the surrounding source energy. Therefore, the two border extraordinary city-states were killed and became the ecological cultivation place of the Dark Sun Church. Once the ecological war defeats the Dark Sun Tower that supports the Dark Sun ecology, the power of the Saint Lander steam wave ecology can pass through wave after wave of ecological waves. The Dark Sun life forms in the Dark Sun ecology, that is, those extraordinary creatures and extraordinary people who grew up in the Dark Sun ecology and are inseparable from the Dark Sun ecology, are unilaterally slaughtered. Such as the previous steam ecological wave killed billions of bats in the underground world. Many low-level evil vampires, evil werewolves, and evil humans were also slaughtered in the first ecological war. In this second ecological war, Tucker didn't know what the strategic goals of the tower controllers were. But Tucker had a clear strategic goal. That was to break the ecological defense of these dark sun towers, penetrate into the depths of the dark sun ecology, find those target geniuses, and slaughter the current 3rd and 4th level top genius extraordinary people of the Dark Sun Church. Don't you like invasions? Then I will kill you to scare you. When Tucker pushed the ecological wave and controlled the second wave of the ecological power of the steam tower to rush down, Tucker clearly felt that the ecological defense line of the Dark Sun Tower had been weakened. Boom, boom, boom. The advantage wave was as violent as an earthquake. Hoo-la-la. The Dark Sun Tower that Tucker aimed at shook violently, and a large number of stones on the tower collapsed and fell. Accompanied by the Dark Sun ecological power, it rolled violently like boiling. Using the ecological vision combined with the world vision, Tucker saw that in the tower, a large number of Dark Sun evil fallen who were used to bear the damage were wailing in pain. Before, the Blood Clan ecology ate resources and resisted the damage of the ecological war in the front. Now the Blood Clan who failed to live up to expectations was kicked down. It was the turn of these herders Dark Sun evil fallen to bear the damage in the tower. After feeling the specific damage caused by the ecological war to the Dark Sun ecology and the Dark Sun Tower, Tucker stabilized his mind and began to devote himself to the ecological war. Wave after wave, Tucker followed everyone and continued to fight the ecological wave war. While fighting the ecological war, Tucker was also constantly absorbing and digesting the experience of controlling the ecological power of the steam tower this time. Unknowingly, more than an hour had passed. This ecological war, what everyone controls is the power of the steam tower ecology. We, the extraordinary people, live in the tower. Our own meditation practice and sequential source energy circulation interact with the steam source energy ecology of the tower. So it is easy for us to resonate with the ecology of the steam tower, and thus control a large amount of steam tower ecological power to attack. This is the basic rule of the ecological cycle. But Tucker paused. Through the magical window, he looked at the 4 ring towers and 5 ring towers outside. Above the steam tower ecology, there is an even more powerful ecological force, that is, the Saint Rand world ecology. The steam tower ecology is an ecological group built by humans. And the Saint Rand world ecology is the world ecological force of the magical creature, the lava furnace fire stump Saint Rand itself. Strictly speaking, humans have only built a steam tower ecology on Saint Rand. And there is not much difference between this and the Dark Sun Tower ecology built by the Dark Sun Church deep in Saint Rand. It's just that the human steam tower ecology is in a symbiotic and mutually supportive relationship with Saint Rand. The two do not interfere with each other, and both benefit from it. And the Dark Sun Tower ecology, that is purely an ecological invasion, which will devour, pollute, and even distort the original world ecology of Saint Land, so as to shape its own Dark Sun ecology. At present, steam tower ecology is the ecological power controlled by most extraordinary people. Saint Land world ecology, which has the origin of fire and world characteristics, is a relatively powerful ecological power. But there are very few extraordinary people who can master the power of Saint Land world ecology. Basically, only those top-level extraordinary people with 4 rings and 5 rings can master a little Saint Land world ecology power. But Tucker took a deep breath, and a fierce light surged in the depths of his eyes. In Saint Land, there is an even more magical ecological power that no one is using at present. And this ecological power is the power born from the combination of steam tower ecology and Saint Land world ecology, by breaking the barriers, steam world ecology. That is, I used the steam world ability to open up the boundary between the world and steam, and created a new ecological power. This magical ecological power can not only participate in the ecological cycle of the steam tower, it can also permeate all corners of the Saint Land world ecology. At the same time, it also has an extremely powerful ecological destructive power. Tucker spread his hands and examined himself. The power of steam world ecology is flowing around Tucker as the source of ecological power and the creator. The power of steam world ecology will respond to me in all directions. With this in mind, Tucker gathered his ecological projection again. However, this time Tucker not only condensed the power of steam tower ecology, but also condensed the power of steam world ecology. As steam world ecology poured into Tucker's ecological projection, Tucker clearly felt that the destructive power contained in his ecological projection was rapidly increasing. So much so that Tucker's 4-meter-high ecological projection face condensed a fierce world whirlwind. The ecological projections that many people around him had just condensed were affected to a certain extent. For a time, many people looked over with doubts. When they saw that it was Tucker's ecological projection, everyone felt relieved. As a God-favored person, there are some special circumstances, which is completely reasonable. Seeing that the people around him were not too surprised, after Tucker stabilized a little, he continued to strengthen the power of both steam tower ecology and steam world ecology. As for the power of Saint Land world ecology, Tucker did not gather and condense it. Once the Saint Land world ecology is gathered, the strong men of the 4-ring and 5-ring towers nearby will definitely be able to feel it. But they can't feel the power of steam world ecology. Tucker was still a little uncomfortable with the first time he used ecological projection to master steam tower ecology and steam world ecology, which led to a little whirlwind. But after stabilizing the absorption speed, Tucker continued to control his own ecological projection and strengthen his deep control over the two forces. Soon, Tucker's ecological projection stabilized again. Steam world ecology no longer had a significant impact on the surrounding world as before. It was just that at this time, the 4-meter tall face outline projection of Tucker, the internal steam was like an ocean, surging. Other people's ecological projection only carried a large amount of steam source energy ecology. And Tucker's ecological projection seemed to carry a vast steam world. Even Bevis Twain on the side couldn't help but look over. "You are the power of the Saint Lander world ecology." "Well, I guess so." Tucker nodded after thinking about it. To some extent, this is indeed the power of the Saint Lander world ecology. The ecology of the Saint Lander world is a world-class ecological force that can only be mastered after the Rune World Tower is built and resonates with the world. I didn't expect that you can master it now. Bevis Twain looked up and down at Tucker's ecological projection, and couldn't help but sighed, his eyes full of envy. Tucker smiled and then said, "It has been more than an hour now, and there have been more than a dozen waves of ecological wave attacks. The outermost ecological defense layer is about to be broken. Tell them to pay attention to the location of the geniuses of the Dark Sun Church." "Understood." Bevis Twain nodded. "I have told them before that once they find out, they will tell you as soon as possible." Buzz, accompanied by another wave of ecological waves. Everyone's ecological projections entered the ecological wave one after another, and a new wave of ecological wars began again. At this time, Tucker, who had condensed a lot of steam tower ecology and steam world ecology power, felt completely different from before. Before, Tucker also tried to use his own ecological projection to promote the ecological wave in this area. However, Tucker's power alone could not significantly promote the ecological wave. Only with the joint efforts of everyone can the ecological wave continue to accelerate and converge. But at this time, Tucker can clearly feel that his ecological projection can easily promote and even push up the ecological wave, and it is still in a very comfortable state. I haven't gathered too much power of steam tower ecology and steam world ecology. If this mobilizes a large amount of steam world ecology in the entire Saint Land, a round of ecological projection, I'm afraid it will have a huge outline of hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters. This is the advantage of the ecological home field created by Steam World." Tucker sighed secretly. Before, Tucker added the extraordinary talent, Steam World Origin Spiritual State, to more than 2000%. Touched the power of the world layer and received feedback from the origin characteristics of the world. This time, Tucker discovered the power of the Steam World ability, which is the exclusive extraordinary talent of SSS, from the dimension of ecology. Using the fire of Steam World, he can ignite the world with steam. Tucker can completely develop his own home field in the world. And it is the exclusive home field of Steam World ecology for Tucker. In the future, I will have another powerful means to build the steam tower ecology. Tucker thought secretly. Just as Tucker was thinking, the steam wave has reached the depths of the underground again. At this time, the ecological war has been going on for more than an hour. The outermost Dark Sun Tower ecology has begun to crumble under the continuous attack. As everyone gathered the power of the ecological wave and attacked from all directions, Tucker, who was hiding in the ecology, attacked the Dark Sun Tower itself that supported the Dark Sun ecology, and the Dark Sun altar on the top. When Tucker poured all the power of the ecological projection into the dark sun altar on the top, which was the most difficult to conquer, the dark sun altar and the tower were already overwhelmed. At this time, it was suddenly subjected to such a powerful ecological force. Boom! Boom! As the steam ecological wave hit the dark sun ecological defense line, the dark sun tower that Tucker hit exploded violently from the dark sun altar on the top. Then the entire dark sun tower collapsed in a violent explosion. Those members of the Dark Sun Church who had thought they could hold on for a while were buried alive on the spot. The collapse of this frontline Dark Sun Tower also affected several Dark Sun Towers that were connected to the Dark Sun ecology. The outer defense line began to feel shaky. For a while, many of the strong men on both sides looked at the ecology of this area. Faced with a partial collapse of the Dark Sun ecological defense line, many strong men at the level of bishops of the Dark Sun Church looked ugly. It could have held out for a while. Why did it suddenly collapse? And the attacking force doesn't look strong. Maybe it was just the Dark Sun Tower that cut corners. Yes, the other Dark Sun Towers still look quite durable and should be able to hold out for a long time. The strong men of the Dark Sun Church discussed privately. At this time, the high-level strong men of the Dark Sun Church did not know what this scene meant. At this time, Tucker, who had exerted all his strength, also dispersed his ecological projection. Tucker, who was sitting cross-legged in the magical hut, had a slight smile on his lips. The destructive power of the combination of steam tower ecology and steam world ecology is terrifying. After all, this is a powerful ecological force that has evolved on the basis of the Saint Land world ecology. As long as there is enough time, I can pull out all the Dark Sun Towers near Saint Land. Fortunately, the ecological war has just begun. Tucker took a deep breath, and the fierce light in his eyes gradually converged. Keep pushing the tower. Today, let them feel the despair of not being able to defend their homes. Chapter 267 Saint Lander. Boom. Boom. As the second wave of turbulent ecological waves swept over, under the gaze of many Dark Sun Evil God Church and Saint Land strong men, another Dark Sun Tower collapsed with a rumble as the Dark Sun altar exploded, bursting into brilliant black huge fireworks. And this tower could obviously hold on for a while. Those Dark Sun herders, blood clans, werewolves, and a large number of Dark Sun evils who did not have time to evacuate were buried in the ruins. There were many shrill and wailing screams. This time, the faces of many strong men on the Dark Sun Church changed a little. But many strong men continued to remain silent, or whispered in private. The collapse of the second Dark Sun Tower set off a wave of ripples, but not too big. After all, these two Dark Sun Towers may also be shoddy projects with shoddy workmanship. Many Dark Sun Church strongmen are ready to observe further. Soon the third wave of ecological waves hit. Boom. In the increasingly ugly faces of many masters of the Dark Sun Church. The third Dark Sun Tower, not only is the Dark Sun altar on it closely connected with the Dark Sun above the sky, even its own frame is extremely solid and stable. But even so, in that wave of seemingly inconspicuous steam towers, the Dark Sun altar exploded violently, and the tower itself dismembered and collapsed. This time, many strong men of the Dark Sun Church watched very carefully. Not only was the Dark Sun altar hit violently exploded, but the Dark Sun ecology collapsed in all directions. More importantly, the ecology of other Dark Sun towers adjacent to the three towers also suffered extremely strong damage. After the other towers adjacent to the three Dark Sun towers endured the aftermath of the explosion, the Dark Sun cycle of these affected Dark Sun ecologies actually had a state of being invaded and imprisoned. The operation of the Dark Sun ecology became slow and inefficient, and the defense effect became obviously weaker. That mysterious destructive force can completely restrain the high tower ecology that the Dark Sun and others are proud of. Under 3 consecutive waves of steam ecological waves, 3 towers that should not have collapsed, all collapsed at this time. The seemingly inconspicuous ecological wave actually contained a terrifying ecological destructive force that they did not understand at all. At this time, many strong men of the Dark Sun Church finally realized that something was wrong. This incredible mysterious power destroyed 3 Dark Sun altars and towers under their noses. During this period, they were always in an observation state. As a result, they did not notice any abnormality. Facing that mysterious and unknowable power, many masters of the Dark Sun Church were uneasy. This time, The ecological war seemed to be heading towards a trajectory that no one could predict. On the Zinghalan Four Rings Tower, Tucker continued to steadily condense the ecological projection containing the power of STEAM world ecology. With such a killer weapon in hand, Tucker had an absolute advantage in the main field of St. Lander ecology. Tucker. At this moment, Bevis Twain next to Tucker's soul screen suddenly spoke. Soul curtain. Tucker looked over. Tower 132 has a target. Understood. Tucker raised his eyebrows slightly and responded immediately. Tucker can manipulate ecological projections to destroy the Dark Sun ecology and the Dark Sun Tower that supports the Dark Sun ecology. But the power that Tucker controls is more of an ecological power. It is still impossible to kill those mid-level extraordinary people, especially genius extraordinary people. It is necessary to rely on the taboo curtain stage to pull them. Soon, another wave of ecological waves swept in. Tucker entered the ecological wave and swept straight to Tower 132. Not long after, boom, Tower 132 of the Dark Sun Church's underground spiritual world defense line, along with the Dark Sun altar in the tower, collapsed. Tucker quickly bloomed, world perception, and matched, precision, correction. In the collapsed tower ecology, Tucker quickly found the target. The fourth-level Silver Frost Blood Werewolf Claudia. Tucker, who was sitting deep in the Forbidden Curtain stage, quickly released a Forbidden Rule fragment at it. I've anchored you, so don't think about escaping. Tucker looked at the huge curtain in front of him. Under the effect of the Forbidden Rule fragment, a small curtain window emerged. In the window was the Silver Frost Blood Werewolf Claudia, who escaped from the collapsed tower. At the same time, Bevis Twain on the side also noticed the collapse of the number 132 Dark Sun Tower. Bevis Twain was a little surprised by the collapse of several Dark Sun Towers before. Why is the ecological wave so strong this time? But now, with the ecological collapse of the number 132 Dark Sun Tower, Bevis Twain vaguely realized something. Soon Bevis Twain's face suddenly changed. Archbishop Reagan Joe found his clone and began to ask about it. Not long after, Bevis Twain looked at Tucker's soul curtain with an extremely solemn face and lowered his voice and asked, Tucker, I'm going to ask you something, answer it truthfully. What is it? Tucker looked over. Did you knock down all those Dark Sun Towers? Although Bevis Twain had roughly guessed it, he needed a definite answer. Yes. Tucker nodded and replied. Such a powerful method has already been used, so there is naturally no need to hide anything. Very good, the Archbishop is coming soon. Bevis Twain nodded and said, Your Excellency, the Archbishop is coming. When Tucker hesitated a little, the light around him suddenly shrank and became faint. When the light returned to normal, Archbishop Reagan Joe had already appeared on the side. As soon as Archbishop Reagan Joe came over, he carefully looked up and down at Tucker's ecological projection. The luster was like the vast and deep stars, shining continuously in the depths of his pupils. But even with such a close and detailed observation, Archbishop Reagan Joe only saw a few traces. The combination of the two ecological forces of the Steam Tower ecology and the Saint Land world. Combining a few traces in the incredible changes in the Steam and the world in Saint Land some time ago, as well as the roar of the meditation star ecology with the Steam sequence, Archbishop Reagan Joe made a bold guess and then asked Tucker for confirmation. Almost. Tucker nodded. Sure enough. Archbishop Reagan Joe sighed in his heart. Archbishop Reagan Joe, who did not continue to dwell on this issue too much, looked at Tucker and asked carefully. How long can you last with this mysterious ecological power? More than enough to complete this ecological war. Tucker thought about it and responded. If I need to, I can hold on for 3 days and 3 nights without any problem. Tucker's words immediately made Archbishop Reagan Joe's heart slightly hot. Is the turning point finally coming? Since the start of the Steam Lighthouse project, the Principality of Syrian has prepared a lot of power in Saint Land. Whether it is resources, or good, or the supply of Steam ecology from other Steam city-states to Saint Land, or the support from many powerful people in other city-states. There are indeed many forces preparing for support from all sides. But the problem is that the power of the Dark Sun ecology is deep underground and deeply rooted. If those Dark Sun ecology towers and the dangerous Dark Sun altar cannot be defeated, the Dark Sun outline of the sky curtain will always intersect with the Dark Sun ecology on the ground. Once they kill, in the Dark Sun ecological area, the pollution power of the Dark Sun, in the hands of intermediate and high-level extraordinary people, It will be extremely terrifying. That's why they don't rashly take the initiative to attack the Dark Sun Tower. Once they fail, Saint Rand will be doomed. But now, the opportunity has come. Tucker, the God-favored one of the three-eyed God Church, possessing the terrible power to easily destroy the Dark Sun Tower in the Dark Sun ecology. He alone has the terrible power to destroy the Dark Sun ecology. Archbishop Reagan Joe, who vaguely saw the dawn of victory in the Saint Rand War, took a deep breath and slowly calmed his mind. He looked at Tucker carefully and said carefully, "Tucker, the outcome of this Saint Rand War is in your hands. Next, you have to keep flattening all the Dark Sun Towers and destroy all the Dark Sun ecosystems. As for the towers, the Church will raise manpower and carry out a comprehensive war mobilization. In this battle, we have the opportunity to drive all the forces of the Dark Sun Church away from Saint Land." Understood. Tucker nodded carefully in response. When Tucker was able to easily push down the first Dark Sun Tower, Tucker vaguely realized this. He lived and developed in Saint Land for nearly a year, and created a talent that surpassed the framework of this world by 2000%. He had unknowingly gained the powerful power to fight against the Dark Sun ecosystem, or even expel the Dark Sun ecosystem. Chapter 268, Dark Sun Ecosystem Collapses. Boom. Boom. The ecological war of the Saint Land Steam Tower launched waves of ecological waves. Tucker hid in the ecological waves of Saint Land, and turned into an emotionless Dark Sun bulldozer. He constantly attacked the Dark Sun Tower that carried the Dark Sun ecology, one after another. With each wave of impact, with the sound of booming collapse, Tucker was able to destroy a Dark Sun Tower. Tucker was not only very efficient in pushing towers. At the same time, in each wave of Tucker's SteamWorld ecology attack, those SteamWorld ecology that infiltrated and invaded the Dark Sun ecology also greatly restricted the circulation of the Dark Sun ecology. It made it difficult for the scattered Dark Sun ecological forces to be absorbed and utilized by other Dark Sun towers around. If Tucker was allowed to annihilate these Dark Sun ecological forces alone, facing this huge Dark Sun ecology, I am afraid that the destruction would not be as fast as the recovery. But the problem is, at this time, it is not Tucker alone who is attacking. Instead, it is the joint attack of all the extraordinary people in the entire tower area of Saint Land. Among the ecological waves that Tucker was traveling with, there were some powerful transcendents who had enough means to annihilate the scattered Dark Sun ecological forces. In this huge ecological war of Saint Land's counterattack, Tucker's side had more people and more power. Boom boom. Deep in the spiritual world of Saint Land, another wave of ecological waves swept in. Boom. With a violent ecological explosion, Tucker blew up the Dark Sun altar again and knocked down a Dark Sun Tower. Around the collapsed Dark Sun Tower, dense chi-chi. Annihilation sounds rang out very densely. Tucker manipulated the outline of his own ecological projection face and looked around. Surrounding him were a large number of ecological projections of other transcendents. They were using the ecological power of the Saint Land Steam Tower to continuously annihilate and consume the broken Dark Sun ecology. The annihilation sounds of chi-chi were endless. While annihilating the power of the Dark Sun ecology, everyone had time to chat, and even chatted very lively. After all, for most people, just following the wave is enough. There are mysterious masters to do the hard work. After the ecological war, there will be strong men in ambush to do the attack. And what they have to do is just to be an emotionless ecological power carrier, constantly annihilating the power of the Dark Sun ecology. Everyone has his own mission in the war against the Dark Sun ecology. Ha ha ha. The wanton laughter emerged in the outline of a fifth-order human face projection. These Dark Suns have finally come to this day. When I was conducting research in the Black River Valley, that group of mad dog-like Dark Sun evildoers chased me for more than 10 kilometers. The Dark Sun herder even used the Dark Sun candlelight to illuminate me, polluting my ecology. I came back and recuperated for more than half a month before I recovered. Today, I have destroyed the Dark Sun ecology and even destroyed its power with my own hands. I can finally vent my anger. This is indeed an opportunity to take revenge on the Dark Sun ecology and let the Dark Sun Church know that there will be a price to pay for invading our Saint Land. Previously, these Dark Sun ecological defense lines were reinforced with a Dark Sun outline and anchored by the Dark Sun Tower. They could only be worn away bit by bit and were very difficult to break through. Now, the Masters of Saint Land can directly destroy the Dark Sun Tower in the Dark Sun ecology. It even causes the ecological power inside the tower to explode, making it difficult to gather and circulate. It is precisely because of this powerful method that we have such a good opportunity to eliminate the dark sun ecological power cycle. There are also some masters who understand the ecological cycle and have seen some tricks. When did our Saint Land have such a powerful ecological master? Someone asked at this time. This method is really incredible. I remember that even the powerful people at the level of the crown bishop are far from reaching such a level. It may be a mysterious method hidden in Saint Land. After all, too many things have happened in Saint Land during this period. Those steams seem to be alive. Indeed. The current Saint Land is completely different from before. The ecological projections of many extraordinary people quickly dispersed after consuming the ecological power, and then went back to accumulate energy again to prepare for the next wave of attack. One wave of impact will definitely not consume all the ecological power of the dark sun here. It takes several more waves of impact. When many ecological projections collapsed, Tucker calmed down a little. Following the dimension of the ecological veins, he looked towards the direction of the dark sun ecological defense line. At this time, the ecological war has been going on for another 5 or 6 hours. It is in a white-hot stage. Originally, the spiritual and real-world tower defense lines of the dark sun ecology, mainly the 180 dark sun towers, were constructed in an interlaced manner. But after 5 or 6 hours of the Saint Land ecological war, more than 50 of the more than 180 dark sun towers were flattened by Tucker. At this time, the dark sun ecology, which had collapsed and scattered over a large area and had been annihilated by a large amount of ecological power, had already felt riddled with holes. The dark sun ecological cycle in many places had been torn apart in large areas, making it difficult for the more than 100 towers behind to form an effective cycle. Such a global situation was certainly not caused by Tucker. Tucker only tore the core apart and destroyed the altar and towers. The comprehensive annihilation attack on the dark sun ecology was the credit of all the participants in this ecological war in Saint Land. Looking at the dark sun ecology with its outer layer torn and riddled with holes, Tucker couldn't help but shake his head. There are still many masters in Saint Land. They don't have the advantages like me, but they can also carry out effective annihilation, which is really amazing. In addition, Tucker's eyes narrowed slightly. The critical point of the collapse of the dark sun ecology, which has not been built for a long time, is approaching. The anchor of the dark sun ecology is not deep enough, and it is not stable enough. The power of my steam world ecology can directly hit the core of the dark sun ecology. If you work harder, you can completely collapse the dark sun ecology that invaded Saint Land. Archbishop Reagan Joe and others are waiting for this opportunity in secret. Once the dark sun ecology collapses, it will no longer provide any shelter to the strong inside. At that time, these invaders will be able to deeply feel what Saint Land is for Saint Landers. Continue. Tucker dispersed the ecological projection and began a new round of ecological power gathering. When Saint Land continued to launch ecological attacks in a dark sun tower, the strong men of the 3 major temples of the Dark Sun Church were gathered together and quarreled. In order to build these more than 180 Dark Sun towers, the Dark Sun Church painstakingly spent a lot of resources to build towers, draw source energy, build altar rituals, build Dark Sun creature nests around, and finally conduct Dark Sun grazing to start the ecological cycle. They even spent a lot of resources to use various channels from the outside world to transport large source energy steam engines to strengthen the Dark Sun steam ecology. It can be said that these 180 Dark Sun towers are the foundation for them to stand firm in Saint Land. But today, the solid foundation they have established in Saint Land for a long time was flattened by nearly 1/3 in just 5 or 6 hours. Even if it was 50 pigs, one person could not kill them all in 5 or 6 hours. As a result, more than 50 towers were flattened in such a short time. Moreover, the entire Dark Sun ecology, which was still 2/3, seemed to have suffered extremely serious damage. There was even a feeling of crumbling. You know, the great god of Dark Sun's instructions were to have them attack the Principality of Syrian, bring the entire world under the cover of the light of Dark Sun, provide the great god of Dark Sun with a steady stream of strong faith power, and expand the circulation power of the kingdom of Dark Sun. But they messed up in the crucial link of attacking Saint Rand. Saint Rand is a crucial link. According to their previous expectations, relying on the Dark Sun ecology, building the Dark Sun Tower, and stabilizing in Saint Rand. absorbing the origin of St. Rand, forming a confrontation with the top steam tower ecology. Then continue to erode and attack the steam tower ecology, and finally occupy the entire St. Rand. Then use St. Rand as the core hub to radiate the entire Principality of Syrian, and finally annex the entire world. The plan is beautiful, and the abacus is even more clacking. As a result, today, their abacus was blown to pieces on the spot. What makes them even more trembling is that until now, they have not found out what specific ecological power the other party is using, let alone who did it. St. Rand world ecology? Not really. If it was the ecology of the Holy Land world, they would not be unable to feel it. The opponent's mysterious means were so strong that they completely exceeded their cognitive limit. This made them have no way to fight back even if they wanted to. During the hours of being beaten, they also tried to let a large number of Dark Sun evil fallen and herders use their own sequence ecology to match the Dark Sun Tower ecology to fight against a mysterious power. Result: many of those herders lost control on the spot and turned into bloodthirsty crazy creatures. And the dog brains of those Dark Sun evil fallen were beaten out on the spot, and the scene was extremely tragic. Using their own sequence ecology to fight against the extraordinary ecology of nature. That is simply to think that they have lived too long. There is no difference between using their necks to resist the doghead Gillidan. Only ecology can fight ecology. But now, using the Dark Sun ecology to fight against a mysterious ecological power, they were beaten up the whole time. At this time, the three major holy halls seemed to be discussing the confrontation plan, but the words were all about passing the buck. After all, when the great Dark Sun God punishes and the Dark Sun Angel descends, whoever takes the blame will be half disabled if not dead. Star Ocean Blue 4-Ring Tower. A new round of ecological projections was condensed again. The power of Steam Tower Ecology and Steam World Ecology was continuously poured into Tucker's ecological projection. At the same time, in front of Tucker, there were 15 or 16 pieces of magic parchment floating. Inside the magic parchment were moving magic avatars. And these magic parchments were all the coordinates provided to Tucker by others during so many waves of attacks. Tucker used the fragments of the taboo rules to anchor the geniuses of the Dark Sun Church. Basically, the top geniuses of the 3rd and 4th levels of the Dark Sun Church were almost all anchored by Tucker. Armand and Louis of the Blood Clan, Claudia and Magnus of the Werewolf Clan, have all been anchored. That is, Wendell Francis, the top genius of the Dark Sun, has not been anchored yet. At the same time, Michelle Samuel, the crown powerhouse of the Dark Sun Church's human temple, the guy who cursed me personally, has not been anchored yet. But it will be soon. Once the Dark Sun ecology collapses, they will all leak out of the Dark Sun ecology. Buzz! The ecological wave surged again. Tucker's ecological projection entered the ecological wave synchronously and attacked the already shaky Dark Sun ecology. Not long after, boom, a huge ecological collision rumbled, accompanied by the rumbling collapse of a Dark Sun tower. When Tucker looked at the shattered high tower Dark Sun ecology, Tucker couldn't help but condense his eyes slightly. The previous Dark Sun ecology still had surging resistance and struggle. With this wave of fierce impact, and Tucker pouring the explosive power of the Steam World ecology deep into the depths of the Dark Sun ecology, suddenly, the Dark Sun ecology became quiet. Even the large number of ecological projections that were annihilating the Dark Sun ecology, at this time, they vaguely felt the abnormality of the Dark Sun's demeanor at this time. The Dark Sun ecology that invaded Saint Land, it did not resist. Crack, crack. From the deepest part of the Dark Sun ecology, the subtle sequence collapse sound bloomed silently. This moment, finally, has it come. Tucker took a deep breath and quietly enjoyed the results created by his crazy demolition of more than 50 high towers and the large amount of Steam World ecology. At this time, in this spiritual layer area, a large amount of Steam ecology has unknowingly spread and begun to occupy this place. While thinking, Tucker raised his head and looked at the sky of the spiritual layer. At this time, the outline of the Dark Sun has become thinner, and with the increasingly clear sound of the fragmentation of the Dark Sun ecology sequence frame, it is becoming thinner and thinner. Take the source energy steam began to occupy this area. In the misty steam, Tucker vaguely saw a golden outline, and even a little steam roar. Seeing this scene, Tucker couldn't help but smile. This meditation star really knows how to take advantage of every opportunity. It shines wherever there is steam. The characteristics of ecological expansion are very strong, but the characteristics of expansion are strong, that's right. After all, this is Saint Rand, and he is the great meditation star of Saint Rand. Where Saint Rand's steam radiates, his light also descends. Since the Saint Rand star has shone over, Archbishop Reagan Joe and others should have also smelled it. Tucker's eyes condensed slightly, looking at the dark sun ecology, whose cracking sound became clearer and clearer. The great collapse of the dark sun ecology is coming. The many strong men of the dark sun three holy halls who were still noisy in the dark sun tower. At this time, they all booed and quieted down. They looked around with solemn expressions. The world around them is so quiet. A sixth-level blood clan raised his hand and crossed the dark sun source energy circulated by the dark sun ecology in front of him. Normally, the dark sun energy would quickly cover the traces they had left. But this time, after the dark sun energy was cut, it would no longer heal. The dark sun ecosystem that they had invested a lot of resources to build to invade Saint Land. At this moment, it seemed to have lost its ecological activity. Even the newly added energy steam engine also went on strike at this moment. Everyone quietly felt the scene around them. They guessed that this moment might come. But when this moment really came, they realized that their invasion plan had failed, and it was a miserable failure. Crack, crack. The slight cracking sound began to spread. The faces of all the top powerhouses of the Dark Sun Church became more and more ugly. The Dark Sun ecosystem built by the invasion of Saint Land died too quickly. Even when it was still 2/3 of the scale, he died. The remaining 2/3 of the ecological collapse will inevitably cause a certain scale of Dark Sun ecological tide. And they, as the top contributors of the Dark Sun ecosystem, the ecological tide they endured must be the most serious. Although this will not kill them. But they will definitely get hurt, and even their sequence will be damaged. If Saint Rand takes the opportunity to attack, the consequences will be disastrous. Will Saint Rand attack? At this moment, above the sky, the light of the dark sun faded silently. The dark sun ecosystem died, and there would naturally be no more dark sun above the sky to respond to and protect them. At this moment, a golden outline of light shone down. Although it was thin, it was particularly dazzling. In the golden outline, one after another, powerful figures appeared. Archbishop of the Three-Eyed God Church Reagan Joe, Saint Rand Five Rings Tower City Lord, Saint Rand's Backbone, the top 9-level Crown Kirkis. Representing the Principality of Syrians, the Duke of Syrians Herman coordinated the southern forces to gather in Saint Rand. 3 top powers. At the same time, they used the power of meditation stars to project and descend. In the huge conference room, the powerhouses of the 3 major temples not only knew that the Saint Rand powerhouse would not only attack, but also knew. They had been waiting for a long time. The dark sun ecology died, and without shelter, they were completely exposed. Moreover, the other party had been planning for a long time, and once they were discovered, they immediately struck with thunder, not giving them any chance to breathe. With the joint efforts of the 3 strong men, a fist-sized, blood-red water droplet-shaped strange object was accurately thrown above the conference room. The object seemed to be no more than the size of a fist, but it faintly emitted the power fluctuations of the extraordinary master level. For a moment, in the huge conference room, everyone's eyes were bloodshot, and fear burst out to the extreme in an instant. Boom! The terrifying explosion that could not be described in words instantly burst out to the extreme. At that moment, Tucker saw the dimensions of the multi-layer domain, which was completely twisted together like a twist. With a violent explosion, the multi-layer domain began to be affected. A large-scale landslide formed in the real layer, and the earth was shaking violently. This is Saint Lander, and the frame structure is strong enough. There is still a large area of annihilation and landslide in the explosion area. The spiritual world where Tucker was at this time began to break up, and Tucker immediately dispersed the projection, and others did the same. This was originally a deeper spiritual realm, so it was not surprising that it was shattered in large areas in the face of such violent multi-domain power fluctuations. Shadow layer, dream layer, mirror layer, source energy layer. Layer after layer, the entire Saint Land ecological realm was affected. Especially the fluctuation of the source energy layer, forming a tide, swept over, and the extraordinary people of the entire Saint Land felt that their source energy was affected by the tide. Their bodies, and even their sequences, shook uncontrollably with the source energy. as the violent aftermath of the explosion dissipated to the high-level area of Saint Land. Boom boom. The roar rumbled in Tucker's body, source energy, and even the soul level. It's really cruel. Feeling the multi-domain explosion fluctuations coming from this, Tucker couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. How many people are there, worthy of using such top-level strategic resources? This power is comparable to a nuclear bomb. It is estimated that there are quite a lot of people, otherwise Archbishop Reagan and his men would not have acted so decisively. Tucker rubbed his palms slightly, stood up, walked to the window of the magic house, and looked outside. At this time, the source energy steam was dancing like a wild dragon, as if cheering. The dark sun ecology that invaded the Saint Land ecology was already dead. Tucker crushed it to death with his own hands. At the same time, some of the top masters of the Dark Sun Church were eliminated in this wave. In this battle, Saint Land's counterattack against the Dark Sun Church was a great victory. Chapter 269, Pulling the 8th Level Strongman. Boom boom. As the violent roar echoed over Saint Land, "Fuck, Dark Sun ecology is dead." A transcendent who condensed the ecological projection exclaimed. Dead? I just felt that Dark Sun ecology was a little abnormal. Is it really dead? It's really dead. My ecological magic network detection information shows that there is no Dark Sun ecology in Saint Land. Someone responded quickly. It's true. The exclamation sounded again, strengthening the confirmation. No way, the Dark Sun ecology that we have been fighting for a long time just died like this. This is too sudden. I am not prepared. Ha ha ha. Good death, good death. Some people were still in shock, and some people had already laughed. Soon, the cheers from the tower next door were like a surging wave. Obviously, the transcendents over there have confirmed the news. The news of the death of the Dark Sun ecology that invaded Saint Land spread at the fastest speed in the tower area. The cheers were like a tsunami, constantly stirring. At this time, the Saint Land Tower area was completely surrounded by waves of cheers. As many extraordinary people who participated in the fight against the dark ecology, they should indeed enjoy the cheers of victory. Soon, the cheers of victory were suppressed. Boom, boom, boom. Deep underground in Saint Land, at the source energy level, dense and numerous attack fluctuations were constantly transmitted. The strong men of Saint Land who were ambushed deep underground began to attack. Although the Dark Sun ecology was defeated and killed by Tucker and many extraordinary people, even the strong people who held a group meeting in the Dark Sun Church were killed. But there will still be a large number of extraordinary people and top strong people of the Dark Sun Church who survived. At this time, the direct war that took place deep underground was to kill these strong people and the remaining members of the Dark Sun Church in the Dark Sun Tower. Before, with the protection of the Dark Sun Tower, the Dark Sun ecology was a self-contained system. When the extraordinary people of Saint Land entered it, they would not only be constantly polluted and eroded by the powerful Dark Sun ecology. At the same time, the masters of the Dark Sun Church relied on the Dark Sun Tower to conduct a defensive counterattack. In addition, the Dark Sun on the Dark Sun Sky Dome suppressed them all the time. Basically, it was difficult to break through the Dark Sun Tower through a frontal attack. Before, Tucker, Bevis Twain and others also relied on Tucker's world power and the old stars to barely contend with the Dark Sun ecology of a tower area. The powerful wizard who controls the tower can be regarded as a class out of thin air. It can be seen that the difficulty of conquering the Dark Sun Tower is high. But now, it is completely different. The Dark Sun ecology is dead. There is no Dark Sun outline in the sky. The pollution of the Dark Sun no longer exists. The Dark Sun Tower will no longer give any feedback to the controller. Now, each tower is completely cut off from each other. Each tower is an isolated island. Staying there means waiting to die. More importantly, the Dark Sun ecology itself is killed, the Dark Sun disappears, and the backlash tide brought about by the collapse of the Dark Sun ecology will directly lead to a psychological collapse. The defeat of the army is like a landslide, which is the perfect description of the ecological collapse. It is possible that a team of 5 or 6 extraordinary people can chase and kill hundreds of extraordinary people from the Dark Sun Church. After the great ecological collapse, people's hearts will collapse. Attacking at this time is a one-sided massacre. The high-level officials of Saint Lander grasped the timing almost perfectly. As soon as Tucker destroyed the ecology, they took action. The first move was the ultimate explosion of the top extraordinary treasure that laid the foundation for the battle. Not to mention how many people could be killed, at least in terms of striking the enemy's mind and momentum, they grasped it tightly. Then they launched an attack immediately. This would not give the enemy any breathing time. Even Tucker had to admire these old rivers and lakes who had lived for hundreds of years. At this time, buzz! Another wave of ecological waves swept over. Hurry up and get in the car, let's go underground to take a look. Someone hurriedly called out. The underground battle has already started. Although we can't participate, our ecological projections can quickly join the battlefield and help the extraordinary people on the battlefield to act as eyes. The benefits of St. Lander's large number of people began to show. There were a lot of humanoid ecological true eyes, and they were all mobile. Remember to find people. The dark sun St. Wendell has not been found yet. Seeing that many people's ecological projections entered the surging ecological wave, Bevis Twain beside Tucker shouted hurriedly. Got it. Understood. Don't worry, I'll send you the coordinates as soon as I find them. Damn, wait for me. I haven't gotten on the bus yet. Haha. Wait for the next bus. Soon, this group of people left quickly amid the laughter and joy of the ecological wave. Tucker didn't get on the bus, and even, the ecological projection didn't condense. Similarly, Bevis Twain didn't condense the projection. After examining Tucker for a moment, Bevis Twain let out a sigh of relief. The ecology of the Dark Sun Church really deserves its death. Tucker smiled softly, and then looked at the floating parchment magic portraits of the Dark Sun Church geniuses in front of him. These people are all geniuses of the Dark Sun Church anchored by Tucker. However, Tucker's attention was soon anchored on the 8th level Crown Blood Clan strongman Luciet. This Luciet directly dismembered Tucker's soul curtain and shadow wolf. Tucker remembered it very clearly. At this time, this 8th level blood clan of Luciet was slowly leading a group of 6th level and 5th level blood clans along the passage to the deeper blood clan stronghold teleportation array. Obviously, this powerful Crown Blood Clan strongman is on the run. Kill my soul, and you still want to run. Tucker immediately opened the system and started to quickly add points to this Blood Clan Crown strongman. The 8th level Crown Blood Clan, with 8 taboo rule fragments, he can pull it into the taboo curtain stage. However, it was obviously not the time to pull this 8th level strongman. Once this 8th level strongman occupied the taboo stage, Tucker would have no way to pull people in. This time, Tucker invested 6 taboo rule fragments, plus the previous one, a total of 7. After adding points, Tucker put one hand on the ground and quietly started to pull the power of the taboo curse. Luciet, who was leading many vampires to run, suddenly changed his face. His 8th level bloodbat body was forcibly pulled like a puppet, showing a twisted posture in the air. At the same time, huge curtains like a stage play slowly sank around Luciet. The surrounding source energy, sound, and even the real world outside were all within his sensory range and were quickly stripped away. All he could see was the terrifying power of the taboo curse. It was like a performer who was about to appear on stage. Luciet certainly knew what the bizarre and terrifying curse visions around him were. That was their usual means of killing many geniuses, the ticket to the forbidden curtain. Originally, the one who should enter was the blasphemer Tucker. But at this moment, he was about to enter. Michelle Samuel, who was already fair-skinned, was extremely pale at this moment. His thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. It was not until a long time later that Luciet felt a call from the outside world. At the same time, the taboo curtain vision slowly ended and dissipated, and the real scene of the surrounding cave gradually emerged. But Luciet could feel that the terrifying curse power had already aimed at him. Moreover, there was a mysterious power watching in secret. Michelle Samuel, he is a traitor, he betrayed the great god of Dark Sun. As soon as Luciet spoke, the information made the hearts of many Blood Clan masters around him rumble, and their hearts beat violently. Michelle Samuel, the Archbishop of the Human Race Temple, was actually a traitor? This is what their Blood Clan Archbishop Luciet said in person. While everyone was still in doubt, Luciet quickly said, Michelle Samuel, the traitor, did not build the forbidden curtain stage for the blasphemer Tucker. Instead, he used this powerful death-level forbidden curse to curse me. I have seen the death taboo curtain stage. The pulling force on me is extremely terrifying. It can also block my vision and shield my perception. The ecological wave of Saint Land will soon sweep over. By then, I will be discovered, and then I will definitely be hunted down by the top masters. In my current cursed state, I can't escape at all. At this point, Lucia's voice became more hoarse. Escape quickly and take this information out. Don't let me die in vain. Remember, you must reveal the identity of the traitor Michel Samuel. It has always been Michel Samuel who has promoted the Dark Sun ecological offensive of Saint Land, which made our blood race resist damage and withdraw the blood race's defense, causing our blood race to lose many castles in vain. Later, the Dark Sun ecological defense line that he fully promoted was completely defeated today, and even the Dark Sun ecological was beaten to death. All this is Michel Samuel's secret trick. He is the biggest traitor of our Dark Sun Church. The Saint Land ecological wave is coming, you must leave. With Lucia's desperate orders, many blood races could only grit their teeth, hold their ruthlessness, hold their tears, and leave in pain. Not long after, accompanied by the surging ecological wave and the thin golden light, Reagan Joe, the Archbishop of the Three-Eyed God Church, jumped out of it. It seems that your star meditation has been very deep, Lucia said hoarsely. Archbishop Reagan Joe, with a little doubt, looked at the blood race archbishop in front of him who did not run away but had a strange figure. He smiled, and he vaguely guessed something. That kid, he really has some tricks. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Reagan Joe suddenly made a move. Chapter 270 Arrest. The battle between the 8th rank Crown Masters came to an end. At this time, Tucker sat quietly on the Forbidden Curtain stage. In his mind, various means of fighting between the two masters appeared one after another. The various powerful attack methods were indeed destructive. But what impressed Tucker more were the various magical means of the two masters. For example, Archbishop Reagan Joe was able to continuously draw and borrow the power of the Saint Land world. Mobilizing the power of the Saint Land world, he constantly resisted all kinds of damage from Lucia, including the conventional attacks of the Blood Clan spells, Blood Clan sequence abilities, and even the attacks of that dangerous taboo. The Archbishop of the Blood Clan Crown was also not weak. His powerful Blood Clan secret witch method made the netherworld blood sea surge and pour in from the netherworld. It could not only restore his injuries, but also attack and cause damage to Archbishop Reagan Joe. In addition, the surging netherworld blood sea formed a huge death vortex. Many ecological projections that wanted to watch were swallowed up and crushed. The fight between the two smashed all the underground areas that were affected. From the reality layer to the spirit layer, and from the spirit layer to the shadow layer. The originally fragile multi-domain dimension was constantly torn apart and broken by the two. The terrifying source energy fluctuations continued to spread throughout the depths of Saint Land. During this period, the Blood Clan Crown Archbishop Lucia even wanted to enter the deep space to survive. However, Lucia's attempt to escape death was forcibly pulled back by Tucker. Tucker's pulling of the taboo rule fragments directly made Bishop Lucia seem to lose his mind and stand there in a daze. This scene fell into the eyes of Archbishop Reagan Joe, and he instantly understood why the Blood Clan Archbishop did not escape. Because he couldn't escape at all. In the subsequent fight between the two, Tucker watched and made many silent moves. It made Lucia, who was already at a disadvantage, even worse. Finally, after nearly 2 hours of fierce fighting, Archbishop Lucia of the Blood Clan died tragically at the hands of Archbishop Reagan Joe of the Three-Eyed God Church. Originally, the strength of the two was not much different. There was no problem in fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. But Lucia lost the protection of the Dark Sun ecology. Archbishop Reagan Joe had the support of Saint Rand. This made the strength of the two a certain distance. In addition, the 7 taboo rule fragments in Tucker's hand directly welded the end of the Archbishop of the Crown of the Blood Clan. But even so, Archbishop Lucia of the Blood Clan still resisted for 2 hours. The Blood Clan's ability to fight and resist, as well as its super recovery ability, made Tucker envious. With the end of the battle between Archbishop Reagan Joe and Archbishop Lucia of the Blood Clan, the all-round battle in the underground world gradually came to an end. The defeat of the extraordinary people of the 3 major temples of the Dark Sun Church was faster than expected. In the attack of the strong men of Saint Rand, they had no intention of resisting at all. At this time, deep underground, although there were still some sporadic battles in some areas, they were all small-scale, low-level battles and insignificant. Overall, this time, the ecological war of Saint Land has entered the final stage. The battle outside has come to an end. But Tucker's battle here has just begun. The good show on the Forbidden Curtain stage is about to begin. Tucker, sitting cross-legged in the Forbidden Curtain stage, glanced at the magic parchment in front of him. There are 18 pieces in total. Originally, there were 23 geniuses anchored. As a result, 5 Dark Sun geniuses were unlucky and were surrounded and blocked during the escape process. In the end, they did not escape and died tragically deep underground. In particular, there was a 34th level Dark Sun Church genius, who was said to be a genius from the Sun Rock Empire in the south. After Tucker anchored, he found that this 34th level Dark Sun genius had an extraordinary talent close to the S level. With top resources to cultivate, maybe he can awaken an S level extraordinary talent in the future. As a result, this level 34 genius who is close to S level was frozen into an ice block by a 6th level bishop's extreme freeze. He didn't even have the chance to resist and died on the spot. Even Tucker now doesn't dare to say how long he can resist in front of a bishop level strong man, let alone this genius of the Sun Rock Empire who is only level 33. It can only be said that this guy really died a bit aggrieved. At this time, in the magic parchment scroll in front of Tucker, among the 18 geniuses who are still alive and escaped, the son of the Dark Sun Wendell Francis is also among them. At this time, Tucker has anchored 4 taboo rule fragments to him. It has to be said that the son of the Dark Sun Wendell Francis is not lucky either. He has obviously escaped from St. Land, but he was still found by a group of ecological projections that were exploring outside. Tucker's projection veins that matched the opponents caught the Wendell Francis who was about to escape. St. Land Wasteland. A group of 3 people headed towards the Black River Valley. This place is already some distance away from St. Land, and the enemy should not catch up. The speed of the 3 people was not as urgent as before. This group of 3 people was Wendell Francis, the son of the Dark Sun, and his 2 sons of the Holy Knights. When he arrived at St. Land, the welcoming ceremony was so grand. Now, when he escaped from St. Land, he was so embarrassed. The rainy season is coming. The sky was covered with leaden clouds. The cold wind whistled, and the half-human high weeds in the wasteland were like the claws of the devil in the cold wind. The mood of Wendell Francis who was moving forward was worse than this weird weather. As he moved forward, Wendell's vision was a little blurred. He seemed to see something like a curtain floating around him. The son of the Holy Knight Hazel who was moving forward was saying something intermittently. But Wendell Francis couldn't hear a word. He looked back from time to time. I always feel that someone is watching me secretly. That kind of watching seems like the judgment of fate. Woo woo woo. A strong wind suddenly hit. This wind and waves are really strong. Your Highness. This reminds me of the miracle desert in the demigod world, before. The wind there was so sour. Holy Sun Knight Hazel suddenly realized something was wrong while telling the story. He turned around and looked. But he found that at some point, the Dark Sun Holy Sun who was following behind him disappeared. Where did the Holy Sun go? Holy Sun Knight Hazel looked around the wasteland, but could not see any trace. Hey, Craigie, Your Highness, the Holy Sun has disappeared. Holy Sun Knight Hazel shouted to Craigie who was leading the way. Craigie, who was tall and burly and wearing heavy armor, turned around and looked. He did not respond, but walked towards the crooked tree under a small hill on the side. Holy Sun Knight Hazel thought to himself. His Royal Highness the Son of God is very powerful. He even escaped from the pursuit of the 6th level strongmen. He suddenly disappeared now. He must have gone to deal with something important. Well, wait a moment. The Son of God will be back soon. Pa pa pa. The crisp applause echoed in the huge space, which was a little lonely. But it made Wendell Francis' face paler. Some people disappeared while walking, and that was Wendell Francis. He was walking well, but ended up walking onto this weird stage. Wendell Francis slowly withdrew his gaze from the empty curtain stage. He looked at the opposite side not far away. The top level 3rd level Flame Demon Lord. The top level 4th level Shadow Demon Spider Lord. And, the Blasphemer, Tucker. There is no doubt that all this was done by the Blasphemer Tucker. In addition to the Blasphemer Tucker, the layout of the surroundings is also very exquisite. Wendell Francis had seen many of the seal barrier stones that contained powerful seal barrier powers. He even did some research on them. The results of his research were very clear. This is not something he can study at all. Even, it was difficult for him to move. At this time, 4 seal barrier stones taller than a person were arranged here. There were many more unused seal barrier stones. This made the entire area completely immovable confinement space. He couldn't resist the powerful curse that directly pulled him over. In the fight of trapped beasts, this blasphemer actually prepared so many methods. Wendell Francis couldn't help but recall the contents of the magic letter given to him by his lower nightmeald. He is indeed a desperate guy. Wendell Francis took a deep breath and slowly looked at Tucker, and he slowly spoke. "Are you trying to capture me alive?" Tucker thought about it and responded slowly. "If possible, try to capture him alive. If you can't capture him alive, killing him is fine. After all, tomorrow the news of the collapse of the Dark Sun ecology and the death of the Grand Archbishop of the Blood Clan will be reported in the newspapers. In this major event that is worthy of being recorded in history, the death of the son of Dark Sun is just a small embellishment of this great victory. It may not even take up much space, or even be just a short message in the notification information. You don't have to think of yourself as so important. In such an era of huge waves, you are insignificant." Tucker spoke softly. "Even if you go back alive, you won't be able to keep your status as the Son of God on this situation of defeat. You may even be used as a scapegoat. You will suffer a lot of humiliation and torture. I heard that when you came from the East Continent before, you were stripped of your soul and body by the Dark Sun Angel descended by the Dark Sun God in front of everyone, and endured the Dark Sun Angel entering your body in all directions to explore, and went in and out more than a dozen times. This time, I'm afraid it will be 10 or 100 times more cruel than the last time." Tucker's words made Wendell Francis' face change. But Tucker didn't care what Wendell Francis thought. Now, it was Tucker's wonderful moment to enjoy the spoils, so he naturally didn't care what the spoils thought. On the contrary, Tucker looked at Wendell Francis and said with a smile, "You died in my hands, but you still died as the Son of God. At least your name is the Son of God, Wendell Francis, will be forever solidified. You see, you are more useful dead than alive." Wendell Francis laughed hoarsely. "Since you don't care about my life or death, why are you telling me so much? Don't you still want to capture me alive?" Tucker laughed. "You are a smart person. But, the gap between us is here. While we are all stalling for time, all you can do is to try to explore the surroundings as much as possible and make some simple arrangements. But, I have completed the puppet anchoring of your life veins. After all, this is the hunting home ground that I spent a lot of effort to arrange. It may be a little difficult to capture a 6th level bishop, but it is relatively easy to deal with a 4th level extraordinary person like you who has grafted an S level extraordinary talent." Tucker's words made Wendell Francis' face freeze instantly, because Wendell Francis already felt that his body was beginning to be somewhat out of control. This is the home ground of a powerful wizard. Moreover, it was the home court of the blasphemer Tucker. Knowing that he would only become more and more passive if he continued to drag it on, Wendell Francis immediately displayed his Dark Sun wings to the extreme. These were the powerful wings that he had condensed by sacrificing and absorbing the corpse of the Dark Sun Angel. He had been able to escape from the pursuit of the 6th level bishop before, relying on these Dark Sun wings. Wow! The Dark Sun wings fluttered violently behind him like a huge wave curtain, covering the sky and the sun for a while. The vortex of wind-ruined waves burst violently around Wendell Francis. Bang bang bang. For a while, there was a constant sound of some kind of silk thread breaking. Puppet silk thread. Wendell Francis roared in a low voice. "Break it for me." While Wendell Francis was trying to break free from Tucker's puppet silk thread. Bang bang bang. The crisp and fierce gunshots rang out quickly. 6 rounds of Fate revolver bullets were all shot at Wendell Francis. Normally, the work of the Fate revolver, which can make ordinary 4th level extraordinary people's souls tremble, extraordinary states, and even their bodies torn apart, fell on Wendell Francis. However, it only caused layers of Dark Sun ripples on his body. The damage of the Fate revolver, facing this Dark Sun saint, seemed to be unable to produce some powerful extraordinary defense. This scene made Tucker raise his eyebrows slightly. The most powerful aspect of extraordinary sequence is that it allows extraordinary people to build their own extraordinary defense with the extraordinary state as the core when the extraordinary state is initially formed. Extraordinary defense is like wearing heavy armor for extraordinary state. The extraordinary state containing the power of the sequence itself is much more capable of fighting and resisting than a simple physical body. And it goes without saying that extraordinary defense is built around the extraordinary state. Although Tucker initially possessed the extraordinary state, it was still relatively weak after all, and could not support extraordinary defense which required a very strong carrying capacity. Wendell Francis, the Dark Sun Saint who was about to be promoted to the 5th level, had a very strong extraordinary state. He even had the extraordinary defense which was extremely powerful. Interesting. Tucker smiled. Then Tucker took a deep breath and blew suddenly. Hoo-la-la. The blazing flames suddenly poured towards Wendell Francis. Chi-chi-chi. The blazing burning power was like a sharp dagger, constantly penetrating Wendell Francis's Dark Sun defense. Wendell Francis, who was wrapped in flames, suddenly felt his heart sink. This extraordinary defense, Dark Sun, ear armor, was his latest powerful means of guiding the power of the Dark Sun and achieving some achievements in cultivation. At this time, in the opponent's seemingly insignificant means of fire attack, it turned out to be full of loopholes. The blazing flames directly burned through his condensed weak Dark Sun, ear armor, burning towards his body, soul, extraordinary state, and even towards his Dark Sun ecology. And the burning speed was very fast. Knowing that the flames were extremely powerful, Wendell Francis immediately retracted his Dark Sun wings and then flapped them towards his body. The wind and waves containing powerful rune mysteries quickly swept through the flames that burned into his body. After a strong rune wind and waves, a large amount of flames were quickly blown out of Wendell Francis' body. They scattered around and illuminated a large area. But Wendell Francis's complexion did not improve at all. He did blow out a lot of flames. However, more flames penetrated deeper, and the flames were like poisonous snakes, drilling into the depths crazily. As soon as the flames on the surface were blown away, the flames inside immediately dissipated. In addition, the opponent also continuously injected strange magic fire oil into his body, soul, and even sequenced through the puppet silk thread. Wendell Francis, expressionless, continued to use the Dark Sun wings. As the rune wind and waves took away more and more flames, the flame in his body did not weaken. Instead, it became more violent and hot under the confrontation between the flame rune and the wind rune. The burning of his soul, body, and extraordinary state became more and more fierce. At this time, Wendell Francis was completely desperate. Even if he could blow out the infiltrating flames, what would it matter? His resistance was just a change of slaughtering posture on the opponent's chopping board. After all, at this moment, he was still controlled by the opponent's puppet silk thread. If he broke free from the puppet silk thread, he would still be trapped in this weird curtain area. Even that damn blasphemer Tucker. After he released the flame, he did not make another move. He just stood there and watched quietly. He seemed to be appreciating the struggle of the fish after it was hooked. What's the point of catching a dead fish? The more the fish struggled, the more it could arouse the interest of the angler. His desperate struggle only added to the interest of the other party when slaughtering. Burned by the flames, Wendell Francis suddenly retracted his Dark Sun wings, and just stared at Tucker indifferently in the flames. No, struggle for a while. Tucker asked politely. If you want to see desperate struggles and wailing and clown-like begging for mercy from me, I think you will be disappointed. Wendell Francis was quiet at this time. Tucker shrugged his shoulders. Obviously I didn't mean that. I am a little disappointed that you didn't break free from the puppet silk thread and the burning of the flames. I originally thought you were stronger. After all, I also prepared for you the sealing barrier, the hand of spiritual movement, the world suppression, and my dual-core steam angel, the extraordinary state of blooming and many other means. Unfortunately, I just started, and you have already fallen. Tucker's words made Wendell Francis' pupils tremble slightly, and he didn't refute it after all. The fish on the chopping board is not qualified to discuss the cooking method of the fish with a butcher holding the butcher knife. You are so resistant to burning. I think we will have the main barbecue for the St. Land celebration feast in a few days. Are you interested in having dinner together? After he finished speaking, Tucker pressed down with one hand. The sealing barrier poured into it along the puppet thread bloomed quickly, extinguishing the flames and quickly sealing Wendell Francis. Tucker took out a khaki sealing scroll and shook it, and put the sealed Son of Dark Sun Wendell Francis into it, completing the seal. Huh? Tucker exhaled lightly and rubbed his palms slightly. When the Son of Dark Sun Wendell Francis was anchored by Tucker's Forbidden Rule fragments, his fate was doomed. Thanks to the top resources given to Tucker by Bishop Dark Sun, otherwise Tucker would not be able to do what he is now, and catch all the geniuses of the Dark Sun Church. Looking at the floating magic parchment avatars of the geniuses of the Dark Sun Church in front of him. The next one is you. Tucker randomly selected a lucky audience. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, It means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271, Trophies, 1 million magic gold. Boom. Crack. With a dull crash, the 4th level Dark Sun Knight, whose body was set on fire by the demonic flames, was thrown out fiercely by the flame demon Headless Tail Whip. Although the knight's rune ring heavy armor had strong defense, but the flame demon Headless Tail Whip that exploded with power still dented the knight's heavy armor and broke many of the knight's ribs. The knight flew backwards and rolled on the ground for at least 7 or 8 times, and was thrown more than 30 meters away, making a clanging sound on the ground. At this time, the blood of the Dark Sun Steam Knight had soaked his arms and cheeks, and it was unknown how many bones in his body were broken. Even so, this Dark Sun Steam Knight, who only had 1 steam core and was not very well digested and fused, carrying the demonic flames and holding the heavy sword, he panted on the ground for a while, still gritted his teeth and trembled to stand up again. Strong willpower and extraordinary state supported his current fighting posture. Admirable willpower. Tucker's indifferent voice came slowly from the depths of the curtain stage. He suddenly squeezed the knight's heavy sword in his hand. Clang. A dull sound. The heavy sword hit the ground, and a layer of knight's shield, which was not very thick but contained the defensive characteristics of Holy Shield, vaguely emerged. Blaster Tucker. I hope to be qualified to fight with you. Is it enough now? The 4th Order 46th level Dark Sun Steam Knight roared in a low voice. The sound was like a low thunder, rolling and stirring in the entire curtain stage. In these few hours, Tucker sat firmly on the Dioyote, firmly on the curtain stage. Gradually invested in the forbidden curtain fragments, against the geniuses of the Dark Sun Church. Pull them one by one. Then had a 1v1 real man battle. The vampire Marcus Armand, this vampire who had the hope of becoming a high-level extraordinary in the future. Less than 10 seconds after entering, Tucker took off his head and kicked it like a ball. Tucker lit a candle on his vampire body. In the burning flame, this guy ran around like a headless fly. This genius has some powerful offensive means, but his defense ability is not a little bit poor. It is estimated that all the resources in his hands are used to upgrade his level, and his own extraordinary foundation is shallow. The second genius of the vampires, the top genius Count Louis. Although not as famous as Armand, but his foundation is obviously more solid. Tucker let him show his speed and flexibility a little in the curtain stage. However, once Tucker increased his strength, this kind of non-caster vampire extraordinary people obviously couldn't keep up. In the end, this guy was sealed by Tucker and prepared to be used as a side dish at the bonfire dinner. A few days later, the 4th level Frostblood werewolf, the famous Claudia, has killed many human extraordinary people in the past. This guy likes to freeze the enemy's breath to death. This time, Tucker let him use his frost breath with all his strength. Tucker responded with divine fire. After more than 3 minutes of spraying, the werewolf could no longer hold on. Then the frost-blooded werewolf was turned into a fire-roasted werewolf by Tucker on the spot. As for the powerful heroic werewolf Magnus behind, in the confrontation with Tucker, some heroic methods also opened Tucker's eyes. But in Tucker's home court, he did not last long before being sealed by Tucker. After these famous geniuses were dealt with one by Tucker, Tucker began to let the fire demon Hedla and the demon spider lord take turns to fight. And the Dark Sun Steam Knight who entered in front of him was carrying the output and wanted to confront Tucker head-on. Deep in the curtain, Tucker, who began to prepare for the Soul Curtain Shadow ceremony, used the Soul Curtain Shadow to glance at the 4th level Dark Sun Steam Knight and slowly spoke. Although your Knight sequence is strong enough to fight and resist, your Dark Sun power is not strong enough. The digestion of the Steam sequence power is even worse, a Steam core is wasted. And Tucker paused. Since you came in, you have been accumulating powerful sequence killing power in your body, and you also have a very strong locking characteristic. Actually, you don't really want to fight me head-on. You are just using this excuse to launch a killing attack on me, right? Tucker's words made the Dark Sun Steam Knight's body tremble violently. Yes. Blasphemer. Tucker said what he was doing now. A knight, playing tricks and scheming in front of a wizard. You really are a knight. Hedla, twist this guy's head off and kick it like a ball. In addition, his body and soul will be your dinner tonight. Tucker said this, And Hedela immediately grinned. "As you command, my great master." Hedela turned around and rushed towards this shameless knight. This kind of sandbag knight who has no power to resist is Hedela's favorite. He can carefully disassemble every part of his body. At this time, beside Tucker's ceremony, the demon spider lord also remained submissive and humble, crawling beside Tucker, and obeying Tucker's orders at any time. The two lords who have seen Tucker's many methods know that their master is unfathomable. Even if the two of them join forces, they are just toys in front of the great master. The death level, forbidden curse power that they all feared was controlled by their master. This is almost a miracle. Facing such a master, they can't have the slightest thought of resistance. As the shadow fire mirror of the shadow ceremony swayed, 2 4th-level humanoid shadow silks fell down one after another. One is level 48 and the other is level 46. Before, Tucker was killed by 2 powerful Dark Sun archbishops. Now, these soul shadows are naturally to be recovered from the geniuses of the Dark Sun Church. The usefulness of the soul shadow has been tested by archbishop-level strongmen. Tucker used precision correction to interweave the life veins and soul veins on the soul shadow. Whoever comes, they must say that this soul shadow is Tucker. In addition, these soul shadows can also play a very delicate role in daily combat arrangements. And it can also help Tucker withstand a lot of soul damage. Soon, under Hedela's attack, the Dark Sun Steam Knight couldn't stand it. The Shadow Demon Spider Lord quickly climbed over. Not long after, the Shadow Demon Spider Lord took the Dark Sun Knight's helmet, armor, heavy sword, and extraordinary storage bracelets and other items and placed them next to Tucker. At this time, next to Tucker, there were piles of equipment and extraordinary storage bracelets that more than a dozen geniuses exploded. As a top genius in the Dark Sun Church, the resources in the hands of these geniuses naturally did not disappoint Tucker. Tucker even took out 2 treasure chests full of magic gold from the extraordinary storage bracelet in the hands of the Dark Sun Saint. One treasure chest has 50,000 magic gold. 2 treasure chests have a total of 100,000 magic gold. Adding other scattered resources, there are about 200,000 magic gold resources. Other geniuses with more resources have about tens of thousands of magic gold, or even more than 100,000 magic gold resources. Those with less resources also have about 30,000 to 50,000 magic gold resources. This wave of Tucker hunting geniuses, the total magic gold resources harvested, is about 1 million worth of magic gold. After all, this wave of top geniuses has been swept away. This wave of rich harvest is comparable to bumper harvest. While manipulating and adapting to the newly acquired soul curtain, Tucker thought silently. After this wave of ecological boom ends, Bishop Martha Clark should deliver the forbidden items, powerful forbidden spells, and the Rune World Tower secret book in a while. However, Bishop Martha will probably be busy for a long time in the next period of time. After all, there are too many things to deal with in the future to completely expel the Dark Sun ecology of the Dark Sun Church from Saint Land. Tucker rubbed his palm slightly and smiled softly. Perhaps, the powerful forbidden witchcraft and the powerful Rune World Tower will be more effective if I go there and choose them myself. Chapter 272. In the air above the long street of Lamor, the energy steam showed various strange images. Or the outline of a human figure. Or the shape of a steam bus. Or the mirage of a tavern. In this extremely active energy steam gray fog, with the shouting of newspaper boys, on buses, roadside platforms, street benches, roadside cafes, taverns, etc., almost everyone had a newspaper in their hands. And the content of the newspaper was quite shocking. The heroes of Saint Land worked together to expel the Dark Sun ecology, and the Archbishop joined hands with a god's favor to kill the vampire crown. Although many people have combined the huge movement from the underground world of Saint Land in the past few days, plus many gossips, and have learned about the great victory of Saint Land's attack on the Dark Sun ecology this time. However, today's official newspaper announcement and the official announcement of the information were officially made public. This made everyone feel at ease. Today's illustration of Saint Land's Steam Daily. I don't know if it was deliberately ordered by the Archbishop and others. The soul of the painter of the illustration. The background board of the fight between Archbishop Reagan Joe and the top Blood Clan strongmen was outlined as a curtain stage. Tucker couldn't help but applaud after watching it. And as the newspaper officially published the news, it also officially announced that Saint Land was fighting against a fierce invasion of the Dark Sun ecology. While resisting the invasion of the evil god Dark Sun Church, it also gave the Dark Sun Church a heavy blow, killing a Blood Clan top archbishop. This is the most proud record of Saint Land in all these years. It is enough to make the extraordinary residents of Saint Land excited. At this time, with the publication of the newspaper, this long-lost catharsis was released in everyone's heart. Killing the Blood Clan top strongmen is only secondary. This ecological war drove away the invasion of the Dark Sun ecology, which is the most critical point. Before, Saint Land itself did not have the strength and resources to develop the spiritual world layer and the depths of the underground world. This gave the Dark Sun Church an opportunity to erode the Saint Land ecology. You know, the Dark Sun ecology. It is very difficult to drive away. But this time, Saint Land not only expelled them, but also severely damaged the Dark Sun Church. It can be said that this time was an unparalleled victory for Saint Land. The joyful atmosphere of victory can be seen everywhere in the streets and alleys. Moreover, this victory is far more than just a victory on the surface. It severely damaged and even killed the Dark Sun ecology that invaded Saint Land. This also means that Saint Land is now fully capable of competing with the Dark Sun ecology. Even, it is possible to recover the large area of the Ashland territory invaded by the Dark Sun Evil God Church in the future. This is the most important information that Saint Land daily announced to the world this time. On the second floor of the Tree Heart Crypt Tavern, Tucker drank while listening to the many details of the underground attack explained by Zillur. This time, the ecological war and the attack on the underground world also involved Lamore Street. Zillur led the team, and the team members were all powerful elite extraordinary people in Lamore. Although they were not as powerful as the top elite team of Saint Land, their overall strength was not weak and they also achieved good results. The team of more than 20 people killed hundreds of extraordinary people of the Dark Sun Church. As for the Dark Sun Evil Fallen, the Blood Clan Evil Fallen, and the Werewolf Evil Fallen, they killed hundreds and thousands of them. The news I have received so far is that we should first develop the spiritual layer and build a defense zone deep underground. Our Lamore Street has also obtained the qualification to develop a large area of the spiritual layer. At that time, we Lamore Street can obtain resources from these areas. After the defense circle of Saint Land is completely stabilized, it is possible to try to launch an ecological counterattack on the Dark Sun Ashland. After all, the Dark Sun Church has been immersed in the depths of the Ashland for hundreds of years. It is not something that we can easily counterattack with our current strength. I want to recapture Lamore, but I don't know if I can do it in my lifetime. But, it is already very good to be able to build a stable Lamore Street here in Saint Land. Zillur, who was talking, seemed to be in a very good mood. After all, this great victory has curbed the expansion momentum of the Dark Sun Church. It can be regarded as revenge for Lamore. Tucker nodded slightly after listening. The victory of this ecological war has resolved the Dark Sun crisis of Saint Rand being invaded. However, the strong men of Saint Rand Tower did not immediately launch a major counterattack against a huge Dark Sun ecological territory deep in the Ashland because of the victory of this wave of anti-invasion ecological war. Obviously, the strategy of the top strong men is still very clear. Although Saint Rand has completed the power to expel the Dark Sun ecology, it is unrealistic to go deep into the Ashland and directly kill all the power built by the Dark Sun Church over the years. Without Tucker's tower pushing, it is difficult for Saint Rand's extraordinary people to go deep into the Dark Sun ecology and compete with the Dark Sun Church members stationed in the Dark Sun Tower. Moreover, the layout and ambition of the Dark Sun Church are very large. Not only in the Ashland, the Dark Sun Church occupies a large amount of territory. The Sun Rock Empire adjacent to the South Continent, and the Stone Demon Elephant Empire of the East Continent across the ocean. There are shadows of the Dark Sun Evil God Church. Saint Rand's counterattack has achieved a great victory. However, fighting against the Dark Sun Church is destined to be a long-term war. And the strategic shift of the Principality of Syrian is also a preparation for a long-term war. At present, the Principality of Syrian has opened the world channel. Let the outside forces continue to infiltrate and actively promote the plane of the Principality of Syrian. Plane, this is a new word that Tucker learned when he read the internal information of Saint Rand during this period. The general strategy of the information notification is, let the important extraordinary city-state of the Principality of Syrian, Saint Rand, be fully steamed, multi-domained, framed and serialized, and the extraordinary city-state plane, so as to connect with the vast extraordinary star realm, so as to build, St. Rand, into first class, plain extraordinary steam city-state, in the star sea extraordinary world. Plain opening. This is what Syrian is doing to fight against the Dark Sun Church. At the same time, it is also a comprehensive preparation to meet the rising tide of the plain steam era. The vast era of steam planes has gradually begun in Saint Land, the Principality of Celians, and even in the extraordinary world of the Uagu binary stars. Are you planning to continue practicing in Saint Land, or going to the extraordinary ocean? I heard that the ocean is very lively these days, and there are many extraordinary people from the outside world coming in. Zillur looked at Tucker and asked, I'm going to take a look at the ocean. I need to go to the deep sea area to listen to the voice of the world. Tucker thought about it and said truthfully, listen to the voice of the world. Zillur's heart was slightly shocked. You want to build a rune world tower? Yes. Tucker nodded. After carefully looking Tucker up and down, Zillur took a long breath and said slowly, originally, I thought that I had comprehended the secret code of the Knight's Earth Rune Shield and awakened the ability to burn blood steam, which would allow me to get closer to you. Now it seems, my little progress is not worth mentioning in front of you. Although mid-level transcendents are qualified to build rune world towers, the understanding of the rune mysteries of mid-level transcendents is obviously not enough. Only those high-level transcendents who have practiced for hundreds of years and have profound cultural heritage, or even those at the crown level, are qualified to condense rune world towers. You are only at the 3rd level, right? Can't you condense a rune world tower at the 3rd level? Tucker smiled and joked. After all, no matter what, I am also the first genius of our Lamor. As the first genius of Lamor, it is reasonable to be able to condense a rune world tower at the 3rd level. Zillur also laughed softly. You, the number 1 genius, have made such rapid progress. I, the former number 1 genius of Lamor, also need to work hard. Do you also want to travel in the extraordinary ocean? Or travel to other worlds? Tucker asked curiously. No. Zillur shook his head. I'm just a knight, but I don't have the magical means like you wizards. Besides, my level doesn't support me to travel in the extraordinary now. I plan to go to the tower for further study. Tower study? Yes. Zillur nodded. There are still many places for cultivation in the tower. Even the tower that helped me practice and comprehend the Earth Rune Shield. Maybe it doesn't matter to you. But for me, it helps a lot. Yes. Tucker nodded. That's good. After all, St. Land is relatively safe. Unlike the outside world, many foreign extraordinary people who enter our extraordinary world don't follow the rules. I even heard that many powerful extraordinary people from large extraordinary worlds call the extraordinary people in our extraordinary world natives. Tucker smiled and rubbed his eyebrows. Those large supernatural worlds have been deeply vaporized and plain-eyed. Naturally, they don't think much of our supernatural world. After all, our supernatural world is still relatively small, and it has been divided into 2 parts. It seems that you seem to want to fight with those supernaturals from large and advanced supernatural worlds. Zillur, who is examining Tucker, obviously saw Tucker's thoughts. Haha. Not only do I want to fight, I can't help it. Tucker laughed. Then do you plan to use the official identity or your own identity? Zillur asked. I have contacted an air pirate group with an official identity. You can think of them as the Black Loves of the Saint Land Tower. They may have plans to go to sea. If not, I can also use their channels to join the pirate group. After all, you also know that with my current identity, I can't enter the supernatural ocean with an official identity. I'm afraid that the Dark Sun Church and the Sun Rock Empire and the forces in the East Continent will come to kill me like crazy. That's true. Zillur smiled lightly. Now, the Dark Sun Church must hate you to death. Working with Archbishop Reagan Joe, you killed a powerful vampire champion. It's hard to imagine how you did it. Zillur sighed. It's already difficult for me to fight against a 4th order steam sequence. By the way, during this period, I will prepare a batch of good wine you like for you. You can also kill time in your spare time after going to the ocean. Isn't your magic hunt already formed? I also signed a magic messenger some time ago. Although it is not very powerful, it can still send letters in the extraordinary world. Do you know the coordinates of my magic closet? What about the coordinates of your magic closet? After thinking about it, Tucker gave Zillur a copy of the coordinates of his magic hut. My magic messenger may be more powerful. You just need to be careful when the time comes. The magic messenger will be more powerful. Sliver was stunned. Aren't magic messengers all weak? Okay. Tucker drank the wine in the glass in one gulp and stood up. Bevis Twain is here. I have something else to do, so I won't waste your time. Shiloh stood up and nodded, watching Tucker leave. A few minutes later, at the door of the Tree Heart Crypt Tavern, Tucker looked at the extremely retro carriage in front of him and was slightly startled. Tucker then looked at Bevis Twain on the side. Is it so retro? Aren't steam cars becoming popular in Saintland now? Now Saintland is preparing to steamize the plane, so aren't we pursuing steam fashion? Bevis Twain glanced at Tucker and said slowly. The Saintland temple's like this. You know, there are a bunch of antiques in there. The longest lifespan is 500 or 600 years. Older than my grandfather's grandfather's grandfather. It's a great honor to prepare a carriage for you instead of letting you walk there directly. You should know that even a strong man at the bishop level is not qualified to be picked up by the Saintland Temple in person. Get in the car. It just so happens that when I came here this time, the Archbishop called me over. He is busy now and specifically told me several things. Let's talk slowly on the way. Soon, on a noisy and lively street, with the sound of horse hooves, the two rushed towards the Saintland Temple. Yesterday, Tucker wrote a letter to Bishop Martha Clark to explain his requirements. Tucker hopes to choose a powerful forbidden spell witchcraft that suits him just like choosing a death level forbidden seal. After all, who knows how long it will take to wait like this? And that afternoon, Martha Clark replied to Tucker's magic letter. Tell Tucker that Tucker can go to the ancient temple of St. Rand to choose the powerful forbidden spells and witchcraft that suits him. At the same time, in view of Tucker's great contribution to St. Rand this time, before, there was a plan to open the ancient temple of St. Rand for Tucker. This time, it was decided to officially open the Life World Star Grid for Tucker. At this time, Tucker followed Bevis Twain to the ancient temple of St. Rand to obtain the most powerful forbidden spells and witchcraft. At the same time, this time, Tucker will also open his own Life World Star Grid in the depths of the ancient temple of St. Rand. World Star Grid is the crystallization of the power of the world to absorb the precipitated star grid characteristics in the vast universe by using the power of the world. It belongs to a supernatural world, the top world-class resource. Only high-level supernaturals are qualified to access it. And Tucker. This time, he pushed the tower and joined forces with Archbishop Reagan Joe to kill the Vampire Crown powerhouse. And captured the Dark Sun Saint and several Dark Sun geniuses and handed them over to the Three-Eyed God Church. And obtained the top resources that only the top powerhouses can enjoy this time. For extraordinary wizards, the World Star Grid that can be lit up are soul, life, and source energy. These three are also the three basic extraordinary origin characteristics of extraordinary wizards in this life. Soul aspect. If it is a relatively ancient magic era, it is undoubtedly the most important. But now, the sequence is the core of the extraordinary life form, and there is no problem in kicking the soul as a ball. It is not worth wasting World Star Grid on the soul. Source energy. As the development of source energy in the Steam Age, it is obviously not systematic. Lighting up source energy will not have a good effect. But lighting up Life World Star Grid is perfect. First of all, lighting up Life World Star Grid will increase the life strength of the extraordinary, and at the same time will greatly increase the upper limit of the extraordinary lifespan. It will probably increase the lifespan of the extraordinary by about 3 times. This alone is already amazing enough. The more powerful ones are still to come. Once the Life World Star Grid is lit, Tucker's extraordinary sequence framework will be greatly improved. Whether it is carrying a powerful forbidden spell, or taking on a powerful extraordinary defense, or building a Blood Bowl physique that can fight and resist like a Lord-level creature, there is no problem. It can be said that Life World Star Grid. It is an extreme sublimation of extraordinary life forms at the life level. It greatly opens up the upper limit of the extraordinary life potential of the extraordinary sequence. Let ordinary extraordinary life forms become world-class life forms. This is the power of Life World Star Grid. After isolating the inside and outside of the carriage with a shadow curtain, Bevis Twain slowly began to narrate. The next Ashes cycle the day when Ashes Day reaches its peak. That's the victory celebration of Saint Rand. At that time, you need to officially go on stage to meet everyone as a God's blessed one. No matter what, you are also a God's blessed one appointed by the gods. You need to stand on the stage for the church in this huge celebration. Understood? Tucker nodded. Before, it was too dangerous for Tucker to show up. Now that Saint Rand is safe to a certain extent, Tucker can completely use the soul curtain to disguise himself and show up. At the same time, there is currently no place for the Dark Sun Saint to be used. According to your request, he will be burned to death in public on the day of the celebration. To be honest, compared to the retro style of this carriage, your idea and request are more retro. However, considering the crimes committed by the Dark Sun Church in Lahore, your request has been agreed to by the higher-ups. Secondly, the higher-ups also know that after you get this wave of resources, you will go to the extraordinary ocean for an extraordinary journey. Of course, the higher-ups will not stop you from making your own choice of cultivation journey. But, in view of the danger and complexity of the current extraordinary ocean, the Archbishop still hopes to communicate more with the Church. On the other side of the ocean, although the power of the Church is not very strong, it will cooperate with your actions in all aspects. During the discussion between the two, unknowingly, the ancient temple of Saint Land has arrived. Chapter 273 6-star Forbidden Spell. Since crossing into this world and becoming a wizard, Tucker has always had a dream, that is, to bring nuclear peace to this extraordinary world. A wizard without the ability of nuclear peace is not a complete wizard. As Tucker became stronger, Tucker's stable development environment was interrupted by the Dark Sun Evil God Church. Even when Tucker fled to St. Lander and wanted to develop more steadily here, the Dark Sun Church did not give such an opportunity. They continued to invade St. Lander. At that time, Tucker's dream was upgraded. I have a dream. I hope that every believer of the Dark Sun Church can eat a nuclear bomb. Now, Tucker's expression, pupils, and heart are also called calm. Just quietly examine the black top 6-star forbidden spell witchcraft in front of him, which is rhombus-shaped and about the size of a head. Annihilation, quiet nirvana star explosion. The seeds of dreams are here. Deep in the vast extraordinary stars, there is a nebula of debris after the annihilation explosion of a great star. When these debris nebulae gather, they will build an extraordinary ecology of star debris. In this ecology, although the probability of the birth of sequence is extremely low, there will still be some. The sequence seeds born from these star debris will eventually be absorbed by the recondensed star core. But in the process, some mature seeds will still be thrown out. These mature seeds, it will absorb the terrifying, starburst characteristics of the star when it explodes. At the same time, it will also absorb the annihilation characteristics of destroying the surrounding extraordinary world and annihilating everything in the starburst state. Of course, the world characteristics of the stars themselves are naturally not less. The star characteristics are the core of the power of the forbidden spell seed. And at this time, Tucker has a 6-star forbidden spell witchcraft in his hand, Annihilation, Quiet Nirvana Starburst. It is such a great crystallization of the extraordinary ecology of the starburst debris deep in the stars. It belongs to the nature of the extraordinary world, and the powerful magical power is born. The learning threshold of the 6-star forbidden spell witchcraft, Annihilation, Quiet Nirvana Starburst, is very high. First of all, it needs a strong world origin characteristic as a foundation. Only with a world origin characteristic can it absorb the sequence power of the forbidden spell sequence seed and let it take root in its own extraordinary ecology. Secondly, it needs to have the star characteristic. Without the nurturing of starlight, it is impossible to nurture the growth of the forbidden spell witchcraft sequence seed. It is even more impossible to get the forbidden spell echo when starting the witchcraft. At the same time, with a powerful flame rune and earth rune mysteries as the destructive explosion power of Annihilation, Quiet Nirvana Starburst. World origin characteristic. Star characteristic. The perception of the flame rune and earth rune mysteries. This is the basis for learning the 6-star forbidden spell witchcraft, Annihilation, Quiet Nirvana Starburst. And this is just the condition for learning. After learning this forbidden spell, the input of source energy experience at each level is massive. The source energy experience consumed by the forbidden spell is more than that of one's own practice. At the same time, When releasing the forbidden spell, not only does it take a very long time to prepare, but it also requires a huge amount of source energy to be infused. This also leads to the forbidden spell level witchcraft power, whether it is the learning conditions, the subsequent forbidden spell sequence cultivation, or the hard conditions of one's own foundation. They are all very, very high. In the words of wizards, raising a forbidden spell is like raising a father. Raising a forbidden spell is too difficult. But when using it, it's the opposite. The more difficult it is to raise, the more fun it is to use. The power of forbidden spell is beyond doubt. Every forbidden spell is the supreme divine punishment for the enemy. The key is, for this powerful forbidden spell, to what extent can the extraordinary cultivate it? Groping for this black forbidden spell seed that is like thick ink condensation and exudes the characteristics of destruction. A wonderful echo has already bloomed in Tucker's heart. It seems the forbidden spell seeds are resonating with Tucker. It's you. Tucker breathed a sigh of relief and made up his mind. At this time, Tucker was in the St. Land ancient temple, selecting the strongest forbidden spells and witchcraft. And there are many forbidden spells and witchcraft here. There are even 7-star forbidden spells that are more powerful than 6-star. Just now, Tucker checked the place he passed by, and there was a more terrifying 7-star forbidden spell, Death Forbidden, Black Destruction Sky Waterfall. It is said that it is an extraordinary forbidden spell seed born from the forbidden ecology constructed after the explosion of the more powerful Death Star. But that 7-star forbidden spell requires the ultimate, darkness, origin characteristics. It does not fit Tucker. And this, annihilation, quiet nirvana star explosion, in front of him is highly compatible with Tucker. There is no point in forcing the 7-star, Death Forbidden, Black Destruction Sky Waterfall. The 6-star, annihilation, quiet nirvana star explosion, that fits him is a better choice. World, old stars, flame rune, earth rune. In addition to the need for new supplements to the earth rune secrets. In other aspects, Tucker not only has the foundation of this forbidden spell witchcraft, but also is quite solid. Once learned, use the system to increase points to increase the level. After getting started, Tucker can release it. Moreover, there is a very critical point. That is, the origin characteristics of the world, and the power of annihilation, quiet nirvana starburst, are positively correlated. It sounds like there is no problem. But the problem is that the origin characteristics of the world are difficult to obtain. Judging from the fact that those high-level strongmen in St. Land can only control a little bit of the St. Land world ecology. Their world origin characteristics are relatively very few. But for Tucker, it is completely different. Tucker, who has steam, world, original spiritual state, can absorb a lot of gifts from the origin of the world. World origin characteristics. Tucker can obtain it without limit. It can be said that this nuclear bomb seed in Tucker's hands has the potential to grow into a real starburst. Tucker's own particularity makes Tucker perfectly adapted to annihilation, quiet nirvana starburst. Are you sure you want to choose this? Bevis Twain, who was accompanying him, asked in a low voice after seeing Tucker put away the wizard seed of annihilation, quiet starburst. Are there any problems? Tucker looked at Bevis Twain on the side. This kind of naturally born extraordinary forbidden spell seed is certainly powerful, but the ability it needs to carry is amazing, and it is very difficult to cultivate. Relatively speaking, it is easier for the extraordinary people to absorb and cultivate the forbidden spell seeds cultivated by the world-class ecology. Tucker smiled and immediately lowered his voice. Believe me, soon, you will be able to hear reports of starburst on the ocean. Tucker's words startled Bevis slightly, and he looked at Tucker with a twitch in the corner of his eyes. You are such a monster. After choosing the forbidden spell, the two followed the underground hall of the forbidden spell reserve and came to the exit. At this time, 4 old extraordinary people who seemed to have stepped half a foot into the coffin board were guarding the door. These 4 old extraordinary people are all 6th order masters. Normally, even if they reach the end of their lives, their extraordinary state can support their young bodies, appearances and strong body outlines. But in fact, these 6 old extraordinary people are all hunched, withered, weak, and walk slowly. The reason is very simple. Their extraordinary sequence ecology has suffered different degrees of devastating blows. Although they survived, their sequence ecology, and even the deep sequence framework are close to collapse. When the extraordinary people rely on the flesh and soul as the core of cultivation, there will be means to attack the soul to attack the extraordinary people. When the extraordinary people use extraordinary sequence ecology as the core framework, there will naturally be powerful means to attack the extraordinary sequence. Tucker's magical flame and Tucker's vaporized form can directly attack the enemy's extraordinary ecology. "Let's go," an old man who looked pretty good whispered to Tucker. Then he led the way slowly in front. Tucker followed behind him. The lighting of life, World Star Grid, was the core and end point of Tucker's arrival this time. World Star Grid is undoubtedly another top-level resource. This is a powerful means to change the basic life form of the superhuman and greatly increase the upper limit of life. It belongs to the defying the heaven and changing fate level resource. Before, Tucker touched the high-level resource, Taboo Rule Fragment, and now, he has encountered the top-level resource, World Star Grid. This makes Tucker look forward to the mysterious resources of the superhuman world more and more. Tucker, who has a steady development system, is naturally looking forward to touching more and more such rare and mysterious resources. Chapter 274 22 times Life Tank. The deep well of the ancient temple of Saint Land. There was silence and endless darkness all around. Tucker's mind recalled the instructions of the withered old man before he entered. Absorb the World Star Grid and inject it into your own life frame. Don't disperse the resources of the World Star Grid into the soul and source energy. Put all your energy into the life framework so that you can light up your own life World Star Grid to the maximum extent. The experience of the predecessors naturally makes sense. Tucker, who was concentrating his mind, kept fitting in with the world around him. Soon, in the silent darkness, the light of a star was slightly lit. Soon, the second, the third. More and more bright stars bloomed. Not long after, Tucker only felt that he had entered a vast night sky. He seemed to be in a huge world, traveling among the stars. If it were other extraordinary people, it might take some time to feel where the World Star Grid was. But when the surrounding stars were gradually lit up, Tucker has already felt it. World Star Grid is the core resource born from the world-class ecology of the interaction between the extraordinary world where Tucker is and the surrounding stars. It exists both in the extraordinary world of the Augu twin stars and among the vast stars. As a hub node, Saint Rand has anchored a lot of World Star Grid. But in the extraordinary world of the Augu twin stars, there are also large or small anchor points in other places. The strong are using their own means and resources to obtain the power of World Star Grid. However, most of the hubs can only absorb a small amount of World Star Grid. Only a truly world-class multi-domain extraordinary ecology like Saint Rand can anchor more World Star Grid power. Breathe. Adjust your meditation breathing. Tucker gradually entered a meditative state. A vast golden old star gradually rose slowly from behind Tucker. With the help of the old meditation star, World Star Grid began to be continuously drawn by Tucker. These high-end resources of the World Star Grid that intersect among the stars, like the bright starlight of the condensed state, turned into streams and continuously poured into Tucker's life frame. Just by looking at it, Tucker felt that it contained incredible magical power. World Star Grid has the dual power characteristics of the world and the stars. It is also of great help to my practice of the 6-star forbidden spell. Of course, the most important thing is that this rare world-class high-end resource is for the transformation of life forms. Let's start. With this in mind, Tucker put the World Star Grid he absorbed into his life frame. Chi-chi-chi. The power of the World Star Grid that was like real starlight poured into the life frame. Tucker immediately felt that his life frame began to be tempered. For many extraordinary life forms, they do not have the extraordinary sequence system that the human race has specially researched and customized for their own race. But those powerful extraordinary life forms have their own unique way of being powerful. That is the life framework. And the form of expression in the extraordinary biological group is ordinary creatures, elite creatures, leader creatures, and lord creatures. This clear and distinct form of the life framework ladder can easily promote powerful life forms. When there are enough ordinary creatures, it is easy to give birth to elite creatures. When there are enough elite creatures, leader creatures will be born. When the scale of the group is large enough, and the ecology of the extraordinary area occupied by the group is wide enough, a higher life form will be born, the extraordinary lord. One way is to give birth to a powerful lord through the scale of the group, and by directly absorbing the world star grid, to strengthen one's own life framework and give oneself the powerful life body of the extraordinary lord. It is undoubtedly a simpler and faster way. But there are very few extraordinary people who can get such an opportunity. And like Tucker, he completely entered the deep well land and let go of his hands and feet to absorb the opportunity of world star grid. Looking at the entire Saint Land, there is only one such family. Chichichi. As a large amount of world star grid continued to pour into the life framework, Tucker only felt that his life frame was brightly lit up. The life frame's toughness and the outline of the life frame were constantly improved and expanded under the tempering of the world star grid. Tucker's life foundation was very strong. After further strengthening and improvement by the world star grid, the thick life breath of Tucker's life frame suddenly emerged with an extremely pure life breath. Tucker's life frame began to transform from an ordinary extraordinary life form to an elite extraordinary life form. Chichichi. In the drastic transformation, Tucker's life breath began to leap from ordinary to elite. In the transformation, Tucker's body, sequence, and extraordinary state were all strengthened in all aspects. The extraordinary body became more solid, the carrying capacity of the sequence became stronger, and the stability of the ecological cycle was also greatly improved. Tucker could clearly feel that his original old days, blazing state extraordinary state. At this time, with the transformation of his life frame, it also rose to level elite, old days, blazing state. Life frame level, elite level. Feeling the effect of the transformation of his life frame, Tucker smiled gently. And this. Tucker rubbed his palms slightly, and could feel the solid and abundant life force circulating in his extraordinary body, extraordinary sequence, and extraordinary state. It's just the beginning. A strong top leader physique, or even a strong lord level physique, this is the ultimate goal. Tucker, who was concentrating his mind, was completely immersed in the practice of absorbing high-end resources such as world star grid. A few days later, Saint Land ancient temple, deep underground well. A fierce third-level leader-level aura suddenly burst out from deep underground. Even in this powerful leader-level aura, there is a little lord-level momentum and pressure. At this time, the two old men stationed at the entrance of the underground deep well looked at each other, and their surprise was beyond words. Top leader-level life frame? Pseudo-lord-level life form. An extraordinary old man looked down at the cave entrance. But the aura was invisible, and no one could see it at all. Even Bevis Twain, who was sitting cross-legged on the side, opened his eyes and looked at the two seniors of the Saint Land ancient temple, and asked in confusion. Two seniors, that God favored Tucker condensed the top leader's life frame. Is this difficult? The old man on the right looked down for a moment and then slowly said. Although we in Saint Land have been able to accumulate and precipitate world-class resources, world star grid. Although the underground deep well has accumulated part of the original power of the world star grid over the past decade, it has also been consumed gradually. Originally, the essence of the world star grid here was able to condense into a leader level, which was already the limit. I didn't expect, Your Highness, the God-favored one, not only reach the leader level, but also reach the peak of the leader level, close to the lord level. This is really incredible. It seems, Your Highness, the God-favored one, has indeed accumulated a lot of world and stars. Only in this way can a large amount of world star grid power that intersects with other stars be drawn. The old man said perfectly, but he still couldn't help looking at the huge deep hole. World. Stars. Bevis Twain, who chewed these two words carefully, had a little understanding. These two aspects are indeed Tucker's advantages. Inhale, inhale. Accompanied by breathing. The low roar was like a muffled thunder, rolling and stirring in Tucker's lungs. At this moment, Tucker, who was sitting cross-legged in the silent darkness, exuded the aura of a fierce top leader, or even a pseudo-lord. At this moment, Tucker was a fierce and extraordinary human being at the leader level. If he boasted a little, it would not be too much to call him a pseudo-lord. He was about the same level as the pseudo-lord mountain giant bear that Tucker had killed before. He was half a head higher than the life frame of the shadow flame demon wolf leader that Tucker had recruited. As the life frame stabilized and took shape, Tucker carefully felt the difference between his extraordinary life form as a top leader and the ordinary life form before. First of all, this top leader level extraordinary life form has probably increased my current life tankiness by 20 times. To be more precise, It's about 22 times. The injuries from the fatal blow before are only minor injuries to me now. The life tankiness has been directly increased by 22 times. The ability of the leader level life to withstand damage is still very exaggerated. Coupled with my dragon scale armor, plus many defensive and recovery methods. As long as you don't commit suicide, there won't be much danger. The life tankiness of this top leader is indeed a bit exaggerated. Feeling his current life tankiness, Tucker couldn't help but smile. More importantly, Tucker's eyes condensed slightly, and he carefully felt his Steam Wizard's sequence ecology. Before, I absorbed the second Steam core, hoping to expand the carrying capacity of my sequence ecology and to accommodate the forbidden spell earlier, but unfortunately it did not succeed. And this time, my life frame has transformed from an ordinary extraordinary life form to an elite life form, then to a leader level, and then to a top leader level life frame. Now the carrying capacity of my Steam Wizard's sequence ecology has increased by an additional 2 times. It is equivalent to about 3 times that of a life frame that has not completed the transformation. The transformation of the life frame is indeed quite powerful. I originally thought that doubling would be enough, but I didn't expect an additional 2 times. But after thinking carefully about the gap between ordinary life forms and leader life forms, Tucker was relieved. Now the carrying capacity of my Steam Wizard sequence ecosystem can not only directly carry and inherit this 6-star forbidden spell, but it also has a large amount of surplus capacity to carry more witchcraft. After I am promoted to the 4th level, there will be no problem in condensing supernatural defense or even special wizard methods. I've heard before that many geniuses have improved their life frames and turned themselves into elite supernatural life forms. Now, it's finally my turn. And it's a powerful leader-level supernatural life form. After feeling his own leader-level body inside and out, Tucker stood up contentedly. Unfortunately, the ecological cycle here is very weak. It is not an ecological cycle area. It is more of a reserve point for holding the power of the world star grid. The effect of anchoring here to harvest resources will not be very good, or even non-existent. However, since I know that top resources like the world star grid can help me a lot, then I will definitely look for resources in this area in the future to anchor and develop. In the future, I will even build a deep well deep in the tower I built. At that time, anchoring the tower for a long time to develop can also obtain a small amount of world star grid resources. Anyway, it is an additional resource, and it is better to have it than not. In addition, Dr. Stanley finally wrote back to me. Then Tucker gently reached out with his right hand, and a magical window emerged. A magic letter was taken by Tucker. It was a magic letter from Dr. Stanley. After carefully feeling it with the initial perception, Tucker raised his eyebrows slightly. Well, have Dr. Stanley and Captain Abraham returned to Saint Land. They invited me to participate in the plan of the Sky Pirates to march into the extraordinary sea in a few days. It seems that no one wants to miss the steam wave era of the extraordinary sea. It's just right. It's time to have a deep exchange with these future crew members. In the free time these few days, I will adapt to the strength of my leader-level body. With this thought, Tucker's demon ring staff started slightly. Woo woo woo. With a roar of steam, a large amount of steam quickly rose behind Tucker and quickly condensed into a steam-light feather blade. With a gentle flapping of the steam-light feather blade, Tucker flew upwards. A few days later, Cairo Underground Street. This place is close to the underground black market and belongs to no man's land. Tucker used to herd demons here and practiced for a while. However, the streets here were desolate at that time. Tucker could only kill werewolves and harvest blood clans to barely maintain his daily herding. Now, with Saint Land's victory, the Dark Sun Evil God Church was expelled. The flesh trade and black market business in the underground streets of Cairo quickly recovered. Along the way, there were many beautiful streetwalkers. There were many foreign women, such as elves, feathered people, and blood people. Of course, there were also some curious groups, such as snake people, centaurs, mermaids, etc. The love dramas of cross-domain races were performed here every day, although the love time was very short. Tucker couldn't understand these cross-race loves, but he was shocked. His figure was shrouded in the blood shadow wizard robe. In the shadow state, Tucker walked slowly along the street, while looking for the target tavern. Today is the day when Tucker and the members of the Bloodfront Sky Pirates will gather. In the past few days, Tucker has also slowly adapted to the life physique of the leader. In addition to the most basic ability to fight and resist, Tucker has also improved a lot in terms of strength, reaction, speed, etc. What satisfied Tucker the most was that the leader-level ecology allowed Tucker to build his ecological magic net a step further. Tucker's ecological magic net was crucial for multi-threaded spellcasting. As Tucker was about to cast many powerful witchcrafts at the same time, he needed a stronger ecological magic net to support it all. Before, Tucker's life body could hardly support a powerful ecological magic net. But now, the transformation of the leader-level life essence was complete. Tucker could completely build a powerful leader-level ecological magic net to support his many powerful witchcrafts. For the powerful 6-star forbidden spells, Tucker tried to learn, inherit and absorb them in the past few days, but it didn't work. Tucker has not yet comprehended the mystery of the Earth Rune, and it is obvious that he cannot let the 6-star forbidden spell seed take root in the extraordinary sequence ecology. But for Tucker, comprehending the mystery of the Earth Rune is also a quick thing. Not long after, Blackhorn Deer Tavern. A tavern that looks inconspicuous and even has an old sign caught Tucker's eyes. Tucker took a deep breath, wrapped up his blood shadow wizard robe slightly, and then pushed the door open. Squeak. The creaking sound of the wooden half-body door sounded in this slightly dim and depressing tavern. Immediately, the intrusion of Tucker, a stranger, attracted the attention of the few guests in the tavern. But when these extraordinary people saw the 4th-level wizard robe on Tucker, they immediately withdrew their gazes. A wizard who can wear a 4th-level wizard robe is definitely not an existence that these 2nd-level and 3rd-level extraordinary people can easily provoke. Tucker's eyes swept through the tavern, and his brows frowned slightly. I saw that the 2nd leader of the Bloodfront Sky Pirates, Abraham and Dr. Stanley, who were originally numerous and powerful, were sitting in the corner. And there was no crew member of the Bloodfront Sky Pirates around. Tucker thought for a moment, and still walked over and sat down in a corner of the round table. Tucker had just sat down. Abraham, who was playing with the golden magic gold, slightly pushed the black felt hat that was pressing on half of his face, looked at Tucker who was sitting down, and said slowly, "There is a spy in the Bloodblade Sky Pirates." A month ago, the Bloodblade Sky Pirates were gathering at the Bloodblade. General Bloodfall in the 9 Demon Seas, with his many crew members, drove the Sea Demon ship, and the wave swept the sky and killed into the Bloodblade, a floating island in the Layer domain. There were countless casualties in that battle. In our Sky Pirates, Dr. Stanley and I are basically the only ones who escaped. This time I asked you to come here just to confirm whether you still want to join our Sky Pirates, whose future itinerary is still uncertain. Abraham's words made Tucker silent. Is the Sky Pirates so dangerous now? I haven't even prepared to go out yet, but they were almost wiped out by someone. Chapter 275, Become bigger and stronger, and create greater glory. Tucker thought for a moment and spoke softly. If you plan to continue the itinerary of the Bloodblade Air Pirates, next, then, I'll buy you this glass of wine today, but we may go our separate ways after that. But if you plan to start the itinerary of the Bloodblade Pirates, then I will be a loyal crew member of the Bloodblade Pirates. Tucker's words made Abraham sit up a little straighter, and the blood-red pupils unique to the vampire sequence under the brim of the felt hat emerged. He carefully examined Tucker and said slowly, "Then I think the identity of an ordinary crew member may not be suitable for you. The position of the chief deputy captain, that is, the first mate of the Sea Demon ship, is more suitable for you. What do you think?" This made Tucker raise his eyebrows slightly. There is no doubt that Captain Abraham wants to enter the huge wave of the times of extraordinary navigation. Of course, wanting to help his crew members get revenge may also be one of his purposes for going to sea. Tucker can see that the relationship between Abraham and his group of elite crew members is still quite good. And the Bloodfall general who destroyed one of the 9 Demon Seas is on the current supernatural ocean. Anyway, Captain Abraham and Tucker are in the same direction, so Tucker has no reason to refuse. Those regular merchant ships all take fixed routes. And those so-called adventure groups are no different from pirate groups, or even worse than pirate groups. Compared to finding those unfamiliar adventure groups to be cannon fodder, it would be more reliable to form a group with the supernaturals who are familiar and powerful to start the great voyage. If you insist on doing so, Captain, I think there will be no problem on my side. Tucker smiled and said. As the first mate of a 5th-level captain, Tucker still has some confidence in his own strength. Since you agree, then next, I plan to recruit a group of elite crew members in Saint Land. Abraham lay back gently and explained his plan. It will probably take 1 or 2 months. During this period, you also need to improve your level. After all, you are only level 36. Although the level is not low, it is still a little low for the chief mate. Those 4th level crew members are relatively stubborn. The level is there, which will make them more honest. 1 or 2 months? Tucker roughly calculated the time. It will be enough for me to complete the anchoring of the forbidden ecology and a wave of rapid development. During this period, I can learn a piece of earth witchcraft to enhance my defense and open my path to understanding the earth runes. Tucker was thinking about it, and Abraham said again, "If you need it, I can contact some friends to help you get the opportunity to baptize the high tower source energy, which can help you reach level 39 as soon as possible. With the promotion materials, it is not a problem to reach the 4th level." Abraham's suggestion made Tucker frown slightly. Upgrading is not a problem. It's just that for the next advancement, I need some materials. I wonder if you have suitable 4th level materials. If you do, I can offer to buy them. Then the 4th level leader materials? I have a good leader level 1. Abraham looked at Tucker and said, "Oh. Well, higher. For example, do you have any 4th level Lord level materials?" Lord level materials? As soon as Tucker spoke, Abraham and Dr. Stanley couldn't help but focus their eyes on Tucker. The difficulty of digesting Lord level materials is amazing. Abraham looked at Tucker and said seriously, "Even some powerful steam sequence extraordinary people may not be able to digest 4th level Lord materials during the process of advancing to the 4th level." "I know." Tucker gave an accurate response. Dr. Stanley on the side laughed softly. "I told you that this guy has such a terrifying messenger, his identity must be extraordinary. Besides, you went to the tower to find your teacher, but you didn't find out his identity." Tisk tisk. Dr. Stanley smiled and shook his head. But Abraham seemed not to have heard it. Obviously, both of them pretended to be confused. And Tucker was happy to do so. After all, both of them were official Black Loves of Saint Land. If their identities were exposed, they would definitely be hunted down by their peers. After thinking for a while, Abraham spoke slowly. "I don't have Lord level materials here. However, we are going to the East Coast Steam Freezing Port, Silver Star Fan Harbor City State, next. If we rush there in 2 months, we can still catch up with the pirate black market gathering there. Maybe there's what you need there. East Coast Steam Freezing Port, Silver Star Fan Harbor City State." Tucker had heard repeatedly before that this was the only way for Saint Land to enter the extraordinary ocean. Of course, my suggestion is if you know someone in the Three Eyes Church. You can definitely buy the 4th level Lord materials from them. Outside, you may be able to get the leader level promotion materials. But the Lord level materials still depend on these top forces. Tucker nodded slightly. "Now that you mention it, I really remember that I seem to have a friend in the Three Eyes Church. If I can't buy it outside, I will go to find my friend." In terms of the 4th level promotion materials, Tucker naturally won't overestimate himself. If he can't get it, Tucker will eventually buy it from the Three Eyes Church. During his stay in Saint Land, Tucker first explored various channels. Finding Lord level materials is only secondary. Tucker's main plan is to deal with the resources in his hands. After all, that is a resource worth more than 1,000,000 magic gold. Whether it is the Baggins family or the Star Trek black market of the Star Trek monastery, they dare not say that they can take it all alone. Dispersing these resources can also be better exchanged for magic gold. Before leaving Saint Land, Tucker would definitely prepare all the materials for the 3 lords of the 4th level. Before the great voyage began, Tucker had to be promoted to the 4th level. A group of 3 people were in this old tavern. While drinking inferior wine, they talked about the vision of conquering the sea. During the discussion, Abraham gradually revealed the real purpose of building the pirate magic ship. It was not mainly to plunder the merchant ships of the Principality of Syrian. Instead, it was to confront, sneak attack, and even massacre merchant ships of the East Continent and the merchant ships of the Sun Rock Empire. Of course, in the age of steam navigation, the biggest enemy of pirates is still pirates. Whether it is the 9-demon sea pirate magic ship that the Ogu Twin Star supernatural world itself has, or the influx of a large number of foreign supernaturals in the open world channel of Syrian, or the competition between the 3 major forces of the Ogu Twin Star supernatural world on the ocean. This makes the ocean of the Augu twin star supernatural world more and more magnificent. I don't know if it is because of the roar of the steam wave, or the surge of the times itself. Nowadays, on the extraordinary ocean, with a large-scale surge of the blood grand whirlpool, sea area. On the extraordinary ocean, many mysterious islands have appeared. When talking about the blood grand whirlpool, even the usually calm Abraham was a little excited. Nowadays, there are many magical islands in the blood grand whirlpool, as if the islands that were previously sucked into the deep sea of the extraordinary whirlpool by the blood grand whirlpool, were spit out. It can be said that there is now a virgin land that has never been cultivated. Many sea ships have entered the blood grand whirlpool, one after another. If we can explore these treasure islands, or even build ocean island bases on them, this will be of great help to us in becoming bigger and stronger and creating more glory on the ocean. Tucker raised his eyebrows. His exclusive vocabulary was actually borrowed by Captain Abraham. You don't just want to be a simple pirate, do you? Abraham looked at Tucker with a pair of bloodshot eyes. The Pirate King dare not say. But the reputation of the Nine Demon Sea, we must take down one or two, or even, 2 or 3. Abraham's explanation made Tucker raise his eyebrows and laugh softly. Very good, I like your ambition and rhetoric, Captain. The bolder the people, the more productive the land. Since we have already gone to sea, we can do as much as we can. Anyway, this vast ocean is a world without an owner. Tucker is bound to turn the entire area upside down in this era of steam navigation. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.